Am I wrong for not attending my sister's wedding after she made my ex her man of honor? I'm Olivia, 32, and I recently went through a tough divorce. After the split, I came back to my hometown to clear my head and be close to family. I thought being around the people who knew me best would help me heal. My family has always been close, especially my sister, Lily, who's 27. Growing up, Lily and I were inseparable. We'd been through everything together and knew each other inside out, or at least, I thought we did. A few months after my divorce, Lily got engaged to her fiancé, Nate. He's a decent guy, and they seem happy together, so I was genuinely excited for them. I wanted to be there for her and celebrate her big day. I figured I'd take on whatever role she needed me to play, maybe as her maid of honor or just her best sister. But Lily had other plans, and I didn't realize just how badly those plans would shake things up. A couple of weeks ago, Lily told me she wanted to make Greg, my ex-husband, her man of honor. Greg and I had been together for 5 years, and our divorce was far from easy. We had our issues, and when it ended, it left me hurt and drained. Lily knew every painful detail of that breakup, how much it took out of me, and how hard it was to start over. So when she casually mentioned that Greg was going to be her man of honor, I was floored. I remember sitting there, trying to process it, thinking, is this a joke? But Lily was dead serious. She went on about how Greg had always been like family to her, and that she wanted her wedding to feel modern and fun. She even said, "It's not like I'm taking sides. He's just important to me." I told her straight up that it was weird and hurtful, but she brushed it off and said, "It's my wedding, Olivia." She made it sound like I was being unreasonable just because I didn't want my ex-husband standing beside her on her wedding day. I tried to push down my feelings and move on, thinking maybe it was just my sensitivity. But the more I thought about it, the worse it felt. Lily and Greg weren't just casual acquaintances. They'd actually hung out a lot over the years, even back when we were married. But I'd assumed that was because of me, that they were just being friendly because of our relationship. Now I started to wonder if they were closer than I'd ever realized. Things came to a head one night during a family dinner. We were all gathered at my parents' house, talking about the wedding, when I heard Lily and Greg laughing together in the next room. I went over, and they were chatting about a road trip they'd apparently taken together. They were joking about all these inside moments, little details about places they'd stopped and funny things that happened. I'd never even heard about this trip before. They looked so comfortable, like they shared this private world I wasn't a part of. It felt like a punch to the gut. I stood there, listening to them laugh, feeling like I'd been completely blindsided. It was as if this whole other relationship had been happening right under my nose, and I was the only one who didn't know. I couldn't help myself. I confronted Lily later that night. I told her that having Greg as her man of honor was a slap in the face, especially after everything that had happened between us. I tried to make her see how humiliating it felt to be pushed aside, while she brought my ex into such an important part of her life. Lily looked at me like I was the one causing drama. She said I was overreacting, that it wasn't a big deal, and that I needed to let it go. She even accused me of making her wedding about my issues, telling me, "This is my day, Olivia. Can't you just be happy for me?" I remember just standing there, speechless, feeling like she didn't care at all about my feelings. I left that conversation feeling more alone than I'd ever felt with her. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of everything. My parents noticed that I was upset, and when I finally told them what was going on, they didn't exactly take my side. They kept telling me to just let it go and not make waves. They kept saying it was just one day, and that Lily deserved to have things her way. But to me, it was more than just one day. It was about my sister dismissing my pain and acting like my feelings didn't matter at all. I tried to imagine how I'd feel on the day itself, sitting in the audience while my ex-husband stood beside my sister as her man of honor. I could already feel the humiliation, the looks from people who knew our history, and the whispers. and I knew that no matter how much I tried to put on a brave face, I'd be miserable. The thought kept gnawing at me, and I started to wonder if I was the only one who saw how wrong this was. Every time I brought it up, my family made me feel like I was overreacting, like I was the one being selfish. But deep down, I knew I couldn't just brush this off. This was supposed to be a time when I was healing, surrounded by people who cared about me. Instead, I felt like I was being pushed aside, like my pain was being erased. I wanted to be there for Lily. I really did. But with every passing day, it became harder to imagine myself going to that wedding. It felt like I'd be betraying myself by showing up and pretending everything was fine when it was far from it. I tried to let it go. Really, I did. I told myself that this was Lily's big day, and I needed to just suck it up and be there for her. But the more I thought about it, the more impossible it felt. The idea of watching Greg, my ex-husband, standing up there beside her felt like a bad joke that I'd been dragged into without any choice. Every time I saw Lily, she'd casually drop little details about how Greg was helping her with this or that, how they'd been working on a special dance for the reception, and how he was so supportive. It was like she had no clue or didn't care how much this was hurting me. And the worst part was that my family just kept pressuring me to make peace with it. My parents were acting like I was being childish, telling me to be the bigger person and let Lily have her day without making it about my issues. My mom even said that it was time for me to move on from Greg, like I hadn't spent the last several months trying to pick up the pieces of my life. My dad kept saying it was just one day, and that I should be able to put my feelings aside for a few hours. But it didn't feel like just one day to me. It felt like a betrayal from the people who were supposed to have my back. I tried to talk to Lily again, thinking maybe if she really understood how painful this was, she'd reconsider. I told her that it felt like she was choosing Greg over me, like my pain didn't matter to her. She just shrugged and said, "It's my wedding, Olivia. Can't you be happy for me?" It was like talking to a wall. She didn't care, and she wasn't going to change her mind. She even threw in some comment about how I needed to stop being so dramatic, as if my feelings were just an inconvenience she had to brush off. I walked away from that conversation feeling like I'd lost her, like the sister I'd been so close to my whole life was a stranger. Things got worse after that. I think my parents could tell how upset I was, but instead of supporting me, they just doubled down on their stance. They told me I was being selfish, that I was making Lily's wedding all about me. My dad even called me childish, saying I was acting like a teenager throwing a tantrum. I felt humiliated. Here I was, going through one of the hardest times of my life, and my own family was telling me to get over it like it was no big deal. It was like they didn't see me, or what I was going through. They only saw how I was inconveniencing them by not going along with their plans. I started to seriously consider not going to the wedding. I knew it would upset everyone, but I didn't see any other way to keep my dignity intact. I imagined sitting there, watching Lily and Greg sharing inside jokes, dancing, being so close, and it made me feel sick. I'd be the one sitting on the sidelines, pretending like everything was fine, while my ex-husband took a place of honor beside my sister. The thought of it made my skin crawl, but every time I brought it up, my family just kept telling me to put on a brave face. It felt like no one understood or cared how hurt I was. At one point, I thought about just going and trying to ignore Greg altogether. I figured maybe if I kept my distance, I could get through it without breaking down. But every time I thought about it, I'd get this knot in my stomach. The idea of seeing him, hearing him talk about his memories with my sister, all while I was supposed to act like it didn't bother me, it was too much. I knew that if I went, I'd end up either crying or snapping, and I didn't want to ruin Lily's wedding by causing a scene. But the alternative, staying home and skipping my sister's wedding, felt almost as bad. My parents kept calling, texting, trying to get me to change my mind. They'd say things like, "This is your sister's only wedding, Olivia. Don't you want to be there for her? Or, can't you just let it go for one day?" It was like they couldn't see how hard I was trying to find a way to make it work. I wanted to be there for Lily, but I also couldn't ignore how deeply she'd hurt me. Every conversation with them just left me feeling more and more isolated, like I was the only one who saw how messed up this situation was. Finally, after days of going back and forth, I decided to tell my parents that I wasn't going to the wedding. I tried to explain that it wasn't about wanting to hurt Lily, it was about protecting myself. I said I'd send a gift and my love, but I couldn't put myself through the pain of watching Greg take such an important role in her life. They didn't take it well. My mom called me selfish, saying I was being spiteful and that I was letting my emotions ruin the most important day of Lily's life. My dad told me I'd regret it, that I was making a mistake, and that I was burning bridges with my family over something petty. But to me, it didn't feel petty at all. I tried to make peace with my decision, but the backlash kept coming. My mom kept texting me, telling me that family is forever, and that I'd regret not being there for my sister. My dad even called me up one night, saying that I was breaking their hearts, and that I was putting my grudge over my own family. It was like they couldn't see that I wasn't holding a grudge, I was just trying to protect myself from a situation that felt unbearable. I knew that not going to the wedding would probably change things between me and Lily forever. I didn't want that, but I couldn't see any other way out. I'd tried to explain, I'd tried to find a compromise, but every time I reached out, it felt like they were just shutting me down. They were all so focused on making sure Lily got her perfect day that they didn't seem to care about what it was costing me. A few days before the wedding, Lily texted me, asking if I'd reconsidered. She said she understood that I was hurt, but Greg means a lot to her and has been such a help during the planning. She said she hoped I'd see things differently and come, even if I didn't feel comfortable with Greg being part of it. I felt like she still wasn't getting it, like she was refusing to see how this decision hurt me. It wasn't just about discomfort. It was about feeling betrayed. I told her as much, saying I just couldn't go. I said I'd send a gift and my love, but I couldn't be there and pretend I was okay with all of it. After that, things went silent. My parents stopped calling every day, and Lily didn't reach out again. It felt strange, like a wall had gone up between me and the rest of my family. I knew they were probably talking about me, maybe saying that I was being selfish or overdramatic. It stung, but I kept telling myself that I needed to stand my ground. I wasn't doing this to hurt anyone. I was doing it to protect myself. But it didn't make it any easier to deal with the silence. The day before the wedding, my mom called one last time. She sounded upset, saying that everyone was disappointed in me for not showing up for family, and that I'd regret this decision for the rest of my life. She said, "Olivia, if you don't come to this wedding, things might never be the same between you and Lily. You might be burning this bridge for good." Hearing that hit me hard. I felt this deep sadness, knowing that my relationship with my family might never recover. But I also knew that if I went, I'd be betraying myself. I told her again that I couldn't go, and she just sighed and said, "I hope you know what you're doing." The day of the wedding, I spent the whole morning feeling this mix of guilt, anger, and sadness. I knew Lily and the family would be together, celebrating without me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been shut out. Part of me wanted to just go, to show up and be there for my sister, but the other part of me knew it would be a disaster. I kept imagining seeing Greg up there beside her, laughing, joking, like he belonged there, while I sat alone in the crowd, pretending it didn't bother me. Later that day, I got a text from my cousin who was at the wedding. She said the ceremony had been beautiful, that Lily looked amazing, and everyone was having a great time. She didn't mention my absence, but it felt like a subtle reminder that life was going on without me. I couldn't help feeling this deep sense of loss, like I was mourning a relationship I'd never get back. As the day went on, I kept checking my phone, half expecting someone from my family to reach out, but no one did. It was as if I'd been erased from the whole event. as if my choice not to be there meant I no longer mattered to them. It was a hard pill to swallow, realizing that they'd moved on without me, that my absence hadn't really made a difference to them. I started to wonder if I'd made a huge mistake, if I'd thrown away my relationship with my sister over something that, in the end, didn't even matter to anyone but me. Since the wedding, things have been tense with my family. My mom texted me a couple of times, but her messages were short and cold, like she was still angry. I haven't heard from Lily at all. It's like there's this unspoken understanding that I crossed a line, and now I'm on the outside. I keep going over everything in my head, wondering if I should have just swallowed my pride and gone, even if it hurt. But every time I think about it, I feel that same sense of betrayal and hurt all over again. Now I'm left wondering if I really did the right thing. Did I protect myself? Or did I just ruin my relationship with my family for nothing? Did I cross a line by choosing my daughter's health over my wife's wishes? I'm Ethan, 42, and I'm here because I'm honestly not sure what I could have done differently, or if I've totally messed things up in my marriage. My wife, Leela, and I have always had our differences when it comes to certain things, but we've managed to work around them, mostly. She's really into holistic health stuff like essential oils, meditation, natural remedies, and she believes in them so deeply that it's part of her entire approach to parenting. I don't mean to sound dismissive, because I know she means well and truly believes this is the best path. I, on the other hand, am a bit more practical, I guess. I trust medicine, doctors, science. I've tried to respect her beliefs, but recently, this difference in our approach has come to a head, and I'm starting to wonder if I've crossed a line I can't uncross. Our daughter, Zoe, is 9. She's a smart, lively kid who's usually full of energy, which is why I first started worrying when she began acting so off. It was small at first. She was just a little more tired, a bit irritable. I figured it was school stress or maybe a growth spurt. But then she started complaining about headaches. And I'm not talking little headaches, I'm talking about her holding her head, squeezing her eyes shut, saying it hurts so bad she could barely think. She also seemed dizzy sometimes and would lie down on the couch for hours, not really wanting to play or talk. It got to a point where her teacher even called us in, saying she noticed Zoe seemed distracted and less engaged in class. This wasn't like her at all. I tried to bring it up with Leela multiple times. I'd say, maybe we should have a doctor look at her, just to be sure. Every time, Leela would shut it down, saying it was unnecessary and that Zoe was just overwhelmed. She'd say, kids these days have so much pressure. It's just stress, and she needs some time to decompress. I even offered to make the appointment myself, but she'd get defensive and say that I needed to trust her judgment. I wanted to keep the peace, and I didn't want to make it seem like I didn't trust Leela's approach, so I let it go. I told myself maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a phase, like she said. But Zoe didn't get better. If anything, things started getting worse. She'd wake up in the middle of the night, clutching her head, saying it hurt. She'd ask me if I thought something was wrong with her, and I'd try to reassure her, but I could see the worry in her eyes. I'd bring it up to Leela again, and she'd tell me that I was putting unnecessary worry into Zoe's head, that I needed to calm down. She'd say, "You're making it worse by stressing her out." I'll admit, that got to me. I started second-guessing myself, wondering if I was, in fact, the one overreacting. After all, Leela was her mom too, and she wanted the best for Zoe, just like I did. But in the back of my mind, I still felt uneasy. Then last week, it all came to a head. It was a Wednesday night, and Zoe had just gotten home from school. She looked pale, like she hadn't slept in days, and I could tell she wasn't herself. Leela was already home, making tea, and Zoe walked over to me, just standing there, looking like she didn't even have the energy to speak. I asked her if she was okay, and she just shook her head, then grabbed onto my arm. Then, without warning, she sort of stumbled, like her legs couldn't hold her up. I grabbed her before she could fall, and my heart was pounding, because I'd never seen her like that. I called Leela over, saying something was really wrong, and maybe we should take her to get checked out. But Leela just looked at her, took a deep breath, and said she'd make some calming tea, that Zoe just needed to relax. I could see Zoe was scared. She clung to me, asking if something bad was happening to her. I looked at Leela, trying to reason with her, but she insisted that Zoe just needed to rest. She told Zoe to lie down on the couch, saying she'd feel better after a nap. Zoe did as she was told, but I could see she was still in pain, and it was tearing me apart. Leela went back to the kitchen, and I just stood there, watching Zoe lying there, her face scrunched up in pain, and I thought, I can't keep doing this. I can't just sit here and wait. So, I made a choice. I didn't want to make it behind Leela's back, but I didn't feel like I had a choice anymore. I picked Zoe up, gently, trying not to scare her, and told her we were going to the hospital. I didn't ask for Leela's permission, I just did it. I could hear Leela calling out, asking what I was doing, but I didn't look back. I knew if I stopped, if I tried to explain it to her, we'd end up in another argument, and nothing would change. So I kept walking, and Zoe and I left. At the hospital, they took us in pretty quickly, seeing that Zoe was in real pain. They ran a few initial tests, blood work, some basic neurological exams, and after a couple of hours, they told us there might be something going on neurologically. They couldn't say exactly what without further testing, but they mentioned a possible issue with her brain, maybe something affecting her balance or her blood flow. My stomach dropped when they said that, but at the same time, I felt like maybe I'd made the right call. Finally, someone was taking us seriously. They gave us a referral for follow-up tests and told us to come back in a few days. I felt a wave of relief that at least we were getting somewhere. The ride home was quiet. Zoe was exhausted, half asleep in the back seat, and I was trying to figure out how I was going to explain all this to Leela. I knew she'd be angry, maybe even furious, but I didn't think I'd regret what I did. I was prepared for a difficult conversation. I knew we'd argue, but I figured we'd work through it somehow. When we walked through the door, Leela was waiting for us. The look on her face was pure anger. She didn't say a word to Zoe, just looked right at me, and I could tell this wasn't going to be a simple discussion. I sent Zoe upstairs to get ready for bed, and once she was out of earshot, Leela let loose. She accused me of overreacting, of making Zoe anxious and scared for no reason, and of disrespecting her as a parent. She said I'd undermined her judgment and made a medical decision without her consent. I tried to explain why I did it, that I couldn't watch Zoe suffer anymore, that I needed to know if something was wrong. But every word I said just seemed to make her angrier. Now it feels like there's a massive divide between us, and I don't know how to fix it. Since that night, things in the house have been tense, to say the least. Leela and I have barely been able to have a normal conversation without it turning into something tense or awkward. When we're around Zoe, we try to keep it civil, but it's like there's this giant wall between us, something we're both aware of, but don't want to directly address. It's like neither of us wants to be the one to make the next move, and we're both stuck in this silent standoff. Leela has been cold and distant, and every now and then, she'll give me this look that tells me exactly how she feels about what I did. Zoe, on the other hand, is still not herself. She has good days and bad days, but it's obvious that whatever's going on hasn't just magically resolved. Some mornings, she wakes up and seems fine. But then by the afternoon, she'll be complaining of dizziness or another headache. I can see that she's trying to act normal, maybe to keep the peace. But even she can feel the tension between me and Leela. It's like she's caught in the middle, and I hate that I've somehow put her in this position. I tried once to bring up what happened with Leela, thinking maybe we could at least talk through it, find some kind of common ground. But it didn't go well. She kept saying I didn't respect her perspective, that I made her look like the bad guy by taking Zoe to the hospital without her. She even went so far as to say I was undermining her entire approach to parenting. That hurt because I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to do what I thought was right for Zoe at that moment. But every time I tried to explain that, she'd just cut me off, saying I was making excuses. She kept repeating that she couldn't trust me anymore, that I'd crossed a line. The worst part is that she told her family. Now, her parents and even her sister are treating me like I'm the villain. I've been getting these long, condescending texts from her mom about how a healthy family needs to trust each other, and how I should apologize to Leela for disregarding her opinions. Her sister even called me, saying I should have known better than to rush to conclusions, and that I put Zoe through unnecessary trauma. I tried to defend myself, but they wouldn't hear it. They kept siding with Leela, telling me that she knew Zoe best, and that I should have listened to her. Now, it feels like I'm not just up against Leela, but her whole family as well. This whole thing has left me second-guessing myself. I keep replaying that night in my head, wondering if I did the right thing, or if I really did overstep. I keep thinking about how Zoe looked that night, the fear in her eyes, and I can't shake the feeling that I did what I had to do. But at the same time, I wonder if maybe I should have tried harder to convince Leela first, to find a way to get her on board, instead of making that decision alone. It's like I'm caught between feeling justified and feeling guilty, and it's eating me up. Meanwhile, Leela is still insisting that I apologize not just to her, but to Zoe too. She keeps saying that Zoe doesn't need to go through all these medical appointments, that it's stressing her out more than helping her. She insists that she knows our daughter best, that if we just gave her time and space, she'd get better. But from where I'm standing, Zoe's not getting better. I don't know if Leela is refusing to see it, or if she's just holding on to this belief that natural remedies will fix everything. But I'm reaching a point where I can't ignore what I'm seeing. I brought up the idea of seeing a pediatrician together, hoping it might be a middle ground. I thought maybe if we heard it from a doctor in a setting we both agreed on, she'd be more open to understanding my side of things. But she shot it down immediately, saying she didn't want to put Zoe through more unnecessary stress. She said that if I kept pushing, I'd only be making things worse for everyone. It was like every time I tried to find a way to resolve this, she just put up another wall, and I was left feeling more isolated than ever. I can see how much this is affecting Zoe, too. She's become quieter, more reserved. She used to be this bubbly, outgoing kid, and now it's like she's carrying the weight of this whole situation on her shoulders. I'll catch her looking between me and Leela, like she's trying to figure out what's going on. And it kills me to see her caught in the middle like this. I never wanted any of this to happen. I thought taking her to the hospital would help, that it would give us some answers, but instead, it's like it's torn our family apart. At night, when everyone's asleep, I find myself lying there, just staring at the ceiling, wondering how things got this bad. I keep wondering if maybe I should just apologize, even if I don't fully mean it, just to get things back to normal. But then I think about Zoe, and I remember why I did what I did. I just wanted her to be okay, and I'm not sure I can apologize for that, even if it's what Leela wants. It feels like no matter what I do, I'm in a lose-lose situation. A few days after I suggested seeing a pediatrician together, Leela came up with a different idea. She thought we should take Zoe to a naturopath instead. She said it would be a more balanced approach, one that wouldn't put Zoe through the intensity of another doctor visit. I could see she was trying to meet me halfway, at least in her own way, and I didn't want to immediately dismiss her suggestion. so I told her I'd consider it, even though, honestly, I was skeptical. I've never really believed in naturopathy, but I figured maybe it would be a compromise that could keep some peace between us and possibly help Zoe. So I agreed. And we made an appointment with a naturopath that Leela had found through one of her holistic health groups. The session was interesting. The naturopath talked about Zoe's energy balance and recommended some herbal supplements and dietary changes. She also suggested things like aromatherapy, saying certain essential oils might help with Zoe's headaches and stress. I could see Leela was happy with this approach. She kept nodding along, looking relieved that we were finally doing something natural for Zoe. But all I could think about was how none of this seemed like it would address the real issue. I wanted answers, something more concrete. I wasn't convinced that essential oils and herbal teas were going to solve what I suspected might be a neurological problem. Still, I didn't argue in front of the naturopath. I kept quiet, letting Leela have her way, hoping maybe this would calm things down between us, at least for a while. For the next couple of weeks, we followed the naturopath's recommendations. Leela put Zoe on a strict diet, made her take the supplements, and started using the essential oils around the house. She was fully committed, and I could see she was hopeful. But Zoe wasn't improving. If anything, her headaches seemed to be getting worse, and she was still as tired as ever. I brought it up to Leela, saying maybe we needed to try something else, but she brushed it off, saying that healing takes time and that I needed to be more patient. I was reaching my breaking point. I felt like I was failing Zoe by going along with this, but at the same time, I didn't want to make things even worse with Leela. I kept hoping that maybe, somehow, Leela would come to see that this wasn't working and that we needed to try a different approach. But she just kept doubling down, telling me that I was the one making things harder by being so negative about it all. One night, Zoe came to me, looking exhausted, and asked if she'd have to keep taking the supplements and oils. She told me she didn't like how they made her feel, that the taste of the supplements was horrible, and the oils gave her a headache. Hearing that broke me a little. I realized I couldn't keep going along with this if it wasn't even making Zoe feel better. I wanted to tell her she didn't have to, that we'd figure something else out, but I felt trapped. I told her to talk to her mom about it, hoping maybe Leela would listen if it came from Zoe herself. When Zoe did talk to Leela, it didn't go well. Leela insisted that the supplements were necessary and that Zoe would get used to them. She even told Zoe that she'd feel better if she trusted the process and stayed positive. I could see Zoe was frustrated, but she didn't argue. She just nodded and went back to her room. Later, she came to me and asked if there was something really wrong with her, if that's why she had to keep taking all these things. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her everything would be fine, but I couldn't lie to her. I told her we were just trying to figure out what would help her feel better. At that point, I knew I had to do something more, even if it meant risking my relationship with Leela. I couldn't sit by and watch Zoe suffer without answers. I decided to schedule a follow-up appointment with a pediatric specialist, the kind who could look deeper into her symptoms and give us some real guidance. I didn't tell Leela right away. I knew she'd be furious, but I felt like I had no other option. Zoe's well-being had to come first. When I finally told Leela about the appointment, she was beyond angry. She accused me of going behind her back again, of not respecting her as a mother. She said I was making Zoe feel sick by constantly implying something was wrong with her, that I was the one causing the stress and anxiety in our home. I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to undermine her, that I just needed some peace of mind, but she wouldn't hear it. She said if I took Zoe to that appointment, she wouldn't come with us, and that I'd be doing it alone. I went through with the appointment anyway. I didn't want to go without Leela, but I also couldn't let Zoe down. The specialist ran a few tests, and after some initial evaluations, he mentioned that he'd seen cases like Zoe's before. He thought there might be a neurological component, possibly something to do with blood flow to the brain. and he wanted to do more tests to confirm it. Hearing that was both terrifying and a relief. I finally had someone validating my concerns. Now, here I am, stuck in the aftermath. Leela is barely speaking to me. She's made it clear that she feels completely betrayed, and that she doesn't know if she can trust me anymore. She says I've ignored her parenting style and beliefs, that I've disregarded her at every turn. She's talking about needing space, saying she's not sure if our relationship can survive this. I feel like I've lost my family over trying to do what I thought was best for our daughter. I don't know how to make things right with Leela, or if I even should, given how differently we see things now. I'm questioning everything: my choices, my approach, whether I should have handled things differently. I just wanted Zoe to be okay, but now it feels like I might have lost everything in the process. Did I do the wrong thing by taking my daughter's health into my own hands? Should I have respected Leela's wishes, even if it meant ignoring my instincts as a parent? Story 3. Did I ruin my family's tradition by keeping my daughter's diagnosis a secret? I'm Olivia, 36, and a single mom to an amazing 8-year-old daughter named Sophie. My family and I are pretty close-knit. We have this long-standing tradition of Sunday dinners at my parents' house. These dinners are more than just a meal. They're like the family's weekly check-in where everyone is supposed to catch up, vent, celebrate, and sometimes argue. It's almost like this unspoken rule that we have to be open about what's going on in our lives, and everyone's got to be there unless there's a serious reason to miss it. Honestly, I always thought it was nice, kind of grounding. We can all go about our busy weeks and then reconnect on Sundays. But now, I'm not so sure. A few weeks ago, Sophie was diagnosed with autism. The process started because I'd noticed certain things about her. She's quieter, more sensitive to loud noises, and sometimes needs her own space in a way other kids don't. I'd brushed it off for a while, thinking maybe she was just a bit more reserved or shy, like some kids are. But then her teacher started mentioning that Sophie seemed to struggle with things like group work or following along in class when there was too much going on. So, after a lot of thinking, I decided to have her assessed. When we finally got the diagnosis, it hit me hard. I'd had suspicions, but hearing it confirmed was different. I felt a mix of emotions: sadness, relief, worry, and even some guilt, like maybe I hadn't noticed enough, hadn't done enough. Sophie is still my Sophie, the same little girl I love with everything I have. But now there's this label, and it changes things. It affects the way I need to parent her, the way I need to support her. And honestly, I felt like I needed some time to sit with it, to process what this means for us. The thing is, I didn't tell my family about her diagnosis right away. Not because I didn't trust them, but because I didn't want it to turn into this big family thing right off the bat. My mom, in particular, can be overwhelming when it comes to fixing problems. She's the type who will read every article, suggest every possible therapy, and then want to dissect it over Sunday dinners, probably for weeks. And I just wasn't ready for that. Sophie and I needed space to understand what this diagnosis means without everyone else's input. I didn't want to risk people projecting their own ideas onto her, or making her feel different before she even had a chance to figure things out for herself. So I kept it to myself, even during those couple of Sunday dinners after we got the news. I tried to act as normal as possible, even though inside, I was thinking about it constantly. There was this strange feeling like I was holding back this big thing from them, something that would eventually have to come out. But I told myself I was doing the right thing by waiting until I was more ready. At first, everything seemed fine. I could smile and nod through the usual family updates and drama without much fuss. I felt like maybe, just maybe, I could keep it to myself a bit longer without anyone noticing. But it turns out, my mom is much more perceptive than I gave her credit for. A few weeks into this, we were at another Sunday dinner. I'd tried to keep things as normal as possible, not letting on that anything was going on. I thought I'd been doing a pretty good job, but my mom must have noticed something was different with Sophie that night. She was a bit quieter than usual, probably because she was still adjusting to the new routines we'd put in place. Part of her diagnosis included some behavioral strategies we were working on, and they were still new to both of us. So Sophie wasn't exactly herself, at least not in the way my family knew her to be. It started off with little things, like Sophie not wanting to sit through the whole dinner, or getting a bit fidgety when everyone was talking loudly at the table. My mom noticed and shot me a few questioning looks, but I tried to play it off. I figured if I could get through the night without any major incidents, I could avoid having to explain things before I was ready. But the more the night went on, the more my mom seemed to get suspicious. She kept watching Sophie, probably picking up on every little thing that was different. After dinner, my mom pulled me aside in the kitchen. She looked concerned and said, "Is everything okay with Sophie? She seems different tonight." I tried to brush it off, saying she was just having an off day, or maybe she was tired. But my mom wasn't buying it. She kept pressing, asking if something was going on that I wasn't telling her. And in that moment, I felt trapped. I hadn't planned on telling anyone yet, but I could feel the pressure building, like I couldn't hold it in anymore. My mom has this way of asking questions that makes you feel like you're being interrogated, and it's hard to avoid giving her an answer. Finally, after a lot of back and forth, I told her. I told her that Sophie had been diagnosed with autism. I thought it would maybe help her understand, that she'd be supportive and understanding. But instead, she just looked at me like I'd slapped her. She was hurt, maybe even a little angry, and all she could say was, "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" I tried to explain that I needed time, that I didn't want to overwhelm Sophie or myself, but it was clear she didn't get it. She felt like I'd been keeping this big secret from the family, and it was like she took it as a personal betrayal. Before I knew it, my brother was involved too. He overheard us talking, and he came into the kitchen, asking what was going on. When I told him, his reaction wasn't any better. He looked at me like I was some sort of villain, saying that I should have told them right away, that it wasn't fair to keep them out of something this important. He even went so far as to say I was being selfish for not letting them in, like I was shutting them out of Sophie's life. It all happened so fast. One moment, I was trying to explain myself, and the next, I was being bombarded with accusations and hurt feelings from both my mom and my brother. My dad was in the other room and didn't hear everything, but he came over at one point, trying to calm things down. He was more neutral, asking me to explain why I felt like I needed to keep it private. But by then, the damage was done. My mom and brother were already hurt and angry, and nothing I said seemed to make a difference. I didn't know what else to do. I stood there, trying to defend my decision, but I could see that no matter what I said, they weren't going to understand. They kept coming back to the idea that I didn't trust them, that I didn't think they were supportive enough to handle it. And maybe part of me did worry about how they'd react. But mostly, I just wanted time for Sophie and me to adjust without all the extra input. But they couldn't see that. All they saw was that I'd kept something important from them, and they felt betrayed. By the time I left that night, things felt strained and tense. I could tell my mom was upset, and my brother wouldn't even look at me. I went home with Sophie, feeling like I'd made the biggest mistake. I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I should have told them right away, if that would have made things easier. But deep down, I knew that I still believed I did what was best for Sophie and me. I just didn't know how to make them see that. Now, I was left trying to figure out how to move forward with my family, feeling like I'd somehow let everyone down, even though I'd tried to do what felt right for me and Sophie. After that Sunday, things have been different with my family. My mom barely talks to me now, and when she does, it's distant, like she's putting up this wall. It's like I broke some kind of unspoken rule by not telling her right away about Sophie's diagnosis. And my brother, he's been even colder. He doesn't say much, but when he does, it's clear he thinks I was selfish for keeping it from them. He'll drop these little comments about family being there for each other or how important honesty is. and it's obvious they're meant for me. It feels like they're both punishing me for making a decision that, at the time, felt necessary. I've tried to explain myself a few times, tried to get them to understand why I didn't say anything at first. I told them it wasn't about trust or keeping them out of our lives. I just needed time to adjust, to help Sophie adjust without feeling the weight of everyone's opinions. I thought I was protecting her, giving her the space to come to terms with things without everyone around her knowing before she was even ready to understand it herself. But they keep coming back to the same point, that family is supposed to be there for each other, no matter what. And to them, me keeping it to myself felt like I was rejecting that support, even though I honestly didn't feel ready for it. I decided to skip the next Sunday dinner. I felt like maybe some distance would help cool things off. Maybe if I gave them a bit of time, they'd be able to see where I was coming from, and we could talk about it more calmly. But skipping dinner only made things worse. I got a message from my mom later that night, saying she was disappointed in me for avoiding them, that I was letting this drive a wedge between us. She didn't understand that I wasn't trying to pull away. I just didn't know how to face them when they were so hurt and angry. Even my dad, who's usually the more level-headed one, seemed affected. He called me afterward, asking why I didn't come and saying that avoiding the family wasn't going to fix anything. He tried to be gentle, but I could tell he was frustrated too. He didn't outright say it, but there was this feeling that he thought I was making things worse by keeping my distance. It's like they think I'm punishing them or something, but I'm really just trying to figure out how to fix this without causing more hurt. Now, it's gotten to the point where I don't even feel welcome at these dinners anymore. My mom hasn't invited me since I missed that one, and when I reached out to see if I should bring something for the following week, she just replied with a short, "Don't worry about it." My brother hasn't reached out either. It's like they're waiting for me to apologize or do something to make it up to them. But I don't even know what that would look like. I've already explained why I kept things private, and I've tried to be understanding about how they feel. But nothing seems to change. I feel stuck, like no matter what I do, I'm going to end up losing something important. If I keep pushing to explain myself, I risk making them feel like I'm invalidating their feelings. But if I back down and just apologize without really meaning it, then I feel like I'm betraying myself and the decision I made to protect Sophie. I keep going back and forth in my head, trying to figure out if I was wrong for keeping it a secret in the first place, or if my family is just overreacting. I'm not sure where to go from here. Part of me wants to just keep my distance and hope that time will make things better. Maybe if I stay away for a bit longer, they'll be able to see my side. But then, I worry that the longer I wait, the deeper this rift will become, and I'll lose the close relationship I've always had with my family. It's like every decision I make just makes things worse, and I'm running out of options. So, was I wrong for withholding my daughter's diagnosis from my family? Or was it reasonable to keep it private for a while, even if it hurt them? Story 4. Am I wrong for telling my sister I can't be her caregiver anymore? I'm Alex, 29, and for the last 2 years, I've been my older sister Lisa's full-time caregiver. Lisa has a degenerative disease, one that gradually affects her mobility, strength, and overall ability to take care of herself. She's only 31, but in a lot of ways, it's like she's aging faster than the rest of us. Our parents live in a different state, and although they help financially, all the hands-on care falls on me. I'm the one cooking, cleaning, bathing her, taking her to appointments, everything. I love her, and I've tried my best to make this work. But I'm starting to realize I'm losing myself in the process. It wasn't always like this. A couple of years ago, Lisa was still independent. She'd always been the big sister, the one who looked out for me. I didn't think twice about stepping in to help when she first started showing signs that she couldn't do everything on her own. It started small, giving her a ride here and there, helping her with groceries when she got tired too quickly to go on her own. But gradually, the little things turned into bigger things, and suddenly, it was clear that she needed full-time care. Our parents couldn't move back to help her, and the thought of putting her in a home felt wrong. She's my sister. I love her, and I didn't want her to feel abandoned. At first, I was able to manage it all. I still had a bit of a life outside caregiving. I work full time, but my boss was understanding enough to let me work remotely sometimes so I could be home with Lisa. My friends would drop by and check in on me, and I'd even manage to keep dating. But as her illness progressed, her needs increased, and my time for anything outside of her care just disappeared. I stopped going out as much, and eventually, I stopped dating altogether. My days off became errand days for her, filled with doctor's appointments, therapy sessions, and runs to the pharmacy. My friends still checked in, but I could tell they were getting frustrated when I kept canceling plans. Eventually, the invites slowed, and before I knew it, my whole life revolved around Lisa. I don't want to make her sound ungrateful, but there's been tension between us. She's never said it outright, but I can feel the frustration coming off her sometimes. She used to be the independent one, always so proud of her accomplishments, and now she needs her younger sister's help with the most basic tasks. I get that this must be humiliating for her, but sometimes I feel like she takes her anger out on me. She's said things that hurt, implying that I don't really care about her, that I'm just doing this because I have to. I keep my mouth shut because I don't want to make things harder than they already are, but it gets to me. I don't think she realizes how much I've given up, or if she does, she doesn't show it. Last weekend, I decided I needed a break. It was one of my close friends' birthdays, and they invited me to a small gathering. I told Lisa about it days in advance, made sure she'd have everything she needed, and reminded her that I'd only be a text away if she needed me. I hadn't gone out in months, so I figured she'd understand that I needed one night for myself. Just one night to not be the caregiver. The night started great. It felt so good to be around people, laughing and catching up, actually relaxing for a change. For a few hours, I could almost pretend that things were normal again. Then, my phone started buzzing. I glanced at the screen and saw Lisa's name pop up. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she needed help with something small, or she was just checking in. But when I picked up, she immediately started going off about how I'd abandoned her and how she was stuck at home with no one to help her. I tried to calm her down, explaining that I'd be back soon and that she was safe. I reminded her that she'd been okay on her own for longer stretches before, but she wasn't having it. She kept saying how she felt like I didn't care, that if I really loved her, I wouldn't leave her alone for a night. She even threw in that I was only helping her because I had to, not because I actually cared about her. I'd heard this line before, but for some reason, in that moment, it felt like the last straw. I'd sacrificed so much for her, and she was acting like it was nothing. It was like all the frustration and resentment I'd been holding back just bubbled over. I told her I was done, that I couldn't keep living like this. I said we needed to find someone else, someone who could give her the attention and care she wanted, because I didn't know how much more I could give. Since that night, things between Lisa and me have been incredibly tense. She barely says a word to me now, unless it's to ask for something. The usual chats we'd have, the times I'd try to cheer her up or bring some normalcy into her day, are completely gone. She's shut down, and honestly, it feels like she resents me. It's like all those little moments that used to give her some joy have disappeared, and I can tell she blames me for it. After the argument, I thought maybe she'd cool down, that she'd understand I just needed one night. But it seems like, to her, my asking for a break was basically the same as abandoning her entirely. The guilt has been eating me alive, and she's not helping. Every time I see her, she gives me this look, this mix of anger and disappointment, like she's saying, "I knew you didn't really care." It's exhausting. I can barely keep myself together at work, and I come home dreading what I'll walk into. It wasn't long before my parents found out. Lisa must have called them, because I got a call from my mom asking me what happened. She said Lisa told her I'd quit on her, that I was ready to leave her to fend for herself. Mom was disappointed but tried to understand my side. She told me she could hear how stressed I was and offered to come down for a bit to help. I appreciated it, but the fact that Lisa felt the need to involve them hurt. I thought we could handle this between the two of us, but now it feels like I'm the villain in everyone's eyes. Mom and Dad have made it clear they don't want Lisa in a facility or with a stranger coming in to help her. They think it would hurt her more, make her feel isolated, which, trust me, I get. But that leaves me with no options. I tried telling them that I can't keep doing this alone, that it's too much for one person, but they don't seem to understand. They keep telling me how grateful they are for everything I've done, but all it does is make me feel more trapped. It's like I'm stuck in this role forever because no one wants to face reality. Lisa needs more help than I can give, but everyone's pretending like I should just be able to handle it. I've tried to talk to Lisa about it, to explain how drained I am, and that we need to figure out a way for her to get more support. But every time I bring it up, she shuts me down. She says I'm the only one she trusts, that no one else could understand her like I do. She tells me I'm abandoning her if I leave, that she'll feel like I'm giving up on her. She doesn't see that by staying, I feel like I'm giving up on myself. It's a cycle that feels impossible to break. I feel selfish even thinking about walking away. But at the same time, I know I can't keep doing this. The worst part is that I don't even know if she's wrong. Maybe I am abandoning her. Maybe I am selfish. There are times when I wonder if I'm being unreasonable, if I should just tough it out and keep going for her sake. But then I think about what I'm missing out on. I think about how isolated I feel, how I've lost touch with most of my friends, and how I don't remember the last time I did something for myself without feeling guilty. It's like my whole life has become about her, and I don't know who I am outside of that anymore. In the back of my mind, I keep thinking about how this will play out in the long run. Lisa's condition isn't going to get better. If anything, it'll get worse. If I'm struggling now, how will I cope in a year? 5 years? What happens if I burn out completely? I keep picturing myself years down the line, totally alone, with nothing to show for it except a sense of duty I can't escape. It's not that I don't love her. I do. But I also have this need to be more than her caregiver, to have a life of my own. And it feels like that's slipping further and further away with each day that passes. I know I need to make a decision, but every option feels wrong. After weeks of this constant tension, I finally hit a breaking point. I'd been holding everything inside, trying to keep going, hoping things would somehow get better, but they haven't. If anything, it feels like the situation's only gotten worse. Every day, I wake up dreading what's coming. I feel like a stranger in my own life, living on autopilot, just going through the motions. I've started resenting Lisa, and then hating myself for feeling that way. She's my sister, and she didn't ask for any of this. I know she's suffering, but so am I, and there's no one in my life who seems to understand that. One night, after a particularly rough day at work, I came home and found Lisa in a foul mood. She didn't say much, just kept giving me these looks, making it obvious that she was upset. I was exhausted, emotionally and physically, and I didn't have it in me to play her guessing games. I finally asked her, bluntly, what was wrong. She looked at me with this expression that was half anger, half hurt, and told me she didn't understand how I could abandon her like I did that night. She brought up the party again, as if it had just happened yesterday, even though it's been weeks. She went on and on about how she could never trust anyone else to take care of her, that I'm her only family here, and that my wanting a break made her feel worthless. I stood there, feeling this mix of frustration, anger, and guilt building up inside me. Part of me wanted to shout, to tell her exactly how much I've sacrificed, how many nights I've stayed up worrying about her, how many times I've put my own life on hold for her. But I didn't. I just listened, feeling smaller with every word she said. I realized she doesn't see me as a person with my own needs. To her, I'm just the caregiver, the one who's supposed to be there no matter what. without question. It hurt, but it was like something finally clicked. After she finished, I told her, as calmly as I could, that we needed to figure something else out. I said I couldn't keep living like this, that I needed some sort of balance, or I'd end up breaking down completely. I mentioned the possibility of getting extra help, maybe a professional caregiver to come in a few days a week, just to give me some breathing room. Lisa didn't want to hear it. She said she didn't trust anyone else, that I was the only person who knew how to take care of her the way she needed. She made it sound like I was trying to abandon her, like I was selfish for even suggesting it. I tried to stay calm, to explain that it wasn't about abandoning her, but about being able to keep doing this long term. I told her that if things kept going the way they were, I wasn't going to make it. She looked at me, her expression hardening, and she told me that if I really loved her, I wouldn't be thinking about outsourcing her care. She made it clear that, to her, this wasn't even a discussion. She expected me to stay, to keep doing everything the way I had been, and any suggestion otherwise was a betrayal. After that conversation, I felt completely defeated. I went to bed that night wondering how I'd gotten here, how everything in my life had become about taking care of someone else, while slowly losing myself in the process. I thought about all the things I'd given up, the friends I'd lost touch with, the relationship that had fallen apart because I couldn't give any time to it. I realized I didn't even know who I was anymore outside of being Lisa's caregiver. And the worst part was, no one else seemed to care. It was like my entire identity had become about taking care of her, and my own life didn't matter. A few days after that conversation, I tried one more time to talk to our parents about finding more support for Lisa. I told them I was reaching my limit, that I needed help, or I wouldn't be able to keep going. My mom listened, but I could hear the disappointment in her voice. She told me she understood it was hard, but that family was about sacrifice, about being there for each other, even when it was tough. She reminded me that Lisa didn't have anyone else, and that my leaving would break her. I hung up feeling even more trapped, like no matter what I did, I'd be the one in the wrong. Now I don't know where to turn. Every option feels like a betrayal, either to Lisa or to myself. Part of me thinks I should just push through, keep going, and accept that this is my life now. But another part of me can't let go of the fact that I deserve a life too. I'm scared that if I keep doing this, I'll end up resenting her so much that our relationship will be destroyed anyway. I don't know how to balance caring for her and caring for myself, and no one around me seems to understand. So, am I wrong for wanting my life back, even if it means leaving my sister in someone else's care? Story 5. Am I wrong for asking my brother's estranged wife to leave my wedding reception? I'm Sarah, 32, and I need to talk about my wedding day because it ended up being way more complicated than I ever thought it would be. I'd been dreaming of this day, and I spent months planning every detail to make sure it would go smoothly. It was supposed to be a celebration, a day without drama, but my brother Tom and his estranged wife, Lisa, made sure that didn't happen. And now, I feel like maybe I made a huge mistake that's only worsened the family situation. To give some context, Tom is my older brother, 36, and he's been going through a messy split with Lisa for over a year. I used to be close with Lisa, she was family to me for years, and we had our own connection. But everything changed once their separation got ugly. I tried to stay neutral, but as they fought over finances and custody of their 2 kids, it was impossible not to get pulled into their drama. Tom would call me to vent, and my parents were constantly in the middle, trying to be supportive while struggling with what to say or do. So, while I still felt some sympathy for Lisa, I sided with Tom. He's my brother, and as much as I missed her, I couldn't fully ignore how hard he'd taken it. Leading up to the wedding, I knew that inviting Tom and not Lisa would be the safe call. She wasn't technically divorced from him, but they'd been separated for long enough that it felt appropriate. Plus, with everything that happened, I didn't think she'd want to show up. Tom was planning to bring his kids, and I thought that was enough to make it feel like family. I didn't want any weirdness on what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. The day of the wedding, things were going as planned. The ceremony was beautiful, and I was so relieved everything was finally happening. I felt this sense of joy and excitement that I hadn't felt in a while. I was able to relax a bit and actually enjoy myself at the reception, spending time with friends and family, dancing, laughing. It was exactly what I wanted. Then, out of nowhere, I see Lisa standing there in the middle of the reception hall, and she had the kids with her. My stomach dropped. I had no idea she was coming. Lisa walked up to me with this apologetic look on her face and told me she'd brought the kids because they wanted to be part of the family photos. She mentioned that they were really disappointed when they realized they wouldn't be in them. She said she didn't want to cause a scene and just wanted to drop by quickly so the kids could feel included. I was caught off guard, but in that moment, I didn't want to create a huge issue, so I went along with it. I figured, well, she's here now, and it might be easier to just let it go. But just as I was trying to keep calm about it, I caught a glimpse of Tom. He was standing across the room, staring right at us with a look of pure anger. He looked so hurt and furious, and I knew immediately that he wasn't okay with Lisa being there. He made his way over, and I could tell from his expression that he wasn't planning on being subtle about his feelings. He barely said a word to me before he started to confront Lisa, his voice sharp and low enough that only we could hear. Now, I'm standing there between my brother and his estranged wife, feeling trapped. Tom kept telling me that this was exactly the kind of attention-seeking behavior he expected from her, that she was just here to get sympathy and make him look bad. He told me he felt disrespected, that this was his chance to finally enjoy a family gathering without any drama, and now she had ruined it. I didn't know what to say to him. I tried to reason with him, explaining that she only wanted to be here for the kids, that it wasn't about him. But he was having none of it. Standing there, I started feeling torn in two directions. On one hand, I understood why Tom was angry. He's been through hell with this separation, and I can see why he wouldn't want her there, why he'd want a break from her even on my wedding day. But on the other hand, I saw Lisa standing with the kids, and they looked happy to be around family. I was starting to feel guilty, wondering if maybe I'd been too harsh not inviting her in the first place. But Tom's words kept ringing in my head that she was only here to make him look bad, and the way he said it, with so much resentment, started to make me question everything. To add to the awkwardness, I could feel the tension starting to spread. Guests were beginning to notice that something was off, and I could see some of them whispering or glancing our way, probably wondering why there was this strange vibe around us. Here I was, on my wedding day, caught in the middle of my brother's messy situation. I could feel my own joy slipping away, replaced by this weight of guilt and frustration. I knew I had to make a choice, and I hated that it had come to this. So, feeling like I had no other option, I pulled Lisa aside and quietly asked if she would consider leaving. I tried to explain as gently as I could that Tom was uncomfortable, that I didn't want to create more drama than there already was. She didn't argue with me, but I could see the hurt on her face. It was like she understood, but at the same time, it was clear that she hadn't expected to be asked to leave. The kids looked confused, too, and I felt this pang of guilt when they realized they'd have to go. As I watched her gather her things and quietly slip out with the kids, I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I'd just made a huge mistake. Once Lisa and the kids left, I thought that would be the end of it, but the tension didn't go away. Tom didn't just go back to enjoying himself like I'd hoped. Instead, he was visibly upset and kept his distance from me for most of the night. Anytime we happened to be near each other, he looked at me with this disappointed, almost betrayed expression. I tried to focus on my friends, my new husband, and the rest of my family, but it felt like there was this big shadow hanging over the whole evening. It was the exact thing I'd wanted to avoid. It didn't help that some guests noticed what happened and were now talking about it. A couple of my cousins asked me why Lisa and the kids left so suddenly, and I could tell they were uncomfortable. A family wedding is supposed to be about coming together, not kicking people out. I could tell they thought the whole thing was strange, maybe even a little heartless. And honestly, I started wondering if they were right. I kept replaying the moment in my head, asking myself if I'd made the wrong call. Part of me was frustrated at Lisa for showing up uninvited, but another part of me felt guilty for not just letting her stay. As the night went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd let everyone down. I felt like I'd disappointed Tom by not backing him up right away, and I disappointed Lisa by asking her to leave. And the kids, I couldn't stop thinking about how confused they looked. They're young, and they don't really understand all the adult issues going on between their parents. For them, I'm their aunt, someone who's supposed to make them feel welcome and loved. And instead, they've been asked to leave a family event because of a situation they didn't even fully understand. It made me sick to think about it. I tried to put it out of my mind and enjoy the rest of the evening, but it was like I couldn't escape the lingering tension. Tom eventually left early, which felt like a punch to the gut. I'd wanted him to stay, to be part of the celebration, but it was clear that he didn't want to be there anymore. His leaving felt like he was sending me a message, like he was saying, "You chose her over me." Even though I'd asked Lisa to leave, it was like Tom couldn't get over the fact that I'd let her in at all. After the reception ended, I finally had a chance to talk to my parents about it. They were supportive, but clearly stressed out by everything that had happened. My mom seemed sad about the whole situation and mentioned that she didn't think Lisa had meant any harm by coming. My dad, on the other hand, said he thought I did the right thing by asking her to leave, that it wasn't fair to Tom to let her stay and make him uncomfortable. But I could tell even he wasn't fully convinced. The whole family was split, and now I was left feeling even more unsure of what I'd done. Over the next few days, I tried to reach out to Tom to talk things through, but he wasn't exactly receptive. He'd respond to my messages, but they were short, almost cold. It was obvious he was still upset, and he didn't seem interested in having a real conversation about it. I could feel our relationship becoming strained, and it hurt. He's my brother, and I didn't want this to be something that drove a wedge between us. But at the same time, I felt like he was being unreasonable. It was my wedding day, and I felt like I'd been put in an impossible position. I couldn't please everyone, and now it seemed like no matter what I'd done, someone would have been upset. I also couldn't stop thinking about Lisa and the kids. I felt guilty about how things had ended, but I wasn't sure how to make it right. I considered reaching out to her, maybe apologizing for the way things had gone down, but I hesitated. I was worried that talking to her might just make things worse with Tom. If he found out I'd been in touch with her, he might see it as me choosing sides, and I didn't want to fuel any more resentment. So I stayed silent, hoping that eventually the whole thing would blow over, that maybe everyone would just forget about it and move on. But the more time that passed, the more I realized that wasn't going to happen. The family felt different now, fractured. Anytime I saw Tom, things were awkward and tense. Our parents seemed uncomfortable around us, probably not wanting to take sides or make things worse. And it wasn't just me and Tom who were affected. I noticed that other family members seemed cautious around us, like they didn't know how to act or what to say. I started feeling like I'd unintentionally created this rift that was rippling out and affecting everyone. The worst part was, I didn't know how to fix it. I'd hoped that after the wedding, I'd have some distance from all the drama, that I could just start my new life with my husband and move forward. But now it felt like this whole situation was hanging over me. A constant reminder that one decision can have consequences I never anticipated. It's like I couldn't escape it, no matter how hard I tried to move on. I kept thinking about what I could have done differently, how maybe if I'd handled things just a little better, none of this would have happened. But it was too late to change anything now. I kept thinking about reaching out to Lisa, wondering if there was a way to clear the air without making things worse with Tom. Maybe if I just explained myself, she'd understand that I didn't mean to hurt her, that I was just trying to keep the peace. But every time I thought about it, I hesitated. The idea of making things even more complicated with Tom was holding me back, and I felt trapped in this no-win situation. Eventually, I decided to talk to my husband about it. He'd been supportive through the whole ordeal, but I could tell he was frustrated too. He'd wanted our wedding to be a day of celebration, not something that would leave me feeling guilty and conflicted. He told me he thought I'd done the best I could under the circumstances, that it wasn't my job to fix everything between Tom and Lisa. But even with his support, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd let everyone down. It's been a couple of weeks now, and the tension is still there. I can't shake this feeling that I made the wrong choice, that by asking Lisa to leave, I may have damaged my relationships with both her and Tom. And now, every time I think about it, I wonder if there's any way to make things right. As more weeks passed, things didn't get any better. If anything, it felt like the whole situation was getting worse. Tom and I hardly talked, and when we did, it was brief and awkward, like he was only speaking to me out of obligation. I could feel this tension between us that had never been there before. It was like this invisible wall had gone up, and I didn't know how to break it down. I kept thinking back to my wedding day, wondering if I'd been too harsh, if I'd made the wrong call, but every time I tried to talk to him about it, he brushed me off or changed the subject. It got to the point where I felt like I was losing my brother over this one decision, and that was tearing me up inside. Tom had always been one of the most important people in my life. Growing up, we'd been close, and even though we didn't always agree on everything, I'd always felt like I could rely on him. Now, I didn't even feel like he wanted me around. I could tell he was still angry, and maybe even a bit hurt, and I hated knowing I was the cause of it. But at the same time, I didn't know how to make it right. I kept telling myself that I'd done what I thought was best at the time. I'd tried to keep the peace, to make sure Tom felt comfortable on my wedding day. But I couldn't help but wonder if I'd misjudged the situation. Maybe I'd been too quick to assume that Lisa's presence would ruin everything. Maybe I should have just let her stay and trusted that everyone would keep it civil for a few hours. Now, it felt like I'd sacrificed too much just to keep things drama-free, and it hadn't even worked. To make matters worse, I hadn't seen Lisa or the kids since the wedding. Part of me wanted to reach out to her, but I was afraid of the fallout if Tom found out. He'd probably see it as another betrayal, and I didn't want to give him any more reasons to resent me. But the guilt was eating away at me, especially when I thought about the kids. They hadn't done anything wrong, and yet they'd been caught in the middle of all this family drama. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd let them down, that I'd failed as their aunt. My husband kept trying to reassure me, telling me that this would all blow over eventually, that Tom just needed time to cool off. But weeks had turned into months, and I was starting to lose hope. I felt like I was stuck in this endless loop of guilt and regret, constantly second-guessing every choice I'd made. I wanted to believe that things would go back to normal, but it was hard to see how that would happen when Tom barely looked at me anymore. Finally, I decided that I couldn't keep avoiding the issue. I reached out to Tom and asked if we could talk, really talk. I told him I wanted to clear the air and try to understand where we both stood. To my surprise, he agreed, and we ended up meeting at a coffee shop a few days later. I was nervous, unsure of what to expect, but I knew that if I didn't try to fix this, things would only get worse. When we sat down, there was this heavy silence between us. I didn't even know where to start, so I just apologized. I told him I was sorry for how everything had turned out, that I never meant to hurt him or make him feel uncomfortable. I admitted that I'd been caught off guard when Lisa showed up and had panicked, that I hadn't thought everything through. I explained that I'd only asked her to leave because I thought that's what he wanted, that I was trying to keep the peace for everyone's sake. Tom listened, but I could tell he was still upset. He told me that he'd felt blindsided, that he couldn't believe I'd let her stay even for a minute. He said it felt like I was choosing her over him, that I hadn't respected his feelings or his need for boundaries. Hearing him say that hurt, but I understood where he was coming from. I knew he'd been dealing with so much, and I'd only added to his stress on a day that was supposed to be about family and celebration. By the end of our conversation, we'd made some progress, but things still felt tense. He didn't outright say that he forgave me, but he agreed to try to move past it. I felt relieved, like maybe there was a chance to rebuild our relationship. But I knew it wouldn't be easy, that this wouldn't be something we could just forget about overnight. After meeting with Tom, I decided to finally reach out to Lisa. I figured it was only fair to give her an explanation, and maybe even an apology. I didn't know how she'd react, but I felt like I owed her that much. I sent her a message, telling her I was sorry for how things had gone down and explaining that I'd only asked her to leave because I thought it would be best for everyone. I told her I regretted how things had ended, that I wished there had been a way to avoid all the drama. Lisa responded politely, but I could tell she was hurt. She said she understood why I'd made the choice I did, but that it had been hard on the kids, who didn't understand why they'd had to leave. Reading that made me feel even worse, knowing that I'd unintentionally hurt my nieces and nephews. Lisa didn't say much else, but she mentioned that she hoped we could all find a way to move forward, for the sake of the kids. I appreciated her response, but it only made me more aware of the mess I'd created. Now, I'm left wondering if I could have handled everything differently, if there was a way to avoid all the hurt and tension. My relationship with Tom is still strained, and I'm not sure if things will ever fully go back to the way they were. Lisa and I are on polite terms, but there's this underlying awkwardness that wasn't there before. And every time I see the kids, I feel a pang of guilt, knowing that they were caught in the middle of something they didn't ask for. I keep replaying that day in my mind, wishing I'd made a different choice, wondering if I could have found a way to make everyone feel included without causing so much drama. I wanted my wedding to be a day of joy and family, but it ended up being a day that fractured us even more. Now I'm stuck trying to pick up the pieces, unsure if things will ever truly heal. Did I make the wrong decision by asking Lisa to leave, even though I thought it was the best choice at the time? Story 6. Am I wrong for refusing to let my stepdaughter move in after she turned her life around? I'm Anna, 48, and I work as a nurse manager. I have 2 teenage sons with my husband, who's been with me for more than a decade now. My husband has a daughter from his previous marriage, Sarah, who's 24. To be honest, our relationship has been rocky since the beginning. Sarah and her dad were close before her parents divorced when she was 12, but everything changed after that. For a long time, it seemed like she blamed him, and even me, for everything wrong in her life. She spent her teenage years rebelling, constantly at odds with her father, and she didn't seem to want me in her life either. As the years went by, things only got worse. Sarah dropped out of college, got involved in some bad stuff, substance abuse, a series of toxic relationships, in and out of different living situations. Every time she hit a rough patch, she'd briefly reach out, usually asking for money or trying to guilt her dad into helping her out in some way. And while I sympathized with her situation, I also wanted to protect my family, especially my sons. We'd let Sarah stay for a while here and there, but it always ended up messy. She'd leave suddenly, or we'd have to ask her to leave because things would get out of hand. Our house isn't a big place, and every time she stayed, it felt like we were all walking on eggshells, just waiting for something to go wrong. To put it simply, I had mentally distanced myself from Sarah, which might sound harsh, but it was the only way I knew to keep my own sanity and keep things peaceful for my kids. My teenage sons barely know her, honestly. They know she's their half-sister, but she hasn't really been part of their lives in any meaningful way. I'm not even sure they'd recognize her if they passed her on the street. They were young when she was around more often, and she hasn't visited regularly in years. It's been easier that way, and honestly, I felt relieved each time she was gone, because I could focus on our lives, and not the drama she inevitably brought with her. A few months ago, we heard she had gone to rehab, and after that, She apparently got a steady job. I thought it was good news for her, and I was glad she was getting her life on track. But I didn't think much of it beyond that. I figured she was doing her own thing and wouldn't need us as much anymore. And maybe I'd sound like a terrible person to say this, but I didn't want her coming back into our lives. Every time she had before, it caused tension and stress that took weeks to settle, and I wasn't willing to go through that again. Then, one evening after I'd just come home from a long shift, Sarah showed up at our door out of nowhere. I barely recognized her at first. She looked different, healthier, more put together. She had a couple of bags with her, and this hopeful look on her face. I felt my stomach drop. She hugged her dad, and he looked like he was about to cry from happiness. He was so happy to see her, but I felt blindsided. There was no call ahead, no heads up that she was coming. I wasn't prepared to handle a big emotional reunion after a tiring day at work. After a few minutes of awkward greetings, she finally got to the point. She wanted to move in for a while. She said she wanted to stay with us to rebuild her relationship with her dad and start fresh somewhere safe. The way she said it, it was like she assumed it was a done deal. I could feel this sinking feeling in my chest because, in my mind, all the past issues and conflicts were flooding back. My husband was all smiles and hugging her again, and I felt like the bad guy just for not jumping up and down with joy. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't help feeling ambushed. It's not that I don't believe in second chances, I do. But with Sarah, it's been years of the same cycle. She'd come in, things would get intense, and it would just add stress to everyone. Her presence, whether she meant it or not, created an atmosphere of chaos. My sons are at an impressionable age, and I've always worried about how having Sarah around might affect them. They don't know the details of her past, and I don't want them to. I want them to feel safe and stable, not to constantly worry about someone else's problems, disrupting our home life. But here she was, looking hopeful, asking to stay. She said she needed a few months to get stable, and while I could see her sincerity, all I could think about was what that would mean for us. My husband, of course, didn't hesitate. He was overjoyed, saying things like, "Of course you can stay here, and we'll figure it out." I just stood there, feeling like I was sinking. It's not like I didn't want her to do well. I just didn't know if I could handle her being under our roof again. At that moment, I knew we needed to talk about it. So I asked if we could sit down and discuss everything. It wasn't going to be a comfortable conversation, but I wasn't about to let this decision be made without addressing my concerns. The next day, we sat down as a family to talk about Sarah moving in. It was me, my husband, and Sarah, with my 2 sons in the other room. I felt this tightness in my chest the whole time, knowing that I was probably going to be the only one with objections, and that would make me the bad guy in their eyes. I started by saying that I was glad Sarah was trying to get her life back on track, and that I could see how hard she was working to turn things around. But I also wanted her to understand that moving in with us, even for a short time, wasn't a decision we could take lightly. I had concerns about how it would affect our household, especially our boys, who had already been through a lot just by dealing with her past appearances in our lives. Sarah's reaction was immediate. She looked hurt and angry, and before I even finished explaining myself, she jumped in, accusing me of holding her past against her. She said that all she was asking for was a chance to show that she's changed, and that I couldn't even give her that without making her feel like she was still the same person she used to be. It felt like she wasn't even trying to understand my side, just ready to be defensive, which only made me more hesitant. My husband looked at me with this disappointed expression, and I could tell he was siding with Sarah. He's always been softer on her, even when things were at their worst. He has a huge heart and wants to believe the best in people, especially his daughter. And I get it, she's his child, and he feels like he's getting another chance to connect with her. But it didn't seem fair that he was ignoring all the chaos she's caused in the past, or the potential impact on our boys. The whole discussion felt like I was trying to walk a tightrope, trying to explain my concerns without sounding like I was blaming her for everything that had happened before. But Sarah wasn't having it. She said that she had nowhere else to go, and that her own father's house was supposed to be a place she could turn to when she needed help. She kept pushing the point that she's doing everything she can to change, and that if we didn't believe in her now, then she didn't know if she'd ever really feel like part of the family again. At that point, my husband started chiming in, saying that maybe we could give her a chance, just for a few months, to help her get settled. He was almost pleading with me, asking me to reconsider and let her prove herself. I felt trapped. I could see where they were both coming from, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that this was just setting us up for another round of the same old problems. I told them that if we were going to consider this, there would need to be boundaries and rules, things that we could all agree on to avoid any unnecessary drama. Sarah scoffed at that, saying she wasn't a child and didn't need to be treated like one. She said that it wasn't fair to put conditions on her living situation when she was just trying to fix things and do better. By this point, I was feeling totally outnumbered. It was clear that Sarah saw me as an obstacle rather than someone trying to protect the family, and my husband wasn't backing me up the way I'd hoped he would. I could tell he was just as emotionally caught up as she was, wanting to help her without really thinking about the practical side of things. And honestly, I was starting to feel like the villain of the story, just for trying to protect my kids from getting pulled into more family drama. After a lot of back and forth, I finally agreed to think it over. I told Sarah that I needed some time to process everything and figure out what would be best for everyone involved. She didn't look happy, but she reluctantly agreed to give me some space to think about it. My husband didn't say much after that, but I could tell he was frustrated with me. The rest of the evening was tense and uncomfortable, with both of them avoiding me and giving each other sympathetic looks like they were in this together, and I was the outsider. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept going over everything in my head, trying to figure out if I was really being unfair, or if I had a right to stand my ground on this. I kept thinking about my sons and how they'd react to having Sarah around. They're good kids, but they don't fully understand everything that's happened with her over the years. They've seen her come and go, seen the arguments and the stress she's caused, but they don't know the details. I've tried to shield them from that as much as possible. I didn't want them to grow up thinking that chaos was normal, that family means constant upheaval and unpredictability. And now, here I was, being asked to let Sarah move in and hoping that things would somehow be different this time. The next day, I reached out to a family therapist, hoping we could get some guidance on how to handle the situation. I was told there'd be a wait of a few months for an appointment, which felt like a dead end. In the meantime, I started asking around, trying to get advice from friends and family members who knew our situation. Most of them were sympathetic, but a few suggested that I should be more forgiving, that Sarah deserved another chance if she was genuinely trying to change. I felt torn, like no matter what choice I made, someone would get hurt or feel abandoned. After a few days of thinking, I approached Sarah with a compromise. I suggested she come visit regularly, and that after a few months of building trust, we could revisit the idea of her moving in. I thought it was a reasonable solution, one that would give her a chance to rebuild her relationship with her dad and prove she was serious without jumping straight into cohabiting. But when I brought it up, Sarah was clearly not happy. She said it felt like a test, and that I was setting her up to fail. She accused me of not actually wanting her around, of trying to find an excuse to keep her out of the family. Her words hit hard. I could see she was angry and hurt, and that no matter what I said, it wouldn't be enough to convince her that I was just trying to protect my family. She stormed off, and my husband looked at me, completely defeated. He didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. I felt like I was losing him too, that by standing my ground, I was creating a divide between us. But I couldn't shake the feeling that letting her in without boundaries would only lead to more heartache down the line. A few days passed, and things between my husband and me stayed tense. He was distant, spending more time alone, clearly disappointed and frustrated that I wasn't more open to having Sarah move in. I could tell he thought I was being unfair, but he didn't want to argue anymore. Instead, he just kept to himself, which honestly made me feel even worse. I hated the silence between us, but I still felt like I was doing what I needed to do to protect our home. My sons sensed the tension, too, but they didn't ask questions. They're old enough to know something was off, but they probably thought it was just one of those typical parent disagreements. One morning, I woke up to find my husband had already left for work. But he left a note on the kitchen counter asking me to seriously reconsider letting Sarah stay for a month. He said it would mean everything to him, and that he really believed she'd changed. He wrote that he wanted to believe in her, to give her a chance to be part of our lives in a real way, and he couldn't do that without my support. I felt this huge weight on me reading his words, and part of me wanted to give in. I didn't want him to feel like I was stopping him from reconnecting with his daughter. But I still couldn't shake my worry about what this could mean for our family, especially if things went south. That night, after dinner, I brought it up to him. I told him I'd been thinking about it, and I was willing to give Sarah a trial period month as long as we had clear rules and boundaries. I suggested she could stay in the guest room, help out around the house, and contribute something small financially, even if it was just groceries. I wanted her to show she was responsible and wouldn't fall back into the old habits we'd seen before. My husband agreed quickly, almost too quickly, like he was just relieved I'd finally said yes. He didn't ask for details about the rules or talk through the boundaries with me. He just wanted her here. I could feel that tightness in my chest again, like I was about to lose control of the situation. A couple of days later, Sarah moved in. She seemed nervous but excited, which made me feel a little more hopeful. She greeted her brothers warmly, although they seemed unsure about how to react. I could tell they didn't fully understand why she was here, but they were polite. At first, things were smooth. Sarah kept to herself mostly, spending time with her dad and helping around the house. She'd clean up after meals, offer to do errands, and seemed genuinely invested in staying on good terms with everyone. I was cautiously optimistic, thinking maybe this would work out after all. But after the first week, small things started to happen. She'd leave dishes in the sink, forget to pick up groceries she'd promised to grab, or sleep in late and miss planned family activities. They were minor issues, and my husband brushed them off, saying it was just part of adjusting. But to me, it felt like a warning sign, like the beginning of her slipping into old habits. When I brought it up with her, she got defensive, saying she was doing her best, and that I was expecting too much from her right away. My husband asked me to ease up, saying I was looking for problems where there weren't any. I felt isolated, like I was the only one seeing these patterns. The tipping point came about 2 weeks into her stay. She'd gone out with some friends and came back late, waking up the whole house when she tried to sneak in around midnight. My sons were both awake, asking why she was coming in so late and if everything was okay. It was like a flashback to the old days, and I could feel that same anxiety creeping back. When I confronted her the next day, she dismissed it, saying she was an adult and didn't need a curfew. I told her that if she wanted to stay with us, she needed to respect the house rules and think about how her actions affected everyone else. That led to a huge argument. Sarah accused me of treating her like a child, saying that I didn't actually want her to succeed and was just waiting for her to mess up. My husband tried to calm things down, but it felt like he was taking her side again, telling me I needed to give her space to adjust and that I was being too controlling. I felt completely misunderstood, like I was trying to keep our family stable and safe, but no one else saw it that way. Sarah ended up storming out, slamming the door behind her. She didn't come back that night, and my husband and I barely spoke. The next morning, Sarah returned with an apology, saying she hadn't meant to cause trouble. She promised she'd respect the house rules going forward. But by then, I was already feeling exhausted, worn out by the constant tension and the feeling that my concerns were dismissed. I wanted to believe her apology, but part of me worried that this was just a temporary fix, and we'd be back in the same spot soon enough. Now I'm stuck. My husband is fully invested in helping Sarah, and I feel like I'm risking our relationship by not being fully on board. My sons are confused, picking up on the tension, but not understanding why things feel off. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by keeping my guard up, or if I'm just pushing Sarah away and making things harder for everyone. I'm torn between protecting my family and giving her a real chance to change. Am I wrong for not fully trusting Sarah and wanting to keep boundaries in place, even if it means risking my marriage and the peace in our home? Story 7. Am I wrong for refusing to be my estranged father's caregiver when he suddenly needs me? I'm Evelyn, 30, and I've been pretty estranged from my father for most of my life. He left when I was just a kid, barely old enough to know what was going on. My mom and I had to figure things out on our own, and she worked 2 jobs just to keep us afloat. Honestly, the memories of those years are a mix of pride in my mom for getting us through and bitterness toward him for abandoning us. I've been living with this feeling for so long that I don't think I could shake it even if I wanted to. Growing up, I barely heard a word about him, and it didn't help that my mom tried to keep everything positive. She would tell me to focus on what's in front of me, rather than on the questions I kept asking about him. Eventually, I stopped asking. She's moved on now, in her own way, and she even seems to have forgiven him, though I never really understood why. I didn't. I kept all that resentment with me, kept it stored away somewhere inside. In my mind, he was out of the picture, and that's how I wanted it to stay. I'd built my life around that absence, or maybe despite it. Either way, I was doing fine without him. So, you can imagine my shock when last week, out of the blue, I got a message from my cousin, Sarah. We hadn't spoken in years, so seeing her name pop up on my phone felt strange. I wasn't sure if it was good or bad, but I felt this pang of unease right away. Turns out I was right to feel that way. She didn't waste any time before getting to the point she told me that my father, the same man who walked out on us without looking back, was now living nearby, bedridden and alone. He'd somehow ended up just a few miles away from me. But I hadn't heard a thing until now. It was like he'd snuck back into my life without warning, even if he was only barely in it this way. Sarah kept going, saying he'd been struggling and now needed full-time care. And here's where it really hit me. She told me that since I'm a social worker, I'm perfect for the job. She even tried to make it sound like some family duty, like it was my role to step in because family should look after family. Her words made my stomach turn. It's almost laughable. Really, the man who left his family is suddenly owed care by the very person he abandoned. How does that make any sense? She laid it on thick, too, going on about how he doesn't have anyone else, how his health is deteriorating, and how hard it's been for him. I'm not sure if she thought that would get to me or what, but all I could think about was the years he left us to struggle on our own. The idea of family duty never meant a thing to him back then, so why should it mean something to me now? I thought I'd grown immune to this kind of guilt trip, but Sarah's words had a way of sneaking under my skin. She seemed convinced that he deserved my help, that I was somehow the one failing him by not stepping in. It didn't sit right with me, but it still got to me, if I'm being honest. After I ended the call, I spent hours replaying the conversation in my head. It felt surreal, like I'd somehow stepped into someone else's life for a moment. I hadn't thought about him in years, hadn't needed to. And suddenly, I was expected to take responsibility for him, just because I happened to be the one in the family with experience in caregiving. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I went from feeling annoyed to angry to confused, all in the span of a few hours. No matter how I tried to reason it out, it didn't make sense. Why did his choice to leave suddenly put an obligation on me now? I could feel the anger coming back, that old resentment I'd kept buried for so long. I hadn't asked for this. I didn't need this complication in my life. At one point, I tried calling my mom, hoping she'd tell me I was right to feel this way, that I didn't owe him anything. She's always been a lot more forgiving than I am, but I thought she'd see it my way this time. But she surprised me, like she always seems to do when it comes to him. She told me to think about it, to consider what I might regret later. She even said that seeing him, maybe even forgiving him, could bring me peace. Peace? I thought I'd already made my peace by leaving him in the past. And now, she's telling me to reopen that chapter. I felt betrayed in a way, like she wasn't seeing what this was putting me through. It was easy for her to forgive him, but she didn't have to deal with him showing up in her life like this. Her words messed with my head more than I'd like to admit. I spent the rest of the week in a fog, feeling like I was stuck between two versions of myself. The part of me that wanted to stay as far away from him as possible, and this strange, almost curious part that wondered if maybe there was something to be gained by seeing him again. I hated that I was even thinking this way, that Sarah and my mom had gotten under my skin enough to make me question myself. It felt like they were all pushing me into something I didn't want, something that felt wrong. In the end, I decided to go see him just once. I told myself, just to know that I'd done it, that I'd gone and looked him in the eye and made my choice based on that. I wasn't planning on changing my mind. I went into it ready to walk away, no matter what happened. But even then, I could feel this little shred of doubt, this annoying voice in the back of my mind that wouldn't let me rest until I'd actually gone and faced him. So, there I was, standing outside this shabby little care facility, feeling like I'd made a huge mistake. The place looked like it had seen better days, and I felt this wave of resentment again, like even in this, he'd somehow managed to let things go. I almost turned around and left right there, but something kept me there, glued to the spot. It wasn't out of pity or concern. It was something more complicated, something I didn't quite understand. When I finally went inside, I had this heavy feeling in my chest, like everything I'd bottled up was sitting there, waiting to burst. When I finally walked into that room, the sight of him hit me harder than I expected. My father was lying there, looking a lot older than I'd imagine. Frail, honestly, almost unrecognizable. His hair was thin, his skin looked too pale, and he had this lost look, like he didn't really know what was happening around him. Part of me felt sorry for him, but another part just kept thinking about how I was standing here for someone who couldn't be bothered to stick around for me. It was awkward, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was watching a stranger. I guess, in a way, I was. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at me, like he wasn't even sure who I was. When he finally spoke, it wasn't an apology or an acknowledgement of what he'd done. No, he went straight into his current situation, talking about how hard things had been for him, how he'd ended up in this place with no one around. Not a word about the past, about the years he'd been missing from my life. He just focused on himself, as if nothing else mattered. Hearing him talk like that, like he was the only person in the room who'd ever suffered, brought back all the anger I thought I'd buried. I'd come here hoping, in some strange way, that maybe there'd be some sort of explanation, something that would help me understand why he'd walked out on us. But he didn't mention it, not once. He just kept talking about his hardships, almost like he expected me to feel sorry for him. I felt like I was being dragged back to those days when I used to wonder why he'd left, why he didn't care enough to stay. I tried to keep my distance emotionally, tried not to let him get to me, but it was harder than I thought. Standing there, listening to him complain about his life, I felt this overwhelming sense of frustration. Here he was, the same man who'd disappeared without a trace, now wanting my sympathy, my time. It felt wrong. I'd spent so many years building a life that didn't involve him, and now he was acting like we could just pick up where he'd left off, as if I owed him something just because he was my father. I couldn't take it after a while. I told him I needed to leave, that I had things to do, and he just looked at me, almost like he was disappointed. But he didn't ask me to stay or try to explain himself. He just let me go without a fight. It felt strange, like he wasn't even interested in trying to make things right. It was almost like he expected me to come back, to be there for him just because he was in a bad situation now. On the way home, I felt like I'd been thrown into some kind of emotional whirlwind. Part of me was relieved that he hadn't tried to force a connection, but another part of me was angry, like he'd somehow failed me all over again by not even trying to reach out. I'd spent so long imagining what it would be like to finally confront him, to get answers, but none of that happened. It was like he couldn't be bothered to even acknowledge what he'd done, as if he'd somehow managed to erase the past in his mind. I wanted to talk to my mom about it, but I didn't know how to even begin explaining what I was feeling. She'd told me to think about what I might regret, to see if there was any chance for peace. But after that visit, I just felt more lost. It was like everything I'd thought about him, everything I'd held on to, was still there. But now, with this added layer of frustration and confusion, I couldn't understand how he could just ignore everything that had happened, as if it didn't matter, as if he hadn't left a huge impact on my life by walking out. A few days went by, and I tried to focus on work, on anything that would keep my mind off him. But then, the calls started. First, it was Sarah. Then a few other family members I hadn't spoken to in years. They'd heard that I'd visited him, and they seemed to think that meant I was stepping up to take care of him. I couldn't believe it. They acted like I was the solution to his problems, like I had some kind of obligation to take him in and care for him just because I'd shown up once. Sarah was relentless, going on about how he doesn't have anyone else and how he needs family right now. She kept saying that he'd made mistakes, but that family should be there for each other when it matters. I tried explaining that I didn't feel any sense of duty toward him, that he'd lost any claim to my loyalty the day he left, but she just wouldn't let it go. It was like she couldn't see past her idea of family, even when it clearly didn't fit this situation. I could feel the pressure building, and it wasn't just from Sarah. Other relatives started chiming in, saying things like, "You're his daughter, and you have the skills to help him." They made it sound like I was some kind of villain for not stepping in, for not doing what they thought was right. But where were they when my mom and I were struggling? Where was this loyalty to family when we were left on our own? It felt like they were asking me to ignore everything I'd been through, to pretend like the past didn't matter just because he needed me now. At one point, I even tried to reason with Sarah, to get her to see my side. But it was pointless. She kept insisting that he was a different person now, that he'd been through a lot and needed support. But all I could think about was how he'd left us to go through our own hardships alone. I wasn't sure how she expected me to just move past that, to forget years of resentment and hurt, because he was finally facing the consequences of his own actions. I felt torn, like there was this internal battle going on between what everyone else seemed to think was right and what I felt was right for me. I didn't want to be responsible for him, didn't want to open up all those old wounds just because he was in a bad place. I'd worked hard to get where I was, to build a life that didn't involve him, and now it felt like everyone was pushing me to give that up, to go back to a role I'd never even had a chance to play. It all started weighing on me, this pressure from everyone around me. I'd told myself I'd moved on, that I didn't need his approval, his acknowledgement. But now, with all these people telling me what I should do, I started to wonder if maybe I was being too harsh, if maybe I'd regret walking away. As the calls from family kept coming, I started feeling more and more trapped. It was like everyone had decided that my life didn't matter, that I was supposed to just step in and clean up a mess I never created. They kept throwing around words like duty and obligation, like those were supposed to magically erase years of abandonment. I tried tuning them out, but they'd leave messages, texts, even voicemails that all had the same theme, that he was family and I should be there for him. It got to a point where I'd see their names on my screen and feel nothing but frustration and anger. The worst part was that they all seemed to think it was so simple. They didn't know what it felt like to grow up without a father, to watch my mom struggle just to keep a roof over our heads, while he was off living his life without a care in the world. None of them seemed to understand what it was like to have that absence shape your entire childhood, to spend years feeling unwanted, abandoned. And now, because he'd hit a rough patch, I was supposed to forgive everything and take care of him like none of it mattered. I tried talking to my mom about it again, hoping she'd see how much this was affecting me. She listened, and she was sympathetic. But she still kept saying I should think about the future, about how I'd feel once he was gone. She brought up things like closure, forgiveness, the peace that might come from letting go of the past. I could tell she believed it, that she really thought I might regret not helping him later. But I just couldn't see it that way. To me, forgiveness wasn't some magical solution that would erase all the years of pain. If anything, the idea of forgiving him just felt like I'd be giving in, letting him off the hook for something he'd never even acknowledged. But as much as I hated to admit it, the guilt was starting to creep in. Not because I thought he deserved my help, but because everyone kept telling me that it was the right thing to do. Part of me wondered if maybe I was being too stubborn, holding on to the past too tightly. But then I'd think about the years he was gone, about all the birthdays, graduations, and milestones he missed. I'd think about how he never even tried to reach out, how he'd just disappeared and left us to figure things out alone. And every time I thought about those things, any shred of guilt would disappear. Still, the pressure wasn't going away. It felt like no matter what I said or how I tried to explain myself, no one would listen. They were all so convinced that this was my responsibility, that I was being heartless for even hesitating. I tried blocking some of the calls, just to get a break from it all. But then Sarah would text me from a different number, or another cousin would reach out, as if they'd all decided to take turns convincing me. It was exhausting, and I felt like I was losing control over my own life. In the end, I knew I had to make a decision. I couldn't keep going back and forth, letting everyone else tell me what I should do. So, I went back to see him one last time, just to make things clear, to say my piece and finally put an end to it. I told myself this was it, that after this, I'd walk away for good, no matter what anyone else said. When I got there, he looked worse than before, even weaker, more fragile. For a second, I almost felt sorry for him, almost felt that pull to reach out. But then he started talking again, complaining about how hard things were for him, how he'd been abandoned. It was the same thing as before, the same self-pity, without a single word about what he'd put us through. It was like he couldn't even see past his own problems, like he was still the same selfish person he'd always been. I told him straight out that I couldn't do this, that I wasn't going to take care of him. I didn't hold back. I told him how he'd abandoned us, how he'd left us to struggle on our own. I told him about the years I spent wondering why he didn't care enough to stay, about the anger and pain I'd carried because of him. And he just sat there, staring at me, as if he didn't even understand what I was saying. There was no apology, no sign of remorse, just that same look of self-pity, like he was the only one who'd ever been hurt. After that, I walked out. I didn't wait for him to respond, didn't give him a chance to say anything else. I just left, feeling this mix of relief and anger. I thought I'd feel better, that saying everything out loud would finally give me some peace. But instead, I just felt empty, like I'd been pouring all this energy into something that would never give me the closure I was looking for. Now, the calls from family are worse than ever. They're saying I was cruel, that I should have shown compassion, that he's my father, and I should be there for him. But they weren't there when he left. They didn't see what it did to us. They don't understand what it's like to live with that abandonment, to build a life around an absence. And as much as I try to ignore them, their words still get to me. I keep wondering if maybe I should have handled it differently, if maybe they're right, even though every part of me feels like I did the only thing I could. Am I wrong for refusing to be my estranged father's caregiver when he abandoned me as a child and still doesn't take responsibility for it? Story 8. Am I wrong for setting boundaries with my estranged father, even though he's dying? I'm Emma, 32, an architect in a pretty fast-paced city. Things have been going pretty well for me career-wise, but personally, it's been a roller coaster. My father, who's 68, just came back into my life after being gone for, honestly, most of it. He was never the dependable dad growing up. He was always the cool, free-spirited musician that everyone seemed to like. But he'd vanish just as quickly as he'd show up. I think my mom got used to him drifting in and out over the years. But for me, it left this hollow feeling every time he didn't show up for something important. Birthdays, school recitals, graduations, all the things where other kids had their dads cheering them on. I just had my mom. When I was a kid, I didn't really get it. I knew other kids had fathers who lived with them, who took them on trips or helped them with their homework. My dad was more like a character who would randomly appear and then disappear again, leaving a trail of chaos behind him. He'd show up out of nowhere with a guitar on his back, sometimes a small present, and always some story about his adventures. But I'd get my hopes up, thinking maybe this time he'd stay for good, and every time I'd be wrong. He'd leave again, and I'd be left with this weird, painful mix of sadness and anger. Over time, I just learned to stop expecting him to stick around. By the time I hit high school, I'd pretty much written him off as someone who would never be a real part of my life. I poured all my focus into school, activities, anything to keep my mind off the family I didn't really have. My mom was great, don't get me wrong. She did her best to fill both roles, and she sacrificed a lot to make sure I had what I needed. But even with everything she did, there was always this lingering feeling of being abandoned by him. I tried to ignore it, bury it, but it never really went away. A few weeks ago, though, he found a way to make himself part of my life again. Out of nowhere, a friend of his who somehow kept in touch with both of us called me and said that my dad had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. I hadn't heard from him in years, so this wasn't exactly easy news to get. I was shocked, and I didn't really know how to feel. The friend told me that he'd been asking about me, that he regretted how things went, and that he wanted to make things right. She even mentioned that he wanted to see me and maybe spend some time together, while he still could. At first, I didn't want anything to do with it. I didn't know this man anymore, and frankly, I wasn't sure I ever did. He had a history of turning up when it suited him, so I couldn't help but think this was just another attempt to draw me back in on his terms. But after a lot of sleepless nights and some long talks with my partner, Mark, I finally agreed to meet him for coffee. I thought maybe it'd be a one-time thing, a way for me to get closure, maybe say my piece and move on for good. When I saw him, though, I was hit with this weird wave of emotions. He looked so much older than I remembered, and he seemed weak, fragile. It was hard to reconcile this frail, quiet man with the charismatic, wild musician I used to idolize when I was little. He was nervous, which was strange to see from him. We made small talk for a bit, mostly about my job and the city. Then he told me he wanted to make things right, which sounded just as vague and empty as it always had. But then he dropped the real bomb. He wanted to spend his final months with me, in my home. He said he didn't have anyone else, and that he wanted to make up for the lost time, to be a real father to me in the time he had left. I just sat there, stunned, feeling like the ground had been pulled out from under me. I was supposed to just take him in, act like the years of missed birthdays, graduations, and phone calls didn't matter. It was like he thought he could waltz back in and be my dad because he needed me now. I could feel this knot of anger building up in me. All those memories of being left behind, of watching my mom struggle to keep things together while he was off living his adventurous life, came flooding back. I told him I needed time to think about it, and he looked disappointed but nodded. He didn't argue, which was surprising, but I could tell he was hoping I'd say yes. Since then, the situation has only gotten more complicated. Mark and some of my closest friends think I should let him stay, that it's an opportunity to heal old wounds, to find closure before it's too late. They tell me I'll regret it if I don't let him in, that I'm being too harsh and unforgiving. I know they mean well, but they didn't live through those years with him. They didn't see the broken promises, the missed milestones, the way he'd show up just long enough to remind me of what I was missing before he'd vanish again. They don't know how hard it was to grow up feeling like I wasn't worth sticking around for. And yet, part of me wonders if they're right. Maybe I am being too hard on him. He's dying, after all, and he seems genuinely regretful, at least from what I can tell. But another part of me feels like I have every right to protect myself from the hurt he caused. I spent so many years learning how to live without him, learning not to let his absence define me. Letting him back in now feels like reopening a wound that barely had a chance to heal. Every time he calls or texts, I feel this mix of guilt and anger. He doesn't pressure me, exactly, but it's clear he wants me to say yes. And each time, it feels like he's pushing at my boundaries, testing to see if I'll let him in just a little more. I haven't told him no outright, but I haven't agreed either, and I can tell he's getting impatient. Mark says I should stop dragging it out and just make a decision. But I can't shake the feeling that no matter what I do, I'm going to end up regretting it. Either I'll let him in and risk reopening all those old wounds, or I'll keep him at a distance and spend the rest of my life wondering if I was too harsh, too unforgiving. So here I am, stuck in this impossible situation, trying to decide if I can let a man who's practically a stranger back into my life, just because he's finally ready to be a father. I spent the next week going back and forth, feeling like I was drowning in everyone else's opinions on what I should do. My friends were relentless, pushing the idea that I needed to let him stay. They'd say things like, "This could be your last chance," or "Think of how you'll feel if you don't try to reconnect." They kept telling me that I was being too hard on him, that I needed to let the past go and move forward. And honestly, I think that just made everything harder because, on one hand, I didn't want to be that person who holds a grudge forever. But on the other hand, I didn't want to feel like I was betraying myself just to make him feel better. Then there was Mark. He was more supportive, at least at first, but I could tell he didn't fully understand. He'd never had to deal with a parent who just abandoned him, who decided they had better things to do than stick around and raise him. He'd say things like, "People make mistakes," or "Maybe he really has changed." And maybe he's right, but it's just not that simple. I spent years learning to live without him. I went through all the big milestones without him there, figuring things out on my own or with my mom's help. And now, after all this time, he wants to come back just because he's dying. It just felt so unfair. But every time I thought about it, I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I was missing something. Maybe he really did regret how things turned out. Maybe he was just another person who made mistakes and wanted a second chance. That thought started to eat away at me, making it harder and harder to stand my ground. I kept replaying our coffee meeting in my mind, how he'd looked so frail and unsure. I'd never seen him like that before, and a part of me, against my better judgment, started to feel sorry for him. One night, I was lying in bed, and Mark brought it up again. He said something like, "You've been through a lot, but maybe this is a way to heal." I didn't say much because I didn't have the energy to argue, but it was clear he thought I should let my dad stay with me. Mark's a good person, and he probably just wanted me to avoid regrets. But hearing him say that, hearing him side with everyone else, made me feel like I was the one doing something wrong. I started to feel like maybe I was being too harsh, too unforgiving. And that feeling kept growing, gnawing at me every time my dad called or texted. A few days later, he sent me another message, saying he missed me and wanted to spend whatever time he had left getting to know me. He even said he wanted to be a father to me, like that would somehow erase all the years he was gone. I didn't respond right away. I just sat there, staring at my phone, feeling this strange mix of anger and sadness. Part of me wanted to believe he was genuine, that he really wanted to make things right. But another part of me felt like he was manipulating me, trying to guilt me into letting him back into my life on his terms, just like he always had. The next time I met up with my friends, the topic came up again. They were relentless, saying things like, "You'll regret it if you don't give him this chance," or "Everyone deserves a second chance." It was like they didn't understand that this wasn't just some minor argument or misunderstanding. This was years of abandonment, years of broken promises. But no matter how much I tried to explain that, they kept pushing me to forgive him, to let him in. And the more they pushed, the more I started to doubt myself. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was being too hard on him. Maybe I was just punishing him because I was still angry. I found myself replaying all the times he'd let me down, all the times he'd promised to be there and then disappeared. It was like this constant cycle in my head, bouncing between anger and guilt, resentment and regret. I'd remember how hurt I was every time he left, how disappointed I felt every time he broke another promise. But then I'd think about how sick he looked when we met for coffee, how tired and worn out he seemed, and I'd feel a pang of sympathy that I didn't want to feel. It was like I was caught between the past and the present, unable to let go of one or fully embrace the other. Finally, after days of agonizing over it, I made a decision. I figured maybe there was a way to help him without completely letting him in. I told myself that I could offer to help financially with his care, maybe check in on him every now and then, but not actually let him stay with me. It seemed like a compromise, something that would let me help him without opening myself up to all the old wounds. I told myself it was the best I could do, that I was being fair by even offering that much. When I called him to tell him my plan, I could hear the disappointment in his voice. He didn't argue, didn't try to change my mind, but he sounded so let down. He said something like, "I just wanted to spend my last days with my daughter." And for a second, I almost caved. Hearing him say that, hearing the sadness in his voice, made me question everything again. But I held firm, telling myself that I was doing what I could, that I didn't owe him more than this. But even after that call, I couldn't shake the guilt. I kept wondering if I was being too selfish, if I was letting my anger and resentment control me. Mark noticed I was still stressed about it and tried to reassure me, saying I'd done more than enough by offering to help. But I could tell he thought I should have done more. He didn't say it outright, but it was clear he thought I was making a mistake. That hurt more than I expected, and it made me feel even more conflicted. I'd gone from feeling confident in my decision to feeling like I was the bad guy. It seemed like everyone thought I was being too harsh, that I should just let him stay with me and give him a chance to make things right. And part of me wanted to believe that this could be some kind of redemption story. But the other part of me felt like I was setting myself up for more disappointment, for more hurt. So now, I'm stuck, questioning every choice I've made. It feels like no matter what I do, I'm going to end up regretting it. And the worst part is, I'm not even sure if I can trust my own feelings anymore. As the days went by, I kept trying to reassure myself that I'd made the right choice. Offering financial support, checking in on him occasionally, it seemed like a fair middle ground. But that feeling of doubt wouldn't go away. Every time I talked to someone about it, they had some opinion, and most of the time, it was that I should let him stay. Even Mark, who'd been supportive at first, started making comments like, "You might look back and regret not spending this time with him." It's like everyone had already decided that I was in the wrong, and their words just kept getting to me. My dad kept texting too. Nothing dramatic, but little messages like, "Hope you're doing well," or "Miss you, Emma." He even sent a photo of himself from a hospital bed, hooked up to tubes and looking even weaker than when I last saw him. I couldn't believe he did that. It felt manipulative, like he was trying to guilt me into letting him stay with me. But I also couldn't shake this horrible feeling that maybe he was just lonely, that he just wanted his daughter around for his final days. It was a messy, painful feeling, and I couldn't escape it no matter how hard I tried to justify my decision. Eventually, my mom called, and even she had something to say. She's been my rock through all of this. But she surprised me by saying, "Emma, he's still your father. Maybe you should think about letting him back in." I didn't expect that from her. She knew better than anyone what he put us through, and for her to suggest I should reconsider just threw me off even more. I ended up snapping at her, saying she didn't understand, which I immediately regretted. She just wanted to help. But I felt so trapped that I was pushing everyone away, and I hated myself for that. Then one night, Mark sat me down and basically said he was worried I was making a choice I'd regret forever. He told me he loved me, but he didn't understand why I was being so stubborn about this. He said I was usually such a compassionate person, and he didn't know why I was holding back now, at this crucial moment. It felt like he was questioning who I was, and it really stung. It made me feel like I was the bad guy in my own life, that everyone was seeing me as this heartless person who couldn't forgive. After that, I started avoiding my dad's texts altogether. I figured if I didn't engage, maybe the whole situation would just go away. But of course, it didn't. My friends kept bringing it up. Mark kept bringing it up. And my own guilt was always there, whispering in the back of my mind. One night, I even broke down and read through all the old messages my dad had sent me over the years, messages I'd mostly ignored. There was this pattern in them, this mix of regret and casual indifference, like he was trying to make amends without actually putting in the effort to do so. It just made everything more confusing. In the end, I decided to try one last thing. I called my dad and asked if we could meet up again. I thought maybe I could explain my boundaries more clearly, make him understand why I couldn't let him stay. He seemed excited, which just made me feel worse. We met at a small park near my apartment, and he looked even weaker than before. I'd prepared this whole speech about how I couldn't let him stay with me, how I needed to keep my boundaries intact. But the second I saw him, looking so frail and hopeful, all of that fell apart. We ended up sitting on a bench, barely saying anything at first. He thanked me for meeting him and said he understood my position. He told me he regretted not being there for me, that he wished he could go back and change things. He said he knew he didn't deserve forgiveness, but he was hoping for it anyway. And in that moment, I felt this overwhelming sadness. I realized that, despite everything, a part of me still wanted a father, still wanted that relationship I'd never had. But I also knew that letting him in now wouldn't magically fix things, wouldn't erase all those years of hurt. I told him I was willing to help with his care, to be there in whatever way I could, but that I couldn't let him move in. He looked heartbroken, but he nodded and said he understood. We sat there in silence for a while, and then he just quietly said, "I love you, Emma." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded, feeling this strange mix of relief and regret. Now, I'm stuck wondering if I made the right choice. Did I let my own pain get in the way of something that could have been healing for both of us? Or did I protect myself from more disappointment, from reopening a wound that never really healed? Part of me thinks I did what was best, but another part of me keeps asking if I was just being selfish, if I should have given him a chance to be the father he always promised he'd be. Am I wrong for setting these boundaries with my father, even though he's dying and wants to reconnect? Story 9. Am I wrong for confronting my sister-in-law after she shared my secret family history without permission? I'm Emily, 35, and I can't believe the mess that has erupted in my family after this latest dinner. All thanks to my sister-in-law, Jessica. Let me give a bit of context, because without it, I know this is going to sound pretty strange, even dramatic. My family, like a lot of families, has its fair share of skeletons in the closet, but my parents have always been pretty protective of those secrets. They came from an era where you just didn't air out your issues, especially if it involved family. So, growing up, my siblings and I knew that there were parts of our family's past that just weren't talked about, out of respect, out of a need to move forward without dragging up old pain. Most of what I knew growing up was that my grandparents had a messy, scandal-filled divorce, and that it was best to let sleeping dogs lie. That was the unspoken rule. My parents raised us with the understanding that the past is the past. And while we knew that the divorce and its aftermath left emotional scars, we never really asked questions. It was the respectful thing to do, especially for my parents, who went through a lot of emotional strain trying to keep the family together despite everything. So we grew up in this carefully constructed bubble where family gatherings were about enjoying each other's company, not about revisiting the trauma of the past. And honestly, that was fine with me. But a few months ago, as I was visiting an older aunt of mine, I started to hear a bit more about what really happened with my grandparents. She shared things with me that I hadn't heard before, things that made sense of a lot of the underlying tension and strained relationships in the family. It was heavy stuff, and to be honest, I wasn't sure if I was glad to know it. Still, I felt it gave me some insight into why my parents, especially my mom, were the way they were. But these were personal conversations, shared in private with someone who was close enough to remember the details and trusted enough to respect how painful it still was. This brings me to Jessica. Jessica married my brother about 5 years ago, and how can I put this? She's well-meaning, but she has this habit of speaking without considering how her words affect people. She's very direct, and while I usually respect honesty, sometimes she just doesn't know when to stop. She's the type who would tell you that you look tired and then add that maybe you should get more sleep because your dark circles are really bad. It's not malicious, but it's blunt, and that's something I've had to get used to over the years. So when I started learning about my family's history, I thought I'd share some of it with her, trusting her as a family member who might understand where my parents were coming from. I wanted her to have a bit of insight because, honestly, I felt she didn't quite get why my parents were so protective of their privacy and their past. And I thought it might help her appreciate the delicate nature of family boundaries. In hindsight, I can see how naive that was. This past Sunday, we had our regular family dinner. My parents host these dinners every month, and it's a tradition we all look forward to. It's simple, relaxed, and usually just a time for everyone to catch up. Jessica was there, of course, as were my siblings, their spouses, and my nieces and nephews. Everything was normal at first. My dad was carving the roast, the kids were talking about school, and my mom was busy handing out plates, trying to make sure everyone had what they needed. We were all gathered around the table, talking about our weeks and sharing a few laughs. Then, out of nowhere, Jessica starts talking about generational trauma and family secrets. At first, I thought she was just bringing up one of those generic topics that can sometimes come up. You know, the kind that people read about online and decide to analyze. But then she started getting more specific. I was confused at first, but as she kept going, it hit me. She was talking about my grandparents, about their relationship, their divorce, all of it, in front of my nieces and nephews, who are way too young to handle any of this. I felt my heart sink. My parents just sat there, looking shell-shocked. This wasn't just some vague mention or passing comment. She was going into details, some of which I'd only recently found out myself. Details that I'm still processing, things that I never thought I'd hear casually brought up over a family dinner. I kept thinking, why is she doing this? Why now, in front of everyone? Jessica just kept talking, oblivious to the reactions around her. She mentioned things about my grandfather, things that I know for a fact are deeply painful for my mom to even think about, let alone have brought up in front of her grandchildren. Jessica was practically narrating the story of my family's most painful memories, and everyone just sat there, not knowing what to say. My nieces and nephews, some of whom are only teenagers, looked totally confused. They didn't know whether to ask questions or just sit there awkwardly. My dad's face went blank, a look I've seen only a handful of times when he's trying to hold himself together. I didn't know how to react. Part of me wanted to stop her, but I felt paralyzed, like if I interrupted her, it would just make the whole thing worse. And the thing is, Jessica was acting like she was doing us all a favor. She kept saying things like, "It's important to know where you come from," and "You shouldn't be ashamed of your history." I was so stunned that I couldn't even process her words. My mom kept looking down at her plate, and my dad just clenched his fists under the table. He's not one to show a lot of emotion, but I could tell this was tearing him up inside. And yet Jessica just kept going, oblivious to the discomfort that was so obvious to everyone else in the room. I wanted to scream at her to stop, but I didn't. I just sat there, feeling the tension build with every word she said. I couldn't even look at my parents. I felt this huge weight of guilt for ever telling her anything about our family's past. I thought I was being open, building trust, maybe even bridging a gap. But watching her now, I felt like I'd betrayed my own parents. I'd opened a door that should have stayed shut, and now there was no way to close it. When Jessica finally finished her little speech, there was this horrible silence. No one knew what to say. My parents looked like they'd been hit by a truck. My mom got up and started clearing the dishes, trying to keep busy, but I could see how shaken she was. My dad just sat there, staring at his plate, his face blank. My siblings looked uncomfortable, glancing at each other, but no one said a word. And Jessica? She looked completely unfazed, like she'd just done us all this great service by breaking the silence, or whatever she thought she was doing. Eventually, people started to leave, and the dinner broke up. I was left with this horrible feeling of betrayal by Jessica, sure, but also by myself, for trusting her with something so deeply personal. I felt like I'd let my parents down, like I'd opened a wound that they'd worked so hard to heal over the years. After everyone left, I couldn't hold back anymore. I pulled Jessica aside, away from everyone else, and tried to keep my voice steady. I asked her why she felt it was okay to bring up private family matters without checking with any of us first. She looked at me like I was overreacting and just shrugged, saying, "It's not healthy to hide the truth." The way she said it, like she was doing us all this huge favor, left me speechless. She made it sound like she was helping by dragging out our family's past in front of a table full of people, some of whom were barely old enough to understand any of it. Jessica didn't even seem to get that it wasn't her story to tell. She was acting like she was enlightening us, almost like she was proud of herself for being honest and open in a way she thought we never were. When she saw that I wasn't agreeing, she actually doubled down, telling me that our family was in denial, and that maybe if we were more open about our past, we'd be better off. I couldn't believe it. It was like she genuinely thought she was doing something good. As if her actions didn't just tear open wounds that my parents, and really all of us, had worked years to heal. By the end of the conversation, I was so frustrated I could barely look at her. She wouldn't apologize. She wouldn't even admit that what she'd done was hurtful. And there was no remorse, no sense that maybe she should have considered the impact of her words. To her, it was all about being real and honest, like those were the only things that mattered. After all this, I didn't know what to say, so I just left, feeling a mix of anger and regret for even thinking she could understand what she'd done. I got home that night and couldn't shake the feeling that I'd completely let my parents down by ever sharing anything with Jessica. I kept replaying everything she said at dinner, thinking about how casual she was as she shared things that had taken me years to learn and process. My parents had gone through so much to protect us from the pain of their past, and I'd somehow managed to destroy all of that in one night by trusting the wrong person. The guilt kept me up all night, and by morning, I knew I couldn't just let it slide. I needed to talk to my parents, try to explain, maybe even apologize for what happened. The next day, I went to see them. My mom was quiet, just going through the motions, and my dad seemed distant, more so than usual. I told them how sorry I was, how I never imagined that Jessica would do something like this, and that I thought I could trust her with the truth. They listened, but I could tell the damage was already done. My dad, who normally holds everything in, just looked at me and said he felt betrayed. Hearing that broke me. I've rarely seen my dad show emotion, so to hear him say that was like a punch to the gut. He told me that they'd worked hard to protect us from their past, and that bringing it up so casually felt like all their effort had been for nothing. My mom was quieter, just nodding along, but I could see the sadness in her eyes. She said she didn't blame me exactly, but she couldn't understand why Jessica felt it was her place to share something so personal. She told me that she and Dad had decided long ago to move forward, to build a life free from the pain of their past, and that bringing it up again in front of everyone felt like opening up wounds they'd thought were closed. I tried to apologize again, but the words felt hollow. There was nothing I could say to undo what had already been done, and that hurt more than anything. I left their house that day feeling worse than I'd ever felt in my life, knowing that I'd broken something I couldn't fix. In the days that followed, things were tense. My parents didn't bring up what happened, but I could tell they were hurting, and it felt like every family interaction had this weight hanging over it. My siblings, on the other hand, seemed divided. My younger brother agreed with me that Jessica had crossed a line and was openly angry about what she'd done. He told me he felt it was disrespectful and that Jessica had no right to air out things she barely understood. But my sister, on the other hand, wasn't as sure. She said that maybe Jessica was right, that maybe it was time for the family to stop hiding things, even if it was painful. Hearing her say that felt like a betrayal. I thought she, of all people, would understand the importance of respecting our parents' wishes. But she seemed to think Jessica's actions might actually help us in the long run, even if it hurt right now. I didn't know what to do with that. Here I was, caught between my parents, who felt wounded, and my siblings, who couldn't even agree on whether Jessica was in the wrong. And then there was Jessica herself, who acted like nothing happened. Every time I saw her, she was smiling, chatting, completely unfazed. It was like she had no idea, or maybe just didn't care, about the impact she'd had. I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to do something, that I couldn't just let her walk away from this without any acknowledgement of the pain she'd caused. So, after stewing over it for a few more days, I decided to confront her again. I called her up and asked if we could talk. I told her I wanted her to understand why this was such a big deal, why her actions had hurt my parents and shaken our whole family. I explained, again, how private my parents had kept their past, how much effort they'd put into shielding us from it, and how they felt betrayed that she'd shared it all so casually. She listened, but I could tell by the look on her face that she wasn't really hearing me. When I finished, she just sighed and said something like, "I get that you're upset, but sometimes the truth hurts, and that's just part of life." She went on to say that she thought it was time for our family to deal with reality, and that if everyone was upset, it was because they were in denial. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She wasn't just unapologetic. She genuinely believed that what she did was helpful, even necessary. To her, it was as if my family was somehow broken, and she was doing us a favor by forcing us to confront something we'd supposedly been hiding from. At that point, I realized there was no getting through to her. She was so convinced that she was right that nothing I said mattered. I'd gone into the conversation hoping for some kind of understanding, maybe even an apology, but I left feeling worse than ever. Jessica had no remorse, no sense of responsibility for the hurt she'd caused, and that realization made me feel completely powerless. It was like talking to a wall. She couldn't see past her own beliefs about truth and honesty long enough to consider that maybe, just maybe, she'd made a mistake. Now I feel stuck, like there's nothing more I can do. My parents are hurting, my family is divided, and Jessica is completely unbothered by it all. I don't know where to go from here or how to fix what feels like an unfixable situation. After everything that happened with Jessica, I realized I couldn't just let this go. I felt like I'd done everything I could to get through to her, to help her understand how much her actions had hurt my parents and fractured the family. But nothing seemed to work. She refused to apologize or even acknowledge that what she'd done was wrong. My parents were still hurting, and I could tell that every family gathering was going to be strained as long as this unresolved tension hung over us. I couldn't just let this become our new normal. I thought about calling a family meeting to clear the air. But honestly, I didn't know if that would make things better or worse. My parents were clearly uncomfortable talking about the past, and I didn't want to put them through another conversation that might just bring up more pain. My younger brother was fully on my side and agreed that Jessica needed to understand that what she did was out of line. But my sister was still trying to find some kind of silver lining in all of this. She kept saying that maybe it was time for the family to confront the past. But it felt like she wasn't seeing how this whole situation was actually affecting our parents. I finally decided to go back to Jessica one last time, hoping that maybe if she heard directly from my parents about how her actions had affected them, she might see things differently. I spoke to my mom and dad about it, and after a lot of convincing, they agreed to have one conversation with Jessica, just to explain their side of things. They weren't comfortable with it, but they were willing to try for the sake of the family. The day of the talk, I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time. We all met at my parents' house, and right from the start, the atmosphere was tense. My mom and dad sat across from Jessica, and my siblings and I were all there to support them. My dad, who hardly ever speaks about his emotions, started by explaining why he and my mom had chosen to keep certain parts of their past private. He told Jessica about how painful it had been for them to live through the scandals and the divorce, and how they had made a conscious decision to leave it behind to give us a fresh start. My mom chimed in, trying to keep her voice steady, and explained that sharing those details with us while we were growing up would have meant rehashing pain that she'd spent years working through. She told Jessica that some things were just better left in the past, that certain traumas didn't need to be shared to be dealt with. She was calm, but I could tell she was struggling to hold back tears. This wasn't a conversation she'd ever wanted to have, especially not like this. Jessica listened without saying much, but I could see by the look on her face that she still didn't understand. She gave a half-hearted nod here and there, but it was clear she didn't really get it. When my parents finished, there was this long, awkward silence. Jessica finally spoke up and said something along the lines of, "I understand where you're coming from, but I still think that knowing the truth is important." She didn't apologize, didn't express any regret, just doubled down on her belief that her way was the right way. At that point, my dad just sighed and stood up. He looked defeated, like he'd given up on trying to get through to her. My mom was visibly upset, and I could tell that the conversation had only made things worse for them. It felt like we'd hit a wall, like there was no point in trying to make Jessica see things our way. She was so convinced that she was in the right that she couldn't even consider the possibility that maybe, just maybe, her actions had hurt people. After that, I started to accept that there wasn't going to be a resolution. Jessica wasn't going to apologize, and my parents weren't going to feel any better about what happened. Family gatherings became more awkward, with everyone avoiding the subject but feeling the weight of it all the same. My parents tried to carry on as usual, but I could see the toll it was taking on them. Every time Jessica was around, there was this tension, this sense that something was broken that couldn't be fixed. Eventually, my sister started to push for another family conversation, saying that we needed to address the elephant in the room and figure out a way to move forward. She suggested that maybe we could all agree on some boundaries for future family gatherings to make sure that everyone felt comfortable and respected. She was trying to be the peacemaker, but I could tell that my parents were exhausted by the whole situation. They just wanted things to go back to the way they were, but that felt impossible now. I was at a loss. Part of me wanted to keep fighting for my parents, to keep pushing Jessica to understand the damage she'd done. But another part of me was just tired. I didn't want every family dinner to turn into a debate about what should or shouldn't be shared, but it felt like that was where we were headed. I hated the idea that this one incident had changed everything, that we couldn't just move past it and be a family again. I don't know what to do at this point. Should I keep pushing Jessica to apologize and acknowledge the hurt she's caused? Or should I just let it go and try to accept that things will never be the same? I feel like I'm stuck between trying to defend my parents' wishes and wanting to keep the family together. But it seems like those two things can't coexist right now. Am I wrong for not letting this go? Should I keep trying to get through to Jessica? Or is it time to just accept that some people won't ever understand the impact of their actions? Story 10. Am I wrong for setting boundaries with my sister, who wants me to be a second mother to her kids? I'm Sarah, 29, and I work full-time as a project manager. I live alone in a small city apartment, and for the most part, I'm pretty content with my routines. My life has a nice balance. I work long hours, but I also get to unwind on weekends and keep some time for myself. My sister Mia, 27, recently had twins, which, of course, turned her whole world upside down. Mia and I have always been close, and when she first told me she was pregnant, I was thrilled. I'd always imagined myself as the cool aunt who would be there for her kids, spoiling them occasionally and helping out when needed. I never imagined, though, how quickly and heavily that help would turn into something so much bigger. At first, it was little things. Mia would call or text me, saying she was exhausted or that the babies had kept her up all night, and she just needed an extra set of hands. I was happy to be there for her. I'd come by on weekends, help her fold laundry, or keep an eye on the twins while she caught a nap. Sometimes I'd grab groceries for her on my way over. It felt good to be able to make her life a little easier, and I genuinely enjoyed spending time with the twins. But gradually, things started shifting. Mia stopped asking if I was free before calling me over. She started just assuming I'd be there every weekend, as if it was something we'd agreed on, even though we hadn't. A few weeks in, Mia asked if I could start helping out a couple of nights during the week. She said the weekends alone weren't enough, and that she was really struggling. I work long hours, but I figured, why not? It would just be a couple of nights, and I could manage that, right? So, I agreed. I'd go over after work, usually dead tired, but I kept reminding myself it was only temporary, and that this was what family did for each other. The nights turned into full evenings where I'd end up staying until almost midnight, helping Mia get the babies down, and then dragging myself back to my place. It was exhausting, but I convinced myself it was worth it. Then, a few months in, Mia dropped a bombshell. She asked if I would consider moving in with her temporarily to help out full time. She phrased it as though it was no big deal, just a few months until the twins settled into a routine. She even made it sound like a win-win situation, saying how nice it would be for me to be close to the babies and how I'd have my own space in the guest room. But the truth is, it was a huge ask. Moving in with her would mean giving up my own apartment, my privacy, and any kind of separation between my life and hers. Plus, I'd still be working my full-time job, only now I'd be doing it from her house, where I'd be expected to jump in and help with the twins at any moment. When I hesitated, Mia seemed shocked. She kept saying things like, "You don't understand how hard it is, Sarah. I feel like I'm drowning here." I did understand, or at least I tried to. I knew she was exhausted, and I felt for her. But at the same time, I didn't see how moving in with her was the only solution. I tried to explain that I had my own commitments and routines, but she didn't want to hear it. She kept saying things like, "If the roles were reversed, I'd do it for you in a heartbeat." And then she dropped the real guilt trip. "I thought we were close, but maybe I was wrong." That line hit me hard. I started questioning if I was being selfish. Was I letting her down by wanting my own space? Was I failing her and the twins by not immediately jumping to move in? I didn't know how to feel. Part of me wanted to say yes, to just pack up and be the sister she needed. But another part of me felt resentful, like I was being forced into something I didn't ask for. And that's when Mia's real tactic kicked in. She started getting the rest of the family involved. Suddenly, I was getting calls from our mom, from cousins, and even from some friends of the family who'd heard about Mia's struggles. Some of them were supportive of me, saying they understood that moving in was a big ask and that I had my own life to consider. But others took Mia's side completely, saying things like, family is family, and we do what we have to do, or, if you can't be there for your sister now, when will you ever be? It became this back and forth of people weighing in on my decision, as if it was some sort of public debate. I felt trapped. No matter what I did, it felt like I was going to let someone down. The pressure was building, and the more people pushed, the more I started feeling like I was in the wrong for even questioning the idea of moving in. The thing is, Mia is my sister, and I love her. I genuinely do. But at what point does helping out become too much? After that initial conversation with Mia about moving in, things only got more complicated. She barely gave me any time to think it over before she was texting and calling me nonstop, asking if I'd made a decision yet. Every time I tried to put her off or explain that I needed time, she would reply with things that just added to the guilt. She'd say, I don't know how much longer I can do this on my own, or I'm barely holding it together, and I thought you'd understand. I started feeling like the worst sister on the planet. The pressure from her was constant, and I started dreading every notification on my phone because I knew it would be another message from Mia, waiting for an answer. On top of that, our mom and a few other family members kept chiming in, offering their own advice. My mom, who lives a few hours away and couldn't easily help Mia herself, was clearly on her side. Every time we spoke, she'd find a way to bring up how hard it is for Mia and how we all need to do our part. I remember one call where she actually said, I just don't understand why you're making this so difficult. It's not like she's asking for a lifetime commitment. But to me, it felt like it was. Moving in would mean giving up my own life, my own space, and everything I'd worked for. I didn't understand why no one else seemed to see how big of a sacrifice this was for me. To try to find some middle ground, I came up with a plan. I offered to help out on a set schedule, 2 evenings a week after work, and then 1 full weekend a month. I thought that was a fair compromise, a way to support Mia without completely upending my life. But when I proposed it, she was furious. She texted back almost immediately, saying, So, I'm supposed to just schedule my mental breakdowns around your availability. It was clear that, to her, anything less than me moving in was a rejection. She wanted all or nothing, and I felt like she was pushing me into a corner. I didn't know what else to offer. The other issue was that Mia refused to consider any help outside of me. I'd suggested hiring a part-time nanny just to give her a break during the day, but she shot that down fast. She kept saying, family is different. I can't trust a stranger with my babies. She wouldn't even consider friends or neighbors stepping in to help. It had to be family, and since our mom wasn't close enough, that left me as her only option. Her refusal to accept other help made it feel like even more pressure on me because there was no backup plan. If I said no, she would have no one, and she was making sure I knew that. This ongoing guilt trip started affecting my mental health. I couldn't focus at work because I was constantly thinking about Mia, wondering if she was struggling or feeling abandoned. I barely slept because every time I tried to relax, I'd start replaying our conversations in my head, wondering if I was making a mistake by not just giving in. I even started second-guessing my own feelings, thinking maybe I was being selfish and that I should just suck it up and move in. But then I'd get angry, too, thinking about how unfair it felt to have my life essentially put on hold just because Mia had decided I was her only option. Things came to a head one night after I'd spent hours texting back and forth with her, trying to find a compromise. She kept rejecting everything I offered, insisting that nothing short of me moving in would be enough. I finally snapped and told her I couldn't keep putting my life on hold just to accommodate her needs. I said something like, I love you and the twins, but I have my own life, and I can't just drop everything for you. She didn't respond for a while, and when she finally did, all she said was, Fine, I guess I know where we stand. That message felt like a punch in the gut. It was so cold, so final. I could feel the anger and hurt behind it, and it made me feel like the worst person in the world. But at the same time, I felt a weird sense of relief, like maybe I'd finally set a boundary. That feeling didn't last long, though, because the next day, Mia had apparently told a few more family members about our conversation. And they were all blowing up my phone, saying things like, "She's your sister. How can you do this to her?" And, "You need to step up, Sarah. This isn't about you." It felt like an ambush, and no matter how many times I tried to explain my side, they just kept saying I was being selfish and that I'd regret this one day. At that point, I didn't know what to do. I was exhausted from constantly defending myself, and I started to feel like maybe everyone else was right. Maybe I was in the wrong for wanting my own life. I found myself lying awake at night, questioning if I was a bad sister, a bad person. It felt like no one understood where I was coming from, and I had no one to turn to who wouldn't just tell me to do the right thing and move in with Mia. Eventually, I stopped responding to the family messages. I couldn't keep explaining myself over and over, especially when no one seemed willing to listen. I figured if they were all so certain I was wrong, there was nothing I could say to change their minds. But the guilt was eating away at me, and I started feeling isolated, like I was the villain of the family. Even though I'd set a boundary, I was still haunted by the possibility that I was making a huge mistake. And the worst part was, it felt like this whole situation had completely changed my relationship with Mia. We'd always been close, but now it felt like there was this wall between us. She'd made it clear that my refusal to move in was, in her mind, a betrayal. And even though I was trying to be supportive in other ways, she wouldn't let me. She didn't want my help unless it was on her terms, and anything less felt like a rejection to her. I didn't know how to fix this. I didn't even know if it was something I could fix. All I knew was that I was torn between my loyalty to my sister and my own need for boundaries, and I didn't see a way to make both of us happy. It felt like no matter what I did, someone would end up hurt, and I'd end up as the bad guy. The whole situation was spiraling, and I had no idea how to stop it. After days of not responding to anyone, I figured maybe things would start to calm down. I was wrong. Mia finally called me, and when I answered, she didn't hold back. She said that I'd shown her where my priorities really were, and that she couldn't believe how self-centered I'd become. She told me that she'd never imagined I'd turn my back on her like this, especially now, when she's going through one of the hardest times of her life. Her voice was calm, almost cold, like she'd already made her decision about me. It was honestly worse than if she'd been yelling. She told me she needed space from me, which felt ironic given that I was the one trying to set boundaries. But I didn't fight her on it. I felt so drained and defeated that I just agreed. She said, "Maybe one day, you'll understand what family actually means," and hung up. I was left staring at my phone, feeling this strange mix of sadness, anger, and guilt. Part of me wanted to call her back and beg her to see my side, but I knew it wouldn't change anything. She'd made up her mind. After that, I noticed that other family members started pulling back from me, too. It was like they'd all quietly taken Mia's side. My mom, who used to call me regularly, started calling less often, and when she did, our conversations were short and stilted. She'd drop little comments here and there about how hard Mia's life was now and how lucky I was to have my freedom. It was her way of reminding me that I was, in her eyes, abandoning my sister. I didn't argue with her because I knew it would just lead to another exhausting back and forth. And honestly, I was tired of defending myself. Eventually, I reached out to a few close friends who didn't know all the family drama. I told them what was happening, hoping they'd give me some perspective, or at least a sympathetic ear. They were supportive and assured me that it was okay to set boundaries, but I could tell they didn't fully understand. They kept saying things like, "Mia will come around eventually," or "Family dynamics can be tough, but this will blow over." I wanted to believe them, but it didn't feel like something that would just blow over. It felt permanent, like a fracture in my relationship with Mia, and the rest of my family that I couldn't fix. A few weeks went by, and I tried to settle back into my routine, but everything felt off. I'd go to work and try to focus, but I couldn't stop thinking about how my relationship with my sister was falling apart. I'd see families out in public, parents with their siblings or kids, and it would hit me that I might never have that closeness with Mia again. I kept wondering if I'd made a huge mistake, if maybe I should have just sucked it up and moved in, even if it meant putting my life on hold for a while. But then I'd remember the months of stress and exhaustion I'd already gone through just from helping her a few days a week. Moving in would have only made it worse, and deep down, I knew I wouldn't have been able to keep it up without completely burning out. Then one night, out of the blue, Mia texted me. She said something along the lines of, "I thought I could do this without you, but I was wrong. I need you, Sarah. I don't know how much longer I can handle this." Reading those words brought all the guilt flooding back. I could feel the desperation in her message, and I felt like I was letting her down all over again. I wanted to help her, but the thought of going back to that cycle of constant demands and guilt made my chest tighten. I felt trapped. If I went back to helping her, I'd be sacrificing my own well-being again. But if I ignored her, I'd be the sister who turned her back when she was needed the most. I tried to think of some kind of compromise, something that would let me support her without completely taking over her responsibilities. I even suggested to her, again, that we could look into hiring a part-time nanny or babysitter, at least for a few hours a week. But she shut it down just like before, saying she didn't trust anyone else with the babies. She insisted that it had to be me. That family was the only safe option. She kept saying, "You're the only one who understands what I'm going through." And I thought we were supposed to be there for each other. The guilt kept piling up, and I felt myself slowly giving in, even though I knew I couldn't handle going back to how things were. In a moment of weakness, I agreed to help her out on weekends again, just temporarily, until she could get back on her feet. But within a few days, it was like nothing had changed. She was texting me throughout the week, asking if I could come by after work, if I could pick up groceries on my way over, if I could stay the night, just in case. Every time I tried to pull back, she'd say something that made me feel guilty, like, "I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this," or, "I thought family was supposed to help without needing to be asked." It was like she was using our relationship to manipulate me into doing what she wanted. Now I'm back to square one, constantly stressed and feeling like I'm being pulled in two different directions. I love my sister, and I want to be there for her, but I can't keep sacrificing my own mental health and personal life for her. I feel like I'm stuck in an impossible situation where anything I do will hurt someone, either Mia, for not being there enough, or myself, for giving too much. I don't know how to move forward without losing my sister, or losing myself in the process. Was it wrong for me to set boundaries with my sister, even though she's going through such a challenging time? Am I a terrible person for not wanting to be a second mother to her children? Story 11. Did I overstep by calling out my daughter-in-law's parenting at Thanksgiving? I'm Ruth, 62 years old, a retired elementary school teacher, and recently a first-time grandmother. My son Brian and his wife Emma had their first child, Alva, a few months ago. I was thrilled. Brian and I have always been close. He's my youngest, and there's a bond there that I think he feels too. I never thought there'd be much tension between us, but things have been different, especially with Emma's approach to parenting. Now, I know parenting methods have changed over the years, but honestly, I didn't expect Emma to be so rigid with it. She's very set on these new parenting strategies. She has rules for everything. Ava has a strict nap schedule, no screen time, specific baby products. She even reads every ingredient in baby lotion. To her credit, she's thorough. I'll give her that. But I can't help feeling like maybe she's taking it a bit far. I raised two kids without all these rules, and they turned out fine. But I've been trying to keep my opinions to myself. I know Emma wants to do things her way, and I respect that. Or, at least, I thought I did. But on Thanksgiving, it all just boiled over. Thanksgiving has always been our family's big holiday. We all gather, catch up, eat too much, and talk about everything and nothing. It's usually loud, sometimes chaotic, and always warm and comforting. I was looking forward to it even more this year with little Ava there. I imagined holding her, passing her around the table, showing her off to all the family. But Emma kept a tight grip on her that day, so I barely got any time to hold her. She would take her off to another room if she started fussing, saying it was part of keeping her on her schedule. I tried to ignore it and enjoy the holiday, but it was hard not to feel like Emma was overdoing things a bit. After a couple of hours, things came to a head. Emma was helping out in the kitchen, and Brian was taking care of Ava, trying to soothe her because she was getting a bit fussy. Brian's not exactly a natural when it comes to handling crying babies, but he's learning. Emma called out from the kitchen, reminding him to take Ava upstairs if she needed a nap. She said something about not letting her cry for too long because it could stress her out, and I just couldn't hold it in anymore. I made an offhand comment, not even really directed at anyone in particular. I said, "A little crying never hurt anyone." I know how it sounds, but I meant it genuinely. Kids need to build a bit of independence. A few tears here and there, it's not the end of the world. I thought I was just sharing some of my own experience, maybe offering a bit of support to Brian, who looked like he could use some. I didn't think it would be a big deal. But the moment I said it, I could feel the energy in the room shift. Emma turned around, and I could see she was upset. She didn't say much, just reminded me that she has her way of doing things with Ava, and that it works for them. She said it in a calm voice, but there was definitely an edge to it, and I started to feel defensive. I know Emma is Ava's mother, and it's her right to make decisions, but I couldn't help feeling like she was rejecting everything I had to offer as a grandmother. I wanted to tell her that I was just trying to help, that I didn't mean to question her choices, but something in her expression made me hold back. She was clearly not interested in a discussion about it, and I didn't want to cause a scene. So I just sat there, stewing a little, feeling like I'd somehow crossed a line without even meaning to. The rest of the evening felt tense. We went through the motions of dinner. Everyone made small talk, but it felt forced. I caught a few looks from family members here and there. I could tell that some of them agreed with me, especially some of the older folks who've been through all this before. I know my sister, who's raised 3 kids of her own, shot me a look that said she understood where I was coming from. But there were others who seemed uncomfortable, like they didn't want to get involved or take sides. Brian stayed mostly silent through all of this, which hurt more than I want to admit. I had expected him to say something, maybe support me a little, or at least acknowledge that I had a point. But he kept his head down, focused on his food, and didn't really look at me. It's strange, seeing your own child who you thought you knew so well, and realizing that there's a part of them that you don't quite understand anymore. After dinner, things didn't really improve. I tried to engage with Emma a bit, asking her how she was doing, how she was handling motherhood. But her responses were short, polite but distant. I could tell she wasn't interested in talking with me. And Brian, he was hovering around Emma, keeping an eye on Ava, and avoiding me just as much. I wanted to talk to him privately, to maybe clear the air, but there wasn't a good moment. He seemed to be glued to Emma's side, like he didn't want to give me a chance to pull him aside. It was like he was choosing her over me, and that stung. So, I spent the rest of the night trying to keep up appearances, making small talk with my other family members, but my mind was elsewhere. I kept replaying what I'd said over and over, wondering if I'd been out of line. I mean, I'm Ava's grandmother, right? Don't I have some right to speak up, to share my experiences? But every time I looked over at Emma, still holding Ava close and barely looking my way, I felt a pang of regret mixed with frustration. The tension lingered in the air for the rest of the evening, and I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that had settled in. I was sitting there, surrounded by family, but it felt like there was this invisible wall between me and Brian and Emma. Every time I looked over at them, they were either talking quietly to each other or fussing over Ava. Not once did Brian glance my way, and Emma, well, she made it very clear that she wasn't interested in having any more interaction with me that night. I tried to distract myself by engaging with the other family members. My sister, who's always been one to back me up, came over and gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She whispered something about how these newfangled parenting methods always seemed so overcomplicated to her, and for a moment, I felt a little less isolated. But even with her support, I couldn't stop the nagging feeling that maybe I'd overstepped. I kept replaying the moment in my mind, wondering if I'd been too blunt or if there was a gentler way I could have shared my opinion. But then another part of me felt stubbornly right. I was only trying to help, after all. Isn't that what family is for? It didn't help that, after dinner, everyone just sort of went their separate ways. I'd hoped for a chance to talk to Brian alone, to maybe clear things up, but it seemed like he was intentionally avoiding me. He'd head to the kitchen if I went into the living room, or he'd start a conversation with someone else whenever I walked over. It was almost like he was making a point of keeping his distance, and I'll admit, that hurt. I know he's married now, and Emma is his priority, but it felt like he was choosing her over me in a way that I hadn't anticipated. Emma kept her distance too. Normally, she's polite, if a bit reserved with me, but this time, it was like she had put up a wall. She barely spoke a word to me, only addressing me if absolutely necessary. And even then, her tone was clipped and formal. It was clear she hadn't let go of what I said about letting Ava cry a little. I wanted to tell her that I wasn't trying to undermine her parenting or act like I knew better. I just genuinely believe that babies benefit from a little independence. But every time I thought about saying something, the look on her face stopped me. I could tell it would only make things worse. The rest of the evening dragged on painfully. I could feel people watching me, and it was clear some family members were picking up on the tension. I did my best to brush it off, laughing a bit too loudly at a joke here, nodding a bit too enthusiastically there. But inside, I was churning. All I wanted was to clear the air with Brian, but he seemed to have already chosen his side, and it wasn't mine. By the time we started cleaning up, I was exhausted, both emotionally and physically. I couldn't wait to leave. That night, I hardly slept. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling this strange mix of frustration, sadness, and, yes, even guilt. I kept thinking, maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut. Maybe Emma was right to be upset. But then again, am I not allowed to have an opinion as a grandmother? It felt like there was no clear answer, and that made it even harder to deal with. The next day, I decided I couldn't just let it sit. I've never been one to hold grudges or let things fester. I told myself that maybe, if I reached out to Emma and explained myself, she'd see that I wasn't trying to criticize her. So, I picked up the phone and called her. I thought I'd be able to clear the air, but the conversation didn't go as I'd hoped. When she answered, her tone was polite, but there was an iciness to it that threw me off. I started by apologizing, telling her that I hadn't meant to make her feel judged, and that I was only sharing what I thought was helpful advice. She thanked me for the apology, but it felt empty. There was no warmth, no sense that things were back to normal. She said something about how she appreciated my experience, but that she and Brian had agreed on how they wanted to raise Ava, and that they were comfortable with their choices. I could tell she was setting a boundary, making it clear that my input wasn't welcome unless explicitly asked for. It stung, hearing it put that way, but I didn't push it. I just thanked her for listening and hung up, feeling more distant from her than ever. After that, I hoped things would just settle down, that Brian would call, and we could go back to how things were before. But the calls didn't come. Days turned into weeks, and I started to realize that our relationship had shifted, maybe permanently. Brian used to call me every couple of days, sometimes just to chat or to update me on Ava. Now, there was nothing but silence. I wanted to reach out, to ask if something was wrong, but a part of me held back. I knew that, if he hadn't called by now, he was probably trying to send a message. It wasn't long before I started hearing whispers from family members. My sister called one evening, asking if everything was okay between me and Brian. Apparently, she'd heard through the grapevine that Brian and Emma felt I'd been disrespectful of their parenting choices. That word disrespectful hit me like a punch to the gut. I had never intended to disrespect anyone. I was just sharing what I thought was sound advice, something that had worked for me. But hearing it framed that way made me realize that maybe, from their perspective, I had crossed a line. At that point, I didn't know what to think. I started questioning everything I'd done, every comment I'd made, wondering if maybe I was stuck in my ways and just couldn't see it. I began to feel like I was walking on eggshells, worried that anything I said might be taken the wrong way. It was a miserable feeling, and the worst part was that I didn't know how to fix it. Eventually, I decided to reach out to a few friends for advice. Most of them are grandparents too, and I figured they'd understand where I was coming from. I explained the situation, hoping for some validation, and for the most part, they agreed with me. They told me that grandmothers should have a say, that my experience and wisdom were valuable, and that Emma should be grateful to have someone who cares enough to offer guidance. Their support gave me some relief, but it didn't completely erase the tension that had taken root between me and Brian. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for family, a time to come together, and instead, it had turned into a mess of unspoken grudges and hurt feelings. I wanted to believe that, with time, things would smooth over, that Brian and Emma would come around. But as the days stretched on, I started to lose hope. A few weeks went by, and I was doing my best to move on from what happened at Thanksgiving. But it wasn't easy. Every day, I kept hoping Brian would call, even just a quick chat, a little sign that things were back to normal. But the phone stayed silent, and it hurt more than I wanted to admit. I didn't want to be the one to reach out first. I'd already tried with Emma, and that hadn't gone well. I didn't want to push any more than I already had. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't do something, this distance between us would just keep growing. One evening, I finally caved and called Brian. I figured if I didn't try to fix things, I'd be left wondering what could have been. When he answered, he sounded polite, but distant, not the usual warmth I was used to. I started with some small talk, asking about work and how Ava was doing, but it was obvious he wasn't interested in chatting. I knew I couldn't dance around it forever, so I finally just asked him if he was upset with me. There was a long pause, and I could hear him take a deep breath. He said he wasn't exactly mad, but he thought I'd overstepped at Thanksgiving. He mentioned how Emma had felt disrespected, and that they'd both felt uncomfortable with me questioning their parenting decisions in front of the whole family. Hearing him say that stung, especially because I'd never meant to make them feel that way. I tried explaining that I was only sharing my experience, but he cut me off, saying that while he appreciated my input, they wanted to raise Ava in their own way. I didn't know what to say after that. He was making it clear that they weren't looking for any advice, no matter how well-intentioned. I could feel a wall going up, and it was clear that he was siding with Emma on this one. Part of me wanted to argue, to tell him that family should be able to have open conversations without it turning into some kind of offense. But I didn't want to push him further away, so I just told him I understood, and that I was sorry if I'd made things difficult. After that call, things felt even worse. It was like I'd tried to fix it, but instead, I just cemented the distance between us. I thought maybe it would blow over eventually, that Brian and Emma would come around and realize I was just being a caring grandmother. But the calls continued to be few and far between, and when they did come, they were short and formal. I felt like I was losing my son, and it was all because I'd tried to offer a bit of guidance. The holiday season was just around the corner, and normally, we'd start planning our annual family get-togethers. But this year, I didn't hear a word from Brian or Emma. Usually, we'd all get together for Christmas, and I'd spend time with Ava, maybe even babysit for a few hours so they could go out. But as December rolled on, it became clear that they weren't planning to include me in their holiday plans. I didn't want to ask outright, but I couldn't help feeling hurt and left out. Eventually, I found out through a family member that Brian and Emma were planning to spend Christmas at Emma's parents' place. They hadn't mentioned a word of it to me, and that stung deeply. I know families split holidays sometimes, but this felt different. It felt like I was being quietly pushed out, as if I'd done something unforgivable by sharing a bit of parenting advice. I started questioning myself, wondering if I really had crossed a line or if Brian and Emma were just overreacting. I've always been close with my kids, and it's not like I was telling them how to raise Ava, just offering a suggestion. But now it felt like they were taking any involvement on my part as a threat. I didn't know how to navigate this new dynamic, and the more I tried to reach out, the more it felt like I was intruding. As the new year rolled around, I decided to give them some space, hoping that if I backed off, they might start reaching out again. But the months kept passing, and nothing changed. They would occasionally send me a photo of Ava or a brief update, but it was always through a text or a quick call. I could feel myself becoming a stranger in my own family, and it broke my heart. I missed the days when Brian would call just to talk, or when we'd all sit down together as a family. No tension, no walls between us. One day, I was out shopping when I ran into an old friend. She could tell something was bothering me, so I ended up telling her the whole story, hoping for some kind of outside perspective. She listened, and then told me that sometimes young parents feel sensitive about their choices, especially when they feel like those choices are being questioned by someone with more experience. She suggested I give Brian and Emma time to adjust to parenthood on their own terms, even if it meant stepping back more than I was comfortable with. It wasn't what I wanted to hear, but it made sense in a way. So here I am, months later, still feeling like an outsider, trying to figure out my place in my own family. I keep wondering if I should have just stayed quiet, if maybe offering advice without being asked was the wrong move. I miss my son, and I miss feeling like part of his life, like I'm more than just an occasional update or a distant figure in Ava's life. Now I'm stuck wondering, did I really make a mistake by voicing my concerns about my granddaughter's care? Or was I just trying to be a supportive grandmother? Story 12. Am I wrong for not telling my sister I own our childhood home? I'm Emily, 36, and I've been living in the house my sister Hannah and I grew up in. This house means everything to me. After our parents passed away, they left it to me, and it felt right to move in and take care of it. I kept the house in good condition, put in some of my own touches, and really made it my own over the years. It's a place full of memories, both good and bad, and being here on my own has brought me a sense of stability I don't think I would have found anywhere else. Hannah, my sister, is 33. She's married with 2 young kids, and life's been rough for her recently. Her husband had a business that went under, and they've been struggling to make ends meet ever since. She's always stressed about money and is constantly looking for ways to cut costs, especially when it comes to housing. We used to be close, but since she got married, things changed. We don't talk as often, and when we do, there's this underlying tension, like we're not on the same page anymore. I know she's going through a hard time, and I've tried to be supportive, but I honestly never thought my living situation would be an issue between us. The thing is, I haven't told her that I fully own this house. There's no mortgage or debt. Our parents left it to me outright. I didn't hide it from her, but I didn't announce it either. It's always felt like something personal to me, and honestly, I didn't want to make her feel bad. I thought if she knew, it might bring up feelings of jealousy or resentment. Maybe that was a mistake on my part, but I thought I was sparing her from feeling any worse about her own situation. For a while, it didn't seem like a big deal. She knew I lived in the family home, but I figured she assumed I was paying for it like anyone else. When we did talk, She'd sometimes make passing comments about how it must be nice to have a stable place and how stressful it is for her to worry about rent every month. I'd nod along, try to be sympathetic, but I kept my ownership status to myself. I wasn't trying to be secretive or hurtful, I just didn't think it mattered. Then, a few weeks ago, we had a family barbecue at a cousin's house. Everyone was there, and it was one of those rare moments where all the cousins, aunts, uncles, and extended family get together. We were all catching up, and eventually, I found myself in a conversation with my cousin about my house. I'd been thinking about doing some renovations, maybe redoing the kitchen or sprucing up the backyard, and I mentioned it to him, not thinking anything of it. Out of nowhere, I felt a presence behind me, and when I turned around, there was Hannah. She had this look on her face, somewhere between shock and anger, and immediately I knew something was wrong. She pulled me aside, and before I could even say anything, she launched into it. "So you've been keeping this house all to yourself," she said, her voice barely above a whisper but filled with tension. I didn't know what to say at first. I felt blindsided, caught in a conversation I hadn't prepared for. She started going on about how she's been struggling so much with rent, and how it wasn't fair that I had the family home to myself. She said it would have been nice if I'd thought about offering it to her and her family, considering they're the ones who actually need the space and the stability. I tried to explain that it wasn't like that I wasn't trying to keep anything from her, but she didn't seem to care. She felt like I'd been hiding this from her on purpose, like I'd been sitting there, comfortable, while she's been scrambling to make ends meet. The conversation was uncomfortable, to say the least. I didn't even know she felt this way, and suddenly it was all pouring out. She said she'd assumed I had a mortgage and was paying it off like everyone else. But hearing me talk about renovations made her realize that I must own it outright. She couldn't understand why I'd kept it from her, why I hadn't offered it up for her and her family to live in. It was like she was accusing me of being selfish, of hoarding something that rightfully belonged to both of us. It made me feel defensive and a bit resentful, honestly, because I'd never thought of it that way. The house was left to me. It's not like I forced her out or took something that was supposed to be shared. After she confronted me, the rest of the family started to notice the tension. I could feel the stares, see the curious looks, and eventually, a few people came over to see what was going on. It wasn't long before word spread, and soon enough, it seemed like half the family was giving me sideways glances, clearly talking about what was going on between us. Some of them actually started taking her side, saying things like, "Families should help each other out," and "It would be nice if Hannah and her kids had a stable home." I felt like I was being ganged up on, like everyone was assuming I'd done something wrong by not giving up my home for my sister. I tried to explain that I was willing to help in other ways, that I could help her financially, or even help her find a more affordable place, but that didn't seem to matter to anyone. They were all focused on the idea that I had the family home, and because I didn't have kids, I somehow didn't need it as much as she did. The whole situation felt unfair. I worked hard to make this house my own, to create a space where I felt grounded and connected to our parents. Just because I don't have a family of my own doesn't mean I don't value the stability this home provides me. But in that moment, it felt like nobody was willing to see my side. They all just assumed that because I was financially stable and didn't have children, I should have handed over the house without question. By the end of the day, I felt completely drained. Hannah was giving me the cold shoulder, and other family members were clearly judging me. I didn't know what to think. Was I wrong for not offering her the house? Should I have told her sooner that I owned it outright? I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I'd been selfish, if maybe I should have seen this coming and offered her some help before things got this bad. It felt like no matter what I said, everyone was going to side with her, and I was the one who'd end up looking like the bad guy. I walked away from that family barbecue feeling rattled. I couldn't shake the looks, the quiet judgment from people who hadn't been involved in my life at all, yet somehow felt entitled to weigh in. And Hannah's words kept replaying in my head, how she assumed I'd be open to just handing over the house if she needed it, and how it felt like I'd betrayed her by not even offering. After a few days, she texted me. It wasn't a long message, just something about wanting to talk more about the house situation and when I'd be free. I didn't know what else she could say that she hadn't already said, but I agreed to meet her for coffee. I figured I owed her a conversation, at least. When I showed up, she looked tired, worn out, and I could tell she was feeling the strain of everything going on in her life. But I had to remind myself that just because things were hard for her didn't mean I was obligated to fix them in the way she seemed to expect. Right off the bat, she said she wanted me to understand where she was coming from. She explained in more detail about the financial troubles they'd been dealing with since her husband's business failed. She mentioned the rent payments piling up, the credit card bills, the stress of raising kids without knowing if they'd have enough to cover the basics each month. I could see how much pressure she was under, and I did feel for her. I truly did. But it was like she'd made up her mind that me giving her the house was the only real solution to her problems. She wasn't looking for help. She was looking for me to give up my home. I tried to tell her my side, that this house meant a lot to me too, that it's where I'd built my own life, and that it felt like the last real connection I had to our parents. I told her that if she'd asked, I would have been more than willing to help out financially or in any way I could. But she was still set on this idea that she and her family belonged in this house, not me. She even threw out the point that since I didn't have kids, I didn't need the house in the same way she did. That one stung. I hadn't chosen to be childless, and I certainly didn't think that fact somehow made me less deserving of a place to call my own. Things only escalated from there. She was frustrated that I didn't see her side, and honestly, I was getting more defensive as she kept pushing. She kept bringing up how much easier it would be if they didn't have to worry about rent, as if my living here rent-free was some kind of luxury she deserved more than I did. It felt like she thought I'd had everything handed to me and didn't understand what it was like to struggle. But the truth is, I worked hard to keep this house up. Just because it was left to me doesn't mean I haven't sacrificed to maintain it and make it a place I could actually be proud of. Eventually, she shifted gears, suggesting that maybe we could at least share the house in some way. She hinted at moving in with her family temporarily while they got back on their feet. She even suggested that maybe I could consider selling the house to her at a family rate, if I was so determined to keep it under my name. I was taken aback. It was like every other option except her moving into this house wasn't even on the table. I knew she was desperate, but the entitlement in her tone was getting to me. She had convinced herself that I owed her this, and nothing else I could offer was going to be enough. By the end of the conversation, I felt like I was talking to a stranger. This was my sister, but it didn't feel like the person I grew up with. There was no understanding, no empathy, just this idea that she had more right to the house because of her family and her financial situation. I told her I needed time to think, that I'd try to figure something out, and I left. I didn't know what to do. I felt guilty, angry, and a little heartbroken that it had come to this. The house was supposed to be a piece of our shared past, but now it felt like it was tearing us apart. Over the next few days, things only got worse. Word spread among our family that we were having issues about the house, and somehow, the story got twisted. It felt like everyone thought I was some greedy villain, hoarding the family home while my struggling sister was out in the cold. I started getting texts and calls from cousins, even from my aunt, who had never been close to either of us. They all had something to say, and it was always along the lines of helping family or doing the right thing. It felt like everyone had an opinion on what I should do, and none of them seemed to care about how this was affecting me. At one point, a cousin suggested that maybe I could help her out by renting the house to Hannah at a lower rate. I considered it, but the thought of giving up my own space just to appease everyone else didn't sit right with me. I'd lived here for years, and now suddenly I was supposed to give it up because someone else decided they needed it more. It felt like a line had been crossed, and I didn't know how to fix it without giving in to something that didn't feel fair to me. Every time I tried to reach out to Hannah, she was cold and distant. It was like she'd put up a wall, and nothing I could say would change her mind. She'd already decided that I was in the wrong, that I was being selfish, and she wasn't interested in hearing anything else. I even offered to help with their rent, but she brushed it off, saying it wasn't about the money. She wanted the house, plain and simple. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. I'd spent years building a life in this house, making it a place that felt like home. But now, all that seemed meaningless in the eyes of my family. To them, it was just a piece of property I was holding on to out of stubbornness. They didn't see the memories, the work I'd put into it, or the attachment I had to it. All they saw was someone with more than enough who wasn't willing to share. I knew I had to make a decision, but I was stuck. If I let her move in or sold it to her, I'd be giving up a huge part of my life. But if I refused, I'd be painted as the selfish one, the sister who wouldn't help her own family when they needed it most. It felt like there was no way to come out of this without losing something, either my family's respect or the home I'd come to love. As the days went on, I could feel the pressure mounting. The calls and texts from family didn't stop, and Hannah wasn't budging. She was still holding firm on the idea that this house was her only real chance at stability, that without it, her family would keep struggling. And meanwhile, I was left questioning everything. Was I being unreasonable? Had I let my attachment to the house blind me to what was really important? It felt like I was walking a tightrope, trying to balance my own needs with the expectations everyone had placed on me. And with each passing day, I could feel myself leaning closer to just giving in, just to end the constant guilt and tension. But something inside me held back, a voice reminding me that this was my life, my home, and I didn't owe anyone an explanation for wanting to keep it. Yet, the guilt was there, eating away at me, making me doubt every decision I'd ever made about the house. Eventually, I decided to confront Hannah one last time. I couldn't keep going in circles, wondering if I was being unfair or selfish. I needed a clear answer from her on what she really expected from me. I called her and suggested we meet, and thankfully, she agreed. I could tell she was hesitant, maybe even tired of the whole back and forth as much as I was. But we both knew this conversation was overdue. We met at a cafe, and from the start, the tension was thick. She was quiet, avoiding eye contact, and I could tell she wasn't interested in hearing me out. But I pushed forward. I told her I understood that things were tough for her, that I could see why she felt frustrated. I acknowledged her need for stability for her kids, and that I wished things were easier for her. But I also made it clear that this house meant a lot to me too, and that it wasn't something I could just give up without it affecting my life too. She listened, but I could see she wasn't swayed. She went on to say that she felt like I had chosen the house over our family, that I'd put my comfort above her family's well-being. She even hinted that she didn't know if she could forgive me for holding on to it when I knew how much it could help them. That hit hard. It felt like she was putting the entire burden of her situation on me, like I was somehow responsible for all the financial issues her family had been dealing with. It hurt, but I tried to keep my cool. In a final attempt to find some middle ground, I offered again to help with her rent or any other financial support I could manage. I even suggested that we could work out a temporary arrangement where they could stay with me for a short period until they got back on their feet. But none of that seemed to satisfy her. She just kept coming back to the same point: the house. She made it clear that, in her mind, my holding on to it was selfish and unnecessary. She told me she didn't need handouts or a temporary fix. She needed a permanent solution, which, to her, meant living in that house. At that point, I was at a loss. I had offered everything I could think of, but it was never enough for her. She had her mind set on this one outcome, and anything less was an insult to her. I told her I needed to think about it some more, and that I hoped she'd understand if I didn't immediately agree to her terms. But she just shrugged, looking almost defeated, as if she'd already accepted that I wasn't going to give in. We parted ways, but the tension was still there, unspoken but heavy. After that, things got worse between us. She started to pull away completely, barely responding to my messages or calls. Family members kept reaching out, making it clear they didn't understand my stance. Some even accused me of causing the rift in the family, saying I was putting material things above my own sister. It was like I was being painted as this heartless person who wouldn't lift a finger for family, even though I'd offered every other solution I could think of. The more I tried to explain my side, the less they seemed to listen. Eventually, I stopped trying to defend myself. I couldn't keep justifying why I wanted to keep my own home, and honestly, the stress was starting to get to me. I was losing sleep, constantly replaying conversations in my head, wondering if there was something I was missing, something I could do to make everyone see my side. But nothing I thought of seemed right. If I gave in and let her move in, I'd be giving up a huge part of my life, something I'd worked hard to build and maintain. But if I held firm, I risked losing my relationship with my sister, and maybe even with other family members who didn't understand. Now, weeks later, things are still at a standstill. I haven't spoken to Hannah in days, and every time I see a family member's name pop up on my phone, I feel a pit in my stomach. I know they're going to ask me about the house, about why I can't just let Hannah have it, or at least do the right thing, and give her a chance to live there. I've tried to avoid them as much as possible, but I know I can't keep that up forever. This issue isn't going away, and I feel like I'm backed into a corner with no good way out. At this point, I'm torn between doing what feels right for me and doing what everyone else thinks is right for my family. Part of me wants to stand my ground and keep the house because it's my home, my connection to our parents, and my stability. But another part of me wonders if maybe I'm missing the bigger picture. If maybe letting Hannah have the house would ease all this tension and finally bring peace to the family. Am I wrong for wanting to keep the family home, even if it means losing my sister's respect and the rest of my family's support? Story 13. Am I in the wrong for refusing to take over my estranged father's restaurant after his passing? I'm Lily, 29, and I'm a chef. I left my small hometown years ago to build a career in the city, and it's been a while since I've even thought about going back. Growing up, my dad owned this small restaurant, a little family-run spot in a rural town where everyone knew each other. To the outside world, my dad was known as the best cook in town, or the guy who knew how to run a tight kitchen. But to me, he was just my dad, and our relationship was messy, to say the least. From a young age, I spent hours at that restaurant. I'd sit on a stool in the kitchen, watching him slice vegetables with precision, flipping dishes like he was performing some sort of magic trick. When I was a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing, watching people come and go, all of them complimenting my dad's food. Back then, I'd imagined I'd take over one day, that I'd be the one to carry the torch. That's what everyone in town probably thought, too. But things changed as I got older. My dad had very fixed ideas of what I should be, and he assumed that keeping it in the family was the only path I'd take. I didn't want to get stuck in that same routine, in that same small town, in that same place that was both comforting and suffocating. When I told him I wanted to go to culinary school, he was furious. He kept saying that school wasn't necessary, that I could learn everything I needed in our restaurant. He acted like I was rejecting him and everything he'd built. The arguments got worse and worse, and by the time I left, we barely spoke. I don't think he ever truly forgave me for leaving. Years passed, and I focused on building a life and career in the city. I worked my way up in various kitchens, eventually landing a job as a sous chef in a well-known restaurant. I finally felt like I was where I was meant to be. I didn't think about going back to that restaurant, or even visiting, honestly. We were barely in contact, so I never heard much about how things were going back home. Then, about a month ago, I got a call out of nowhere. My dad had passed away suddenly, and I was being asked to come to his lawyer's office for the reading of the will. I didn't know what to feel. Part of me was sad, of course, but part of me felt like it was a chapter I'd closed a long time ago. Still, out of respect, I went back to my hometown for the first time in years, mostly just to handle what needed to be done. At the lawyer's office, I learned that he'd left the restaurant to me. I didn't expect that at all. I guess I'd thought he'd leave it to someone else, maybe his longtime friend and business partner, Rick, or even just sell it. But no, he left it to me, along with all the debt that came with it. In his will, there was a note saying he wanted me to bring it back to life. I didn't know what to make of it. Part of me felt like it was some kind of last attempt at control, like he was trying to keep me tied to him, even after he was gone. Rick was there, too. He'd known my dad forever, practically ran the place with him, and he looked at me with this strange expression, hopeful but desperate. Rick told me how much the place had meant to my dad, and practically begged me to come back and save it. I could feel the weight of that expectation settling on me, like everyone was watching to see if I'd finally come to my senses and do what they'd always expected. My mom was there, too, and she's always been on my side about this. She knew how hard I'd worked to make a life for myself outside of that town, to make a career without depending on the family business. She kept telling me that I didn't owe anyone anything, that I had my own life to think about. But I could see the look in Rick's eyes and hear the unspoken words in the room. The town had been waiting for me to come back, and now that he was gone, they expected me to step in. I decided to at least go see the restaurant, to get a sense of what it was like now. I didn't expect to feel anything, but I figured I'd give it one last look. When I walked in, I barely recognized it. The place looked worn, run down, nothing like the lively, bustling spot I remembered from my childhood. There were a few people sitting at the tables, mostly older regulars who seemed to have stuck around out of loyalty, not because the food or the place itself was still as good as it once was. Seeing it like that hit me harder than I thought it would. It was like seeing a piece of my dad, worn and faded, almost gone. And I realized that, to the people in this town, the restaurant was more than just a place to eat. It was part of their lives, their memories. The thought of just selling it off, of letting it die completely, felt wrong somehow. But I couldn't ignore the life I'd built for myself, the career I'd worked so hard for. Taking over my dad's place would mean giving up everything I'd worked towards in the city. Rick and some of the regulars seemed to treat me like I was a returning hero, like I was the only one who could restore my dad's legacy. I didn't have the heart to tell them that I wasn't planning to stay. I just nodded along, feeling this strange mix of guilt and resentment, wondering how I ended up here in the first place. Part of me felt like they saw me as a kid again, like I hadn't changed at all in their eyes. At one point, my mom pulled me aside and told me not to let anyone guilt me into staying. She reminded me that my dad had always been stubborn, that maybe leaving the restaurant to me was his way of trying to keep me connected to him, even if it meant holding me back from what I really wanted. She told me that sometimes he could be controlling in ways that weren't always obvious. I hated to think of it like that, but it wasn't hard to believe. Our relationship had always been tense, and he never fully accepted my choice to leave. So now I'm stuck. On one hand, the restaurant was my dad's whole life, and it feels like rejecting it would be like rejecting him, or at least the part of him that mattered to the people here. But on the other hand, I know what staying would mean, giving up everything I've worked for, possibly getting trapped in the same cycle he did. And the idea of taking on his debt, on top of everything else, is overwhelming. I spent the next few days wrestling with the idea of what taking over my dad's restaurant would actually mean. It was strange being back in my hometown after all these years, seeing the familiar faces of people who still remembered me as Tom's daughter or the girl who'd bring the place back. Everywhere I went, people were asking if I'd be taking over, with this hopeful look in their eyes, like I was their last chance to save something that mattered to them. It's funny how, when you've left a place for so long, you think time has moved on. But it felt like, for everyone here, Nothing had really changed. People still treated me like the kid I was when I left, like my years in the city hadn't happened. I couldn't help but feel this pressure building, as if I owed them something, even though I knew I didn't. One night, I went to the restaurant on my own, just to sit there and really think. I remembered being a kid, sitting in the same booths, watching my dad run around with plates and pans, always looking so proud and alive in his own little world. It made me wonder if maybe he'd been holding on to this hope that I'd come back and take over all along, like some sort of unspoken expectation that he couldn't let go of. Even if we'd barely spoken in years, I started to feel like this was his way of reaching out to me, a final way to pull me back in. But then I'd think about everything I'd built for myself in the city, the long hours, the sacrifices, all the steps I'd taken to get where I am now. Giving that up to take over a rundown restaurant in a tiny town felt like throwing away years of my life. I knew that staying here would mean closing the door on the future I'd worked so hard to create. It's not that I didn't care about the restaurant or what it meant to him. It's that I had a life outside of it that he'd never understood. At one point, Rick and I sat down, and he started telling me about how things had gone downhill in the last few years. Apparently, my dad hadn't been doing so well health-wise, and the place started to slip out of his control. Rick tried to keep things running, but without my dad's touch, customers just stopped coming in. Hearing that made me feel a little guilty. I hadn't known any of it. I'd been so caught up in my own life that I hadn't noticed my dad's struggle, but a part of me wondered why he hadn't reached out, why he hadn't told me what was happening, even if we weren't on the best terms. Rick kept going on about how my dad's dream was for me to keep the place alive, to carry on the family legacy. I felt like he was trying to guilt trip me, or maybe he genuinely believed that's what my dad would have wanted. Either way, it made me feel trapped. No matter what choice I made, it felt like I'd be letting someone down. If I stayed, I'd be letting go of everything I'd worked for. If I left, I'd be disappointing everyone in this town, including Rick, who'd stuck by my dad even when things got tough. Around that time, I started getting calls from friends back in the city. They'd heard about my dad, and a few of them knew about the restaurant situation. They were supportive, of course, but they also kept reminding me of the opportunities I had waiting for me, how much potential I had. One of my mentors even told me that if I didn't come back soon, I'd miss out on a major promotion. It felt like my two lives were colliding in the worst way possible, forcing me to choose between the past and the future. My mom, who'd always supported me, tried to talk some sense into me. She told me that my dad had never really understood my dreams, and that staying here would just be giving in to his version of my life, not mine. She reminded me that my dad's pride had always been his downfall, that he'd never accepted help and refused to see things from anyone else's perspective. Part of me wanted to believe her, to think that leaving the restaurant behind wouldn't be a betrayal, but it still felt wrong somehow. I couldn't shake the feeling that walking away would be like erasing that part of him, that part of our family. Then there were the regulars, the people who'd been coming to the restaurant for years. A few of them stopped me on the street, telling me stories about my dad, about how he'd always talk about me like I was destined to come back one day. Hearing those stories made it even harder. I felt like, in their eyes, I was already the person who'd revive the place, who'd bring back what they'd lost. It was like they'd already written my story for me, as if I was just supposed to step in and fulfill the role he'd left behind. As the days went by, I found myself more and more torn. I'd wake up convinced I'd stay, that maybe I could turn things around, bring new life to the restaurant, and reconnect with my dad's legacy. But by the end of the day, I'd remember everything I'd worked for, all the hours I'd put in to make a name for myself outside of this town. I started to resent the whole situation, resenting my dad for leaving me with this impossible choice, for putting this burden on me without even asking. One night, I went back to the restaurant again, hoping I'd find some kind of clarity. It was late, and the place was empty, just me and the shadows of a life I'd left behind. I sat there for hours, thinking about what my dad would want, what the people in town expected, and what I wanted for myself. No matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't come to a decision. Rick came by the next morning, and he seemed to sense my hesitation. He told me that he'd support whatever choice I made, but I could tell he was disappointed. He kept hinting that my dad had left the restaurant to me for a reason, that it was my calling or some nonsense like that. I knew he meant well, but it just made things worse. I felt like everyone was pushing me to stay, as if I was the only person who could keep the place alive, even though I knew that wasn't true. At the end of the day, I felt like I was stuck between two worlds. No matter what choice I made, I'd be letting someone down, whether it was my dad's memory, the people in town, or myself. In the days that followed, I went back and forth, trying to figure out if I could come up with some kind of compromise. I thought about hiring a manager to run the restaurant while I stayed in the city, maybe popping in now and then to check on things. I figured that way, I'd be keeping the restaurant alive for the town and honoring my dad's wishes without completely sacrificing my career. It seemed like a decent middle ground, at least until I brought it up to Rick. When I mentioned the idea, he looked disappointed. He told me that running the restaurant from afar wasn't the same as actually being there, living and breathing it the way my dad did. He said that the place would lose its soul without a real family presence, and the customers would feel it. Rick didn't say it outright, but I could tell he thought I was trying to take the easy way out. That stung, and I started to feel like maybe he was right, like I was trying to hold on to both worlds when I really needed to make a choice. After that conversation, I felt more conflicted than ever. I thought about the times I'd seen other family-owned places go under because the kids didn't want to take them over. I'd always thought I understood those choices, that it was fine to choose your own path. But now, I wondered if I'd been wrong. Maybe there really was something to the idea of keeping a family legacy alive, of honoring what came before, even if it wasn't what I'd originally wanted for myself. Around that time, I started getting more messages from people in the town, some of them old family friends who hadn't reached out in years. They were all saying the same thing: how proud my dad had been of me, how he'd always talked about the restaurant like it was something he'd be leaving to me someday. I couldn't believe he'd talked about it like that. Considering how we'd barely spoken since I left, I started to feel like he'd kept this whole story alive in his head, one where I'd eventually come back and take over, even when I had no idea he was thinking that way. It was frustrating because it felt like he'd planned this whole narrative for me without my input, like I was just supposed to step in and play the part. My mom, who'd been my biggest supporter all these years, kept telling me that I didn't owe him or anyone else anything. She reminded me how he'd pressured me to stay, how he'd never understood why I wanted to leave, and how he'd been stubborn to the point of refusing to see my side. I knew she was right, but it didn't make the decision any easier. It was hard to shake the feeling that walking away from the restaurant meant walking away from my dad, even if we'd never had the best relationship. One evening, I found myself at the restaurant again, sitting in the empty dining room, trying to make sense of it all. I imagined what it would be like to actually stay, to run the place, and to let go of everything I'd worked for in the city. I tried to picture myself here in 5, 10 years, dealing with the same customers, keeping the same routines. It felt like I was stepping into someone else's life, a life my dad had imagined for me, not one I'd chosen. But then I thought about how much it would mean to everyone in town, how it would keep a piece of my dad alive. The thought made me feel guilty, like maybe I was being selfish for not wanting to stay. Then there was the financial side. The debt he'd left behind wasn't small, and even if I decided to take over, it would take years to bring the place back to what it used to be. I'd be starting from scratch, without the resources or support I had in the city. And if I failed, I'd be left with nothing, just the memories of a dream that was never really mine to begin with. That reality hit hard. I couldn't just ignore the risk, no matter how much people expected me to take it on. Finally, I decided to ask a few locals what they thought. I didn't tell them I was considering not staying, but I hinted at my dilemma, hoping to get a better sense of what the restaurant meant to them. They all had the same response, that the restaurant was a symbol of the town, a place where people came together, where they felt at home. Some of them even told me they'd been worried it would close when my dad's health started to decline, that it wouldn't survive without a family member at the helm. It was clear they saw me as the last chance to keep it alive, and that only added to the pressure. By the end of my stay, I still hadn't made a final decision, but I knew I couldn't drag it out much longer. My job in the city was waiting, and if I didn't go back soon, I'd miss out on the promotion I'd been working toward for years. It felt like everything I'd built in my career was hanging in the balance, and the longer I stayed, the harder it was to let go. At the same time, I felt this pull to honor my dad's memory, to keep the place going, even if it meant sacrificing my own dreams. Now I'm left wondering if I'm in the wrong for even considering leaving the restaurant behind. Am I being selfish for wanting to go back to my life in the city? Or would staying here be giving up too much of myself for a legacy that was never really mine? Story 14. Am I the villain for refusing to help my sister plan her wedding after she repeatedly stole my ideas? I'm an event planner, 32, with a reputation for being creative and organized. My job is pretty much my life. I'm constantly coming up with ideas, finding unique venues, and creating themes that have that wow factor. My sister, Lisa, 29, has always been different. She's charming, impulsive, and thrives on attention, the kind of person who can talk her way out of anything. We're close in age, but our personalities couldn't be more different. Growing up, Lisa would always copy me, from the clothes I wore to the way I decorated my room. I used to think it was flattering. She's my little sister, and maybe she just looked up to me. But over the years, it became more than that. Anytime I showed an interest in something, she'd suddenly have the same interest, almost as if she wanted to beat me at my own thing. I brushed it off, telling myself that it was just sibling stuff, and didn't think much of it. When I became an event planner, it felt like I'd finally found something that was all mine. My friends and family would come to me for ideas and advice, and I loved helping them plan their big moments. But then, Lisa started borrowing my ideas for her own parties. It started small things like the color schemes or some quirky decoration idea I'd come up with. She'd always play it off as if it was no big deal, like it was just sisterly inspiration. Over time, this habit of hers became more frustrating. She'd ask me for my input on something. I'd give her some ideas, and before I knew it, she'd take the whole concept, put her own name on it, and act like she'd come up with it herself. I started holding back when she asked me for ideas, which, of course, she noticed. But every time I brought it up, she'd just laugh and say I was being sensitive or paranoid. I let this slide for years because I figured it was just a minor annoyance, something to laugh about later. But that changed recently, and honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened. Lisa got engaged last year, and as soon as she started planning her wedding, she began asking me about different themes and ideas. Now, I'm not married or even engaged, but I've had a vision for my own wedding for as long as I can remember. It's one of those things I've worked on quietly, just ideas I've gathered over the years as I've planned events for other people. So, when Lisa started pressing me for wedding tips, I felt a little weird. I tried to give her some basic advice without sharing too much, but Lisa kept asking for more specifics, wanting to know exactly what I would do for my own wedding, if it were up to me. I finally caved one night and gave her some details, things I'd never shared with anyone else because they were so personal to me. I told her about this one venue I'd fallen in love with, the color scheme I'd dreamed up, and even the style of the invitations I wanted. I trusted her, thinking that even though she had this habit of borrowing my ideas, she'd understand that these were special to me. Besides, I figured she'd want her wedding to be unique, not just a version of something I'd come up with. But clearly, I was wrong. The other night, we were having a family dinner to celebrate her engagement. Everyone was in a great mood, talking about the wedding, and Lisa was practically glowing with excitement. She started sharing her plans, and the more she talked, the more I started feeling a little uneasy. She was describing the exact venue I'd told her about, the same color scheme, even the specific type of invitations I'd mentioned. It wasn't just inspiration. It was as if she'd taken every single idea I'd shared and decided to make it hers. I sat there, listening in disbelief as she went on and on about her ideas, and I could feel my stomach twisting with frustration. She was acting as if these were all things she'd come up with, as if they were part of her dream wedding, when in reality, they were things I'd been holding on to for years. I didn't want to make a scene, so I tried to keep my face neutral. But it must have been obvious that I was upset because my mom shot me a concerned look. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. After dinner, I pulled Lisa aside and told her how I was feeling. I tried to keep it calm, explaining that these were ideas I'd always wanted to use for myself. I told her that while I was happy for her, I didn't feel comfortable with her using something so personal to me for her wedding. But she just looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. She laughed and said something along the lines of, "All weddings look the same anyway, so what's the big deal?" Hearing her brush it off like that made me feel like I'd been punched in the gut. I thought she'd at least understand where I was coming from or offer some kind of compromise. But instead, she acted like I was being ridiculous for even bringing it up. When I told her that I wouldn't be helping with her wedding if she was going to use my ideas, she rolled her eyes and said I was overreacting, and that I should just be happy for her. At that point, my parents got involved. They couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of a few ideas, and kept saying I should be flattered that Lisa wanted to use them. They saw it as a compliment, something I should be proud of. But to me, it felt like I was being erased, like my own dreams were just a prop for someone else's big day. I tried to explain to them that it was personal, that these were ideas I'd been holding on to for my own wedding, but they kept dismissing it, saying I was being territorial, and that it was just a wedding. Lisa, meanwhile, was completely unbothered. She kept brushing me off, saying that as an event planner, I should be happy to help my family, that I was being selfish by holding back. She even made a joke about how she'd pay me for my ideas if I was that worried about it, which just made me feel even worse. It was like she couldn't grasp that this was more than just a job for me, that it was something deeply personal. Now, I'm sitting here, replaying the whole thing in my mind and wondering if I'm really in the wrong. My parents have made it clear that they expect me to let this go and support Lisa unconditionally. They've even gone so far as to say that I'm ruining her engagement experience by making it about myself. And to be honest, I'm starting to question whether they're right. Maybe I am just being overly sensitive. Maybe I should just let her have these ideas and be the supportive sister they all seem to want me to be. But there's a part of me that can't shake the feeling that this isn't fair, that I'm being asked to sacrifice something important to me for the sake of family harmony. It feels like I'm always the one expected to compromise, to give up what I want for the sake of keeping the peace. And this time, it feels like too much. This whole thing has left me feeling isolated, like no one in my family understands where I'm coming from. They keep telling me I'm overreacting, that I'm being petty, but they don't see how much this is affecting me. It's not just about the wedding, it's about feeling like my boundaries don't matter, like my feelings are just an inconvenience to be brushed aside. At this point, I don't even know what to do. I don't want to damage my relationship with my family, but I also feel like I can't just ignore how much this has hurt me. And with every passing day, it feels like I'm getting further and further away from the people who are supposed to understand me the most. I tried to keep my frustration to myself after that dinner. I thought maybe I was making too big a deal out of it, that I could just let Lisa have her wedding and move on. But the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. It wasn't just about the ideas. It was about the principle. I'd worked hard to build something for myself, and it felt like she was taking a piece of that without any respect or understanding of what it meant to me. My parents, of course, didn't get it. They were just focused on the fact that Lisa was getting married and wanted everything to go smoothly. To them, my role as the older sister meant I should just be there for her no matter what. I don't know why, but they've always had this way of expecting me to be the responsible one, the one who gives in and does what's needed to keep the peace. Lisa's the baby of the family, and she can do no wrong in their eyes. After a few days of stewing, I decided to sit down with my parents and try to explain how I felt, thinking that maybe, if they really understood my side, they'd be more supportive. But it didn't go as planned. When I brought it up, they immediately went on the defensive. They kept saying things like, "It's just a wedding," and "Don't you want to make her day special?" My dad even said that, as a professional, I should be able to separate my work from my personal feelings. That really stung because it's my family, not a client. When I told them how personal these ideas were to me, they just stared at me blankly, as if I was speaking a different language. My mom told me I was overthinking it, and that I should feel honored Lisa wanted to use my ideas. She actually said I was being selfish for holding back my expertise, as if I owed it to Lisa just because we're sisters. They couldn't seem to understand that it wasn't about the ideas themselves, but about feeling like my dreams were being taken over by someone else. But what really got me was when my mom suggested that if I was so attached to these ideas, maybe I should hurry up and get engaged myself. She said it like it was a joke, but I could tell she meant it. I couldn't believe it. She basically brushed aside everything I just said and turned it back on me, making it sound like my feelings were only valid if I were also planning a wedding right now. I left that conversation feeling worse than before, realizing that they were never going to see it from my perspective. As for Lisa, she acted like nothing had happened. She was still calling me, texting me, asking for more ideas and advice on planning. She even sent me a picture of the dress style she was thinking about, which, of course, was eerily similar to one I'd mentioned years ago that I wanted for myself. I started ignoring her messages, hoping she'd get the hint that I wasn't interested in being her free planner. But she kept at it, clearly not caring, or maybe not even noticing that I was upset. Eventually, she confronted me, asking why I was being so cold and why I wasn't helping her out like she'd expected. She accused me of being petty, and when I tried to explain again how I felt, she rolled her eyes and said I was taking everything way too personally. She told me it was just a wedding, that all weddings are basically the same, and that I needed to stop acting like she'd stolen some huge part of my life. At that point, I told her I was done. I said I couldn't support her if she was going to treat me like my feelings didn't matter. I made it clear that I wouldn't be involved in any more of her planning. Lisa stormed off, and I thought that would be the end of it, that maybe she'd finally understand that I wasn't going to just roll over. But I should have known better. After that, my parents got involved again. They called me, telling me I was ruining Lisa's engagement experience, that I was tearing the family apart over something that should be a happy occasion. They couldn't seem to understand that I was hurt, that this wasn't just about the wedding, it was about years of feeling like my boundaries and ideas didn't matter. My mom even started talking about how I was setting a bad example for the family by being so stubborn. It felt like they were all ganging up on me, twisting my refusal to help into something ugly, something selfish and dramatic. Then, out of nowhere, I started getting messages from extended family members. Apparently, Lisa had told them her side of the story, framing it as if I was refusing to help her out of pure spite. People I hadn't talked to in ages were suddenly reaching out, telling me to get over myself and support my sister. Some even called me directly, saying that family was more important than a bunch of ideas, and that I should be grateful to be involved. I felt like I was being painted as the villain, like no one cared about my side of the story. At this point, I felt completely isolated. My own family was treating me like an outsider, like my feelings didn't matter as long as Lisa got what she wanted. It was exhausting, trying to defend myself over something that felt so simple and yet so complicated. I started doubting myself, wondering if I was really just being unreasonable, if maybe they were right and I was blowing everything out of proportion. Things only got worse from there. Lisa started telling people that I was boycotting her wedding, that I was refusing to attend because I was jealous of her happiness. I was shocked when I heard that, especially since I'd never even hinted at not attending. But by the time I found out, the damage was done. Everyone believed her version of events, and no one seemed interested in hearing my side. I tried to reach out to a few family members to explain, but it was like talking to a wall. They'd already made up their minds, and anything I said just made me look worse. My mom even called me to say she was disappointed in how I was handling things, that she'd raised me to be better than this. That hurt more than I thought it would. It was like no one could see past their own version of events to understand that I was actually hurting. Now, I'm stuck in this weird limbo, where I feel like I'm fighting a battle I can't win. It feels like everyone has decided that Lisa is the victim, and I'm just the bitter older sister who can't be happy for her. And the more I try to explain, the worse it seems to get. I'm at a point where I don't even know if I want to go to the wedding at all. But I know if I don't, it'll just give them more ammunition to say I'm being dramatic. I'm torn between standing up for myself and giving in just to make everyone else happy. But if I do that, if I just let it go, I feel like I'll be proving them right that my boundaries don't matter, that I'm only here to serve everyone else's needs. It's like I'm being forced to choose between my self-respect and my family. And I don't know if I can keep doing this without losing a part of myself in the process. The worst part is, I don't even feel like I can talk to anyone about it. My friends have tried to be supportive, but they don't really understand the family dynamics. And my family, well, they've already made it clear where they stand. It feels like I'm trapped in this cycle of trying to explain myself, only to be told I'm being too sensitive or selfish. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up without completely breaking down. All I wanted was to be respected, to have my own ideas and dreams treated with a little bit of care. But instead, it feels like I'm the one being punished for having any boundaries at all. At this point, I felt like I had two choices: either give in and let Lisa have her way or stand my ground and risk becoming the outcast in my own family. It was a horrible position to be in because, no matter what I chose, someone was going to end up hurt. And for once, I didn't want it to be me. I was tired of always being the one to smooth things over, to sacrifice my own feelings for the sake of keeping the peace. I just wanted my family to understand that this mattered to me, that it wasn't just about some wedding ideas, but about feeling respected and valued. So, I decided to stand firm. I told my parents, once and for all, that I wouldn't be involved in planning Lisa's wedding. I tried to explain, again, that it wasn't just about the ideas, but about how this had been handled, about how Lisa had dismissed my feelings and turned the whole family against me. They didn't want to hear it. My mom told me I was making this all about myself, and that I needed to grow up and support my sister. My dad didn't say much, but he did add that I was acting childish. It was clear they'd already made up their minds, and nothing I said was going to change that. Around this time, Lisa started sending me more messages, mostly passive-aggressive ones asking if I was done sulking and ready to be part of her wedding again. She'd sprinkle in little guilt trips, saying things like, "I never imagined my only sister would refuse to help me on the biggest day of my life." It was infuriating. She was acting like I was the one who'd done something wrong, like I was the one who had betrayed her. But I stayed strong and didn't respond. I knew that if I engaged, it would just turn into another argument, and I didn't have the energy for that anymore. Then, my mom called me one night, practically in tears. She told me that Lisa was devastated, and that the stress of all this was ruining her excitement for the wedding. She said she couldn't understand why I was being so stubborn, why I couldn't just let it go for the sake of my sister's happiness. I tried, one last time, to explain that I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but that I needed to be respected, too. But my mom just kept repeating that family comes first, and that I was tearing us apart. By the end of that call, I felt like I'd hit a wall. They weren't going to see my side, no matter what I said. Things took a turn when Lisa's fiancé reached out to me. I'd always liked him. He's a nice guy, and I genuinely think he's good for Lisa. He asked if we could meet for coffee to talk things over, so I agreed, hoping that maybe he'd have a different perspective. When we met, he was calm and respectful, and he actually listened to what I had to say without interrupting or dismissing my feelings. For the first time in weeks, I felt like someone was actually trying to understand where I was coming from. He told me that he'd had no idea things had gotten this bad, that Lisa had painted a very different picture of what was going on. According to him, Lisa had made it sound like I was just being difficult for no reason, that I'd randomly decided to boycott her wedding. I could tell he was genuinely surprised when I explained the full story, about how personal these ideas were to me, and how hurt I'd been by the way Lisa had handled it. He apologized on her behalf, and said he'd talk to her about respecting my feelings, which was honestly more than I'd expected from anyone. But even after that, nothing really changed. Lisa was still acting like I was the villain, and my parents were still on her side. It was as if they'd all decided that I was the problem, and nothing could convince them otherwise. I didn't want to make things worse, so I backed off. I stopped bringing it up, stopped trying to defend myself. I figured that if they weren't going to listen, there was no point in wasting my energy. As the wedding got closer, the tension just kept building. Family members I hadn't spoken to in years were reaching out, telling me how disappointed they were in me, how they couldn't believe I'd abandoned my sister like this. It was like Lisa had rallied everyone she could find, making sure everyone knew her side of the story. I started to feel like I was losing my entire family over something that, in the grand scheme of things, shouldn't have been that big of a deal. It was exhausting, constantly defending myself, constantly trying to explain why I felt the way I did. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. I decided to go, partly because I didn't want to give my family any more reason to vilify me, and partly because, despite everything, I did want to support Lisa. I showed up, kept a low profile, and stayed out of the way. It was strange watching her walk down the aisle in the dress I'd once dreamed of wearing, surrounded by decorations I'd envisioned for myself. I tried to push those feelings aside and focus on the fact that this was her day, that she deserved to be happy. But it was hard. It felt like I was watching someone else live out my dream. After the ceremony, Lisa barely acknowledged me. She was wrapped up in the excitement of the day, surrounded by friends and family who were all there to celebrate her. I tried to be happy for her, to enjoy the day, but I couldn't shake the feeling of resentment. I'd given up so much to be there, to put on a brave face, and it felt like none of it mattered. At the reception, my mom pulled me aside and said she was glad I'd come, that it meant a lot to the family. But even in that moment, she couldn't resist reminding me how difficult I'd made things, how I'd almost ruined everything with my selfishness. It was like a final punch to the gut, a reminder that, no matter what I did, I'd always be seen as the problem. After that, I slipped out early, not wanting to stick around any longer. I left feeling drained, emotionally exhausted, and more alone than ever. It was clear that my family wasn't going to change, that they'd always see me as the difficult one for standing up for myself. And honestly, I don't know where to go from here. I've lost a lot of respect for people I used to admire, and I don't know if things will ever be the same. Am I really the villain for refusing to help my sister plan her wedding, even though my family thinks I'm overreacting? Story 15. Am I wrong for asking my estranged father to move out after learning about his past? I'm Sarah, 34, and I've been through a lot in the past few years. Life took a sharp turn a while back when I went through a divorce. I hadn't planned to be single in my 30s, and while I managed to get back on my feet, the whole thing was just exhausting. Somehow, after a lot of scraping and saving, I'd managed to buy my own place. It wasn't much, just a small house in the suburbs, but it was mine. It was supposed to be my fresh start, a quiet place to rebuild and just be on my own terms. I didn't expect that my dad, someone who had been mostly absent in my life, would suddenly become part of that picture. Growing up, I didn't know much about him. He was in and out of my life, mostly out. When I was younger, my mom didn't really talk about him, and as I got older, I stopped asking. He had a history with addiction, and my memories of him were mostly scattered and inconsistent, moments that barely pieced together a person. It was always one of those things no one in the family talked about directly, the elephant in the room, and it just became easier to ignore. To me, he was like a ghost, someone I only knew existed through fragments of stories and occasional, hazy memories. Then, a few months ago, he reached out. I don't even know what made me pick up the phone, honestly. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but I couldn't. He sounded different, more grounded, and he said he'd been sober for a while and wanted a chance to make amends. He didn't have anywhere else to go, and he asked if he could stay with me for a bit. Maybe I should have thought about it more, but I felt this weird mix of curiosity and maybe a little pity. I didn't know what to expect, but something in me thought I owed him this chance. When he showed up, it was like letting a stranger into my home. He looked older than I remembered, more worn down, like life had taken a toll on him that was hard to ignore. He didn't have much with him, just a worn duffel bag and a couple of things, as if he'd already prepared for people to turn him away. He settled into the guest room, and at first, it was awkward but manageable. We tried to keep to small talk, avoiding anything heavy or personal. I think we both understood that we weren't ready to dive into the past. As the days went by, I tried to keep things light and avoid tension. We had dinners in near silence and exchanged some forced, polite conversation. But there was this feeling that kept creeping up, this resentment I couldn't shake. Here he was, in my house, after all those years of absence. I kept wondering if he was only here because he had nowhere else to go, or if he genuinely wanted to reconnect. Part of me hoped he did, that maybe we could find some kind of relationship from this mess, but the other part of me wasn't convinced. I didn't want to get my hopes up. Then, about 3 weeks in, everything blew up in a way I didn't see coming. I was looking around for my keys one morning, and as I went into the guest room to check if I'd left them in there, I saw one of his folders lying on the bed, open just enough to catch my eye. Inside was an old court document with his name on it. I'm not proud of it, but I picked it up and skimmed through. What I read hit me like a punch to the gut. It wasn't just addiction that had taken him away from our family. There was a crime listed, something I had no idea about, something from when I was just a kid. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like my mind was on fire, racing in 1,000 directions at once. I felt this sudden wave of anger and betrayal. I'd let him into my home, thinking I was helping him, maybe even helping both of us, and he hadn't told me any of this. I just stood there, staring at the papers, trying to process what they meant. It was like all those years of wondering, all the unanswered questions, were suddenly laid out in front of me, and none of it made any sense. It was this huge, ugly truth that he'd kept hidden, and I felt like a fool for not seeing it sooner. That night, I couldn't hold back. I was so angry that I just blurted it out, not caring how it came across. I didn't plan it. I just needed answers. He looked at me, and for a moment, he looked genuinely shocked. There was a kind of sadness in his eyes, a resignation that felt like he'd been expecting this all along. He admitted that everything in the document was true, but insisted that he'd changed. He said he'd done his time, that he was different now, but all I could think was how he'd never even told me. I mean, if he was trying to make amends, shouldn't honesty be the first step? The more he talked, the angrier I felt. There he was, asking for forgiveness, acting like he deserved a place in my life. But he hadn't even been honest about why he'd left in the first place. I felt like I'd been pulled into some drama I never asked for, reliving a part of my life I thought I'd left behind. He tried to justify it, saying he'd kept it from me because he didn't want to hurt me with the details. But that just made it worse. It felt like he was making decisions for me, deciding what I could handle, and I hated him for it. After that night, everything between us felt fragile and tense. I couldn't look at him the same way, and it felt like all the progress we'd made was shattered. I felt like I was living with a stranger, someone who had shown up in my life with a story that was completely different from what I'd imagined. Every day, the resentment grew. I felt betrayed, not just by him, but by the whole idea of family, of trust. It was like my whole life had been based on half-truths and secrets, and now I was expected to just move on and accept it. My friends and family had a lot of opinions. My best friend was furious when I told her, saying I should kick him out immediately, that he didn't deserve another chance. But my aunt, who's always had a soft spot for him, thought I should give him a chance to explain himself. She said that everyone has a past, and that I shouldn't judge him for it, especially if he was truly trying to make things right. But that was easy for her to say. She didn't have to live with the weight of knowing her dad had hidden something so big from her. I thought about it a lot, and after a few days, I decided to try and set some boundaries. If he was going to stay with me, he needed to be honest. I told him that I wanted to know everything, that I needed the full truth if we were going to even attempt to move forward. At first, he agreed. He said he understood, and that he was ready to open up. But when I tried to actually talk to him about it, he became defensive. He kept saying that I wouldn't understand, that I was too young back then to know what really happened, that it wasn't fair to dredge it all up now. It was like he wanted forgiveness, but didn't want to do the work to earn it. At that point, I'd had enough. I told him that if he couldn't be honest with me, he needed to leave. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to say, and I could see the hurt in his eyes. He seemed almost surprised, like he hadn't expected me to actually go through with it. He just nodded, went into the guest room, and started packing up his things. He didn't argue or try to change my mind, which almost made it worse. It was like he was prepared for this all along, like he'd known it was only a matter of time before he'd wear out his welcome. Watching him pack up and leave felt surreal. Here I was, standing in my own house, watching my father walk out of my life again. But this time, I was the one pushing him away. It left this hollow feeling, like I'd just ripped open a wound that might never fully heal. He didn't look back as he walked out the door, and I didn't try to stop him. For the first time in years, I felt like I had some control over my life, even though it came at a price I wasn't sure I was ready to pay. After my dad left, I thought I'd feel better, like a weight had been lifted. In some ways, I guess it had, but it wasn't the relief I'd hoped for. The house felt emptier than I expected, like I'd opened up this huge space in my life and didn't know what to do with it. I kept thinking about everything he'd said, everything he hadn't said, and every question that was still hanging in the air. Part of me regretted telling him to leave. Another part was still angry, convinced I'd done the right thing. A few days after he left, my phone started buzzing with messages from him. He left voicemails, a mix of apologies and vague explanations, all of them dancing around the real issue. He didn't actually own up to anything in those messages, no straight answers, just promises that he'd tell me everything if I gave him one more chance. He said he'd explain why he kept things hidden and that he'd be honest this time. I wanted to believe him, but how many chances was I supposed to give? He hadn't been honest so far, so why would this time be any different? I played one of his messages on speaker, while I was making dinner one night, listening to him stumble over his words. He kept saying things like, "I didn't want you to think less of me," and "You're the only family I have left." It was guilt-trippy, but it worked. I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I'd been too harsh, that maybe I should have let him try to explain. But then I'd remember that look on his face when I'd asked for the truth, how defensive he'd been, and it would remind me why I made him leave. My aunt was all over me about it, saying I should at least meet him for coffee and let him talk. She reminded me that people have complicated lives and that everyone deserves a chance to make amends. She didn't get it, though she hadn't been there when he was in and out of my life as a kid, hadn't lived through the silence, the questions, the feeling of always wondering why he didn't stick around. I told her that and tried to explain that I didn't owe him anything, that he'd already had so many chances to be part of my life, and he'd thrown them all away. But she kept pushing, saying maybe I'd regret it if I cut him off completely without hearing him out. The days dragged on, and the voicemails kept coming. I'd listen to some, delete others, and each one just left me more confused. He was trying so hard to get me to listen, but he wasn't saying anything real. I could tell he wanted to pull me back in, but he was holding back at the same time, like he was afraid of what would happen if he actually told me the truth. I couldn't understand it. If he really wanted a relationship, why couldn't he just be honest? Eventually, I texted him, saying we could meet for coffee if he was ready to have a real conversation. No more excuses, no more hiding things. I told him that I'd given him a chance before, and if he was serious about this, he needed to prove it. I half expected him not to reply or to dodge the message, but he responded almost immediately, saying he'd be there. I felt a mix of relief and dread. Part of me wanted answers, but another part didn't want to open up that can of worms again. When we met, he looked rougher than the last time I'd seen him, like he hadn't been sleeping well. He sat across from me, his hands fidgeting on the table, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. I could tell he was nervous, but I didn't try to make it easier for him. I'd done enough of that already. He started by apologizing again, saying he knew he'd messed up and that he'd handled things all wrong. He said he didn't know how to talk about his past, that he didn't want to drag me into it. I listened, trying to stay neutral, but inside, I was already frustrated. It was more of the same excuses. He admitted that he'd been involved in something bad, that he'd made a lot of mistakes back then. But every time I pressed for details, he shut down. He kept saying it wasn't important anymore, that he was different now. But I couldn't accept that. I needed more than vague apologies and promises that he'd changed. I needed him to actually own up to what he'd done, to stop hiding behind excuses and just tell me the truth. But he wouldn't. It was like he was trying to rewrite the past without actually dealing with it. After what felt like hours of going in circles, I finally told him that if he couldn't be honest with me, there was no point in continuing this. I didn't need another half-truth or another apology that didn't mean anything. I needed real answers, or I needed him out of my life for good. He looked at me, and for a moment, I thought he was going to say something real, something honest. But instead, he just looked away, mumbling that he was sorry and that he'd messed everything up. It was the same old story. We sat there in silence for a few minutes, neither of us knowing what to say. I think he realized he'd lost his chance, but he couldn't bring himself to actually tell me the truth. I got up and told him I couldn't do this anymore, that I'd tried, but he'd left me no choice. He didn't stop me, didn't ask me to stay. He just sat there, staring at the table, and I walked out, feeling like I'd just closed a chapter of my life that I didn't even know I'd been holding on to. The weeks after that last coffee meeting felt strange. I thought cutting him off would make everything easier, but it was like he still lingered in the background, a shadow I couldn't shake. I'd get a text or voicemail from him every few days, each one some variation of, "I'm sorry," or "Please let me explain." I wanted to delete them all and move on, but something kept me from blocking him completely. Maybe it was the nagging feeling that I was being too harsh, or the slight hope that he'd finally own up to everything and say what I needed to hear. Either way, I left the messages unread, as if by ignoring them, I could put off deciding. A part of me wondered if I'd made a mistake by walking away. My aunt kept reminding me that everyone has their reasons, and that maybe I needed to be more forgiving. I knew she meant well, but it felt like she didn't understand what it was like to have someone so close yet so distant. Someone who was supposed to be a father, but didn't feel like one. The guilt, though it was real. I'd grown up without a dad, and now that he was finally trying to come back, I was the one shutting the door. I started to question if I was doing the right thing, or if I was just being stubborn. Eventually, I decided to listen to his voicemails. I sat there one evening, going through them all one by one. Most of them were what I expected: apologies, promises that he'd explain everything, and a lot of pleas for one more chance. But there was one message that stood out, one where he sounded different, almost desperate. He said something about wanting to leave a part of his past behind, that he hadn't told me everything because he was afraid it would change how I saw him forever. I don't know why, but that message hit me harder than the others. It made me wonder if there was more to the story than I'd realized, something deeper that he couldn't bring himself to say. After a lot of back and forth with myself, I decided to give him one last shot. I figured I had nothing to lose by listening, and if he let me down again, I'd have the closure I needed to walk away for good. So I texted him, telling him we could meet one more time. I made it clear that this was his last chance, that I wasn't going to keep doing this back and forth forever. He agreed, saying he was ready to tell me everything, that he'd been wanting to say it for years, but didn't know how. It was strange to see him sound so certain, and for a moment, I felt hopeful. We met at a park this time, away from coffee shops and crowded spaces. He seemed nervous, fidgeting with his hands as he sat down next to me. I told him I needed the full story, no excuses or vague answers. I'd heard enough of those, and this was his last shot to be honest. He nodded, took a deep breath, and finally started to open up. He told me things I'd never known, things that painted a different picture of the man I thought I'd figured out. He started with the basics, admitting that he'd been caught up in some bad stuff back when I was a kid, things that went beyond just addiction. He got mixed up with people who pulled him into a darker world, and by the time he realized what he'd done, it was too late. He didn't go into detail, but he mentioned a specific incident that had landed him in jail for a while, something involving people he thought were friends, but who'd turned on him. He said he'd kept it all hidden from me because he was afraid I'd never want to see him again if I knew. Hearing him finally say it was like a punch to the gut. I felt angry, sad, and weirdly relieved all at once. It made sense, in a way, why he'd stayed away, why he'd been so distant. But it didn't change the fact that he'd been a ghost in my life, that he'd chosen to hide instead of being there. I told him that I'd spent my whole childhood wondering why he didn't care enough to stick around. He looked crushed, like he hadn't thought about it that way, and it felt good, in a twisted way, to see him realize the impact of his choices. After he finished talking, he sat there, staring down at his hands, waiting for me to respond. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to forgive him, to finally let it go and try to move forward. But another part of me couldn't forget the years of silence, the lies, the fact that he'd let his choices ruin what could have been a real relationship between us. He kept saying he'd changed, that he wanted to be a better man. But I wasn't sure if that was enough. Change didn't erase the past, and I wasn't sure if I could trust him not to let me down again. We sat there for a long time, both of us lost in our thoughts. He eventually asked if I'd give him a chance to be part of my life, to make up for lost time. He said he knew he couldn't fix the past, but wanted a chance to build something with me now. I could see he meant it, but I couldn't ignore the feeling in my gut that told me to be careful, to protect myself. I'd given him so many chances already, and each one had ended in disappointment. I told him I needed time to think about it, that I wasn't sure if I could just forgive and forget. He seemed disappointed, but said he understood, that he'd wait as long as it took for me to decide. I don't know if he really understands what he's asking. Rebuilding our relationship would mean letting go of years of resentment and anger, and I don't know if I'm ready for that. It feels like a huge risk, one that could either give me the father I always wanted or leave me with even more hurt. Now, I'm left with this choice, and I can't decide what to do. Part of me wants to let him back in, to believe that people can change and that we could finally have a relationship. But another part of me wonders if I'm just setting myself up to be disappointed again. After everything that's happened, would I be wrong for not giving him another chance? Am I being unreasonable for refusing to let my estranged sister meet my daughter? I, Elena, 35, am a single mom to my daughter, Lily, who's 8 years old. I've built a life that's quiet, stable, and as far removed from my family as I could make it. I work as a corporate lawyer, and for the most part, life has been pretty steady. I'm not one to reach out for advice, but right now, I feel like I'm torn in two, and I genuinely don't know if I'm doing the right thing. To give some context, I haven't spoken to my sister Claire, 32, or the rest of my family in over a decade. Growing up, our family wasn't exactly close, but it was more than that. Claire and I had always been at odds, even as kids, but things just kept escalating as we got older. She had this talent for getting our parents to take her side, no matter what was going on. I'd try to stand up for myself, but somehow it always got turned around, and I ended up looking like the bad guy. Claire would make these subtle jabs, play little mind games, and then twist the situation until our parents believed that she was the one who'd been wronged. I'd bring up how she'd acted, and it would immediately turn into, "Why are you overreacting?" or "Claire didn't mean it that way." It was like I was living in some weird gaslighting nightmare where I was always the one at fault. This dynamic didn't exactly improve as we got older. In high school, Claire managed to get herself into some serious trouble, but instead of facing any consequences, she spun it so our parents thought she was just misunderstood. I watched her charm her way out of things while I was constantly under scrutiny for every little mistake. It was exhausting, and it felt like no matter what I did, I was always in her shadow, always the one who had to explain myself while she got a free pass. It wore me down over the years, and by the time I was in college, I knew I couldn't keep that kind of toxic family environment in my life if I wanted to keep my sanity. The breaking point came when I was around 24. There was a massive argument. I had a job lined up right after graduating law school, and I'd saved up enough to get my own place. I was proud of myself, excited about my future, and ready to step out on my own. But somehow, Even this became a point of contention. My parents and Claire seemed to twist my independence into some sort of rebellion, like I was trying to distance myself from the family. Even though they'd been part of the reason I'd wanted to leave, that night, Claire played her usual game of turning the family against me, painting me as ungrateful for all the support they'd given me. In reality, it felt like I'd been carrying their expectations and criticisms my entire life. I finally lost it and told them I was done. I packed my things, left, and didn't look back. When Lily was born, I made the decision to keep my family out of our lives entirely. I'd seen what their influence had done to me, and I didn't want my daughter to be anywhere near that kind of toxicity. I wanted her to grow up in a safe, positive environment, free from the emotional games I'd been caught in with Claire and my parents. I told myself I was doing the right thing, and honestly, for a long time, I didn't question it. I built a world for Lily and me that was calm, loving, and far away from the chaos I grew up in. My friends knew bits and pieces of the story, but I never really opened up about the full extent of it. I didn't want to relive those memories, and besides, I felt like I'd made peace with my decision. For 8 years, it worked. Lily's a happy kid, and our lives have been good. But every now and then, I'd wonder if I'd done the right thing. I mean, it's not like I ever told Lily she didn't have family out there, but I kept it vague. I didn't want her to ask questions I wasn't ready to answer. My friends have been supportive, though sometimes they'd hint that maybe I should reconsider letting her meet my family. They'd say that everyone has complicated families, and that maybe, as time went on, things would change. But I couldn't shake the fear that introducing my family into her life would bring all that drama, those same old wounds, back to the surface. Then, just when I thought I'd put the past behind me for good, Claire messaged me out of nowhere. It was surreal. I opened my phone, saw her name, and felt this instant rush of all the emotions I'd tried to bury. Claire's message was long, emotional, and honestly, more vulnerable than I'd ever seen her. She wrote about how much she regrets the way things turned out, how she's been through her own struggles and had some kind of epiphany about family. She even brought up therapy, saying that she's been working through her issues and wants to make amends. She said she misses me, but more than that, she misses the idea of being an aunt to Lily, that she wants to be part of her life and build something positive together. Reading that, I didn't know what to feel. I'd told myself for years that I'd moved on, but seeing her words made all those old doubts come rushing back. Could she really have changed? Or was this just another one of her manipulations? A part of me felt like I owed it to Lily to at least think about it. My friends had always said maybe Claire wasn't as bad as I'd painted her in my mind, that time changes people, that she might genuinely want a fresh start. But I also know how deeply ingrained her behavior is, and I can't imagine her just turning it off overnight. I thought about how I'd explain this to Lily, if it even got that far. She's 8, old enough to understand some things, but still so innocent. I don't want to expose her to any of the pain I went through, to that constant cycle of hope and disappointment. My instinct is to protect her, to keep her safe from anyone who could hurt her, even if that person is family. But at the same time, I can't deny there's a part of me that wonders if maybe, just maybe, Claire is telling the truth. Maybe she really does want to change. After I read Claire's message, I sat with it for days, just going over every word. I kept trying to figure out if there was some hidden meaning, some angle I wasn't seeing. This was Claire, after all. She'd spent most of our lives bending the truth to make herself look good, making me feel like the villain. I couldn't help but wonder if this was more of the same, just dressed up as a heartfelt apology. But at the same time, I knew people could change, and it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that she was being genuine. The problem was, I didn't know how to separate the past from the present. I wanted to believe her, but my instincts kept holding me back. I finally told a couple of close friends about it. They know my background, or at least enough of it, and they had mixed reactions. One friend, Laura, thought I was overthinking it. She said that maybe it was time to let Claire in, at least for Lily's sake. She kept reminding me that every family has issues, that everyone deserves a second chance. Laura said that maybe it wasn't just about my relationship with Claire, but about giving Lily the chance to have family in her life. Kids need family, she said, and Lily deserves to know her aunt. But another friend, Jess, was more cautious. She's known me the longest and was around during some of the worst years with my family. She reminded me of all the times Claire had turned things around on me, how she'd always found a way to make me feel like I was the problem. Jess said it was fine if Claire had changed, but that didn't mean I had to open the door without testing the waters. She pointed out that Claire might be saying the right things, but actions would show her true intentions. People say they've changed all the time, Jess said, but you know her. Don't put Lily in a situation that could end up like your childhood. After weighing it all, I decided to take a middle approach. I figured if Claire really wanted to reconnect, she'd be willing to meet with me one-on-one first. I thought that way, I could see where she was coming from without dragging Lily into it. I wasn't going to just blindly trust her after all these years. I needed to know if she'd truly changed or if this was another manipulation. So, I messaged Claire back, and I told her that I was open to the idea of reconnecting, but that I wanted to meet with her first, just the two of us. When I sent that message, I half expected her to agree immediately, but Claire's reaction threw me off. She didn't take it the way I thought she would. Instead of understanding where I was coming from, she responded with this kind of disbelief. She said that after everything she'd shared with me, after opening up and being vulnerable, she felt hurt that I didn't trust her enough to let her meet Lily right away. She kept saying things like, "I just want one chance to be an aunt," and "I'm not here to hurt you or Lily." It felt like she was trying to guilt trip me, which only made me more suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was the same old Claire, just in a new package. The defensiveness, the insistence that she'd done enough, and that I was the one being unreasonable, it was all too familiar. It reminded me of all the times she'd made me feel like I was overreacting for standing up for myself. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that knot of doubt tighten. Maybe I was wrong to even consider letting her back in, but then I'd remember what Laura said about family, and how kids need that sense of connection. I tried to explain my concerns to Claire, hoping she'd understand why I was cautious. I told her that I'd gone through a lot because of our family dynamics, that it wasn't easy for me to just act like the past hadn't happened. I said that I needed time to rebuild trust before I could let her into Lily's life. I thought I was being reasonable, but Claire took it as an attack. She said I was holding on to old grudges, and that if she could forgive me for everything, I should be able to forgive her too. That line, "forgive me for everything," made my stomach turn. As if we'd both done equal wrongs, and now she was the bigger person for offering forgiveness. It felt like she was rewriting history again, putting us on the same level when, as far as I could remember, I'd never done anything to hurt her the way she'd hurt me. I kept replaying our back and forth messages in my head, wondering if I was the one being stubborn, or if this was just her way of making me question myself again. Part of me wanted to just cut it off right there, to tell her that nothing had changed and I wasn't interested. But another part of me, maybe the part that felt guilty for keeping Lily from knowing her family, wanted to try one last time. I knew that if I walked away without giving her a chance, I'd always wonder if I'd made the wrong call. In the end, I told Claire that I'd think about it. I needed time to process everything she'd said and figure out what I was comfortable with. I didn't want to rush into anything, especially not something that could impact Lily. I thought Claire would respect that, but instead, she kept messaging me, saying things like, "When do you think we can meet?" And, "I don't understand why you're making this so hard." She acted like I was dragging my feet for no reason, like I was the one creating barriers. The more she pushed, the more anxious I felt. It was like she couldn't see that this wasn't just about her, it was about protecting my daughter. At one point, I considered blocking her, just to get some space and clear my head. But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. It would only make her more determined. Instead, I decided to tell her that I needed a little distance to think and that I'd reach out when I was ready. I told her I'd let her know if and when I was comfortable with a meeting. It felt like the only way to keep some control over the situation, to give myself space without shutting the door completely. Claire didn't take that well, though. She texted back, saying that I was clearly not interested in real reconciliation, and that if I couldn't give her a chance, she didn't know why she'd even bothered reaching out. It felt like she was trying to flip the whole thing around, making it seem like I was the one rejecting her instead of setting boundaries. That message stung, even though I tried not to let it get to me. Part of me wondered if she was right. Maybe I was being too cautious. Maybe I was letting my fears get in the way of a potential new start. But the other part of me, the part that remembered all the ways she'd hurt me, all the ways she'd twisted things around, couldn't shake the feeling that I was right to be careful. It was like I was stuck in this cycle of second-guessing myself, wondering if I was being too harsh, or if I was finally standing up for myself in a healthy way. At this point, I feel like I'm trapped between what I know is best for Lily and this nagging feeling that I'm doing something wrong. I know Claire has her version of things, and maybe she really believes she's changed, but I can't ignore the feeling that something's off. I've spent so long protecting Lily from this part of my life, and the thought of letting it all back in terrifies me. After I told Claire that I needed some space, things went quiet for a bit. It felt like a weight had been lifted, even if only temporarily. I had time to breathe, to think things through without the constant pressure from her messages. I tried to focus on my day-to-day life with Lily, going back to our usual routine. But even with the silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Claire wasn't someone who just gave up when she wanted something, and I knew she still wanted to be in Lily's life. A week or so passed, and I finally thought maybe Claire had accepted my decision to take things slowly. But then, out of the blue, she texted me again. This time, she took a different approach. She didn't guilt-trip me or push me to meet up. Instead, she sent a photo of an old family vacation we'd taken when I was about Lily's age. It was a picture of the two of us at the beach, grinning from ear to ear, with the caption, "Remember this." Seeing that picture made my chest tighten. It brought back a flood of memories, some good, some bad, but mostly, it just reminded me of how things used to be, before everything got so complicated. She kept sending little messages like that over the next few days. Old photos, a couple of funny stories from when we were kids, even a reminder about my favorite movie growing up. It was like she was trying to bring me back to those early years when we were just kids and everything was simpler. Part of me wanted to respond, to get lost in those memories and pretend that we could go back to that time. But I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that she was still trying to get what she wanted in her own way. It felt like a softer version of the manipulation I'd seen before, less direct, but still there. Eventually, she sent me another long message, saying that she really wanted a chance to fix things and be a family again. She said she'd done a lot of work on herself, that she missed me, and that she just wanted to make things right. She even admitted that she'd made mistakes, which, honestly, threw me for a loop. I'd never heard her own up to anything like that before. She told me that she couldn't change the past, but she hoped I'd give her the chance to show she'd changed. She ended the message by saying that she understood if I needed more time, but she'd be there whenever I was ready to talk. I sat with that message for a while, rereading it more times than I'd like to admit. I couldn't tell if she was genuinely apologetic, or if this was just another way to get under my skin. But then, she mentioned something that caught me off guard. She talked about her own struggles with mental health, how she'd been in therapy, and how part of her recovery involved making amends with the people she'd hurt. That part hit me differently. I'd always thought of Claire as this invincible force who didn't care who she stepped on. But hearing her admit to having her own issues made me feel a little more empathetic, even if I still had my guard up. I finally decided to respond. I told her I appreciated her message, that I was glad she was getting help, and that I wanted her to keep working on herself. But I also said that I still wasn't sure if I was ready to let her meet Lily. I needed more time to feel out where things were really at, and whether this was a genuine change or just another attempt to pull me in. I didn't hear back from her right away, and I figured maybe she'd finally accepted that I needed to move at my own pace. But then, a few days later, I got a call from my mom, who I hadn't spoken to in years. She left a voicemail, saying she'd heard about the messages between me and Claire, and that she wanted to talk. It felt like everything was unraveling. I hadn't even told my mom about reconnecting with Claire, and now it seemed like they were discussing it behind my back. The last thing I wanted was my mom involved in this situation, especially when I was still trying to figure out if I could trust Claire. But curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to call her back. My mom started by saying she was happy to hear that Claire and I were talking again, that it was about time we put the past behind us. She said Claire had told her everything about the messages, her attempts to apologize, even the fact that I hadn't agreed to let her meet Lily yet. My mom didn't outright say it, but she hinted that she thought I was overreacting, that I should be grateful Claire wanted to make amends. She reminded me that family is family and that I was denying Lily the chance to know her aunt. By the end of the call, I was furious. It felt like Claire had dragged my mom into this to add pressure, to make me feel guilty for not letting her in. I told my mom that she didn't know the full story, that this wasn't as simple as just forgiving and forgetting. But she didn't seem to understand. To her, it was just a matter of moving on, and she couldn't see why I was making it so complicated. When I hung up, I felt even more confused. I thought I'd been setting clear boundaries, but it felt like Claire was doing everything she could to break them down, one way or another. Over the next week, I kept getting little reminders from my mom and Claire, more messages about how life is too short and family is worth fighting for. They weren't saying it directly, but I knew what they wanted. They wanted me to agree to let Claire see Lily, to let her into our lives like nothing had ever happened. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was off, that this wasn't just about family, but about control and getting what they wanted. I felt trapped between wanting to believe in Claire's change and knowing that the history between us wasn't something I could just erase. Now, I'm sitting here wondering if I'm being unfair. I've been holding on to this anger, this need to protect Lily from any possible harm. But maybe I'm the one who needs to let go. Part of me feels like I'm doing the right thing, that I'm standing up for myself and my daughter. But another part of me is terrified that I'm pushing away people who might genuinely want to be there for us. Am I being unreasonable for keeping my sister away from my daughter because of our history? Story 17. Am I wrong for enforcing strict boundaries with my estranged sister after she reconnected with our family? I'm Emma, 32, and I've been dealing with some serious family drama lately. My older sister, Laura, 35, has always been the type who lives life on her own terms. While I spent years focusing on my career, keeping in touch with family, and just doing what I thought was right, Laura always had a way of doing the exact opposite. She was the rebellious one, the risk taker. Our parents tolerated it to a point, but things finally blew up around 10 years ago. Back then, Laura was all over the place. She made choices that constantly put her in unstable situations, one bad relationship after another, some really poor money decisions, and, eventually, a huge fight with our parents over money. She borrowed a large sum from them, promising to pay it back, but she never did. When they finally brought it up, she went off. She said they were controlling and judgmental, and that they never accepted her for who she was. There was a lot of shouting, crying, the whole family drama thing, and then she left. She cut contact with them, and over time, with me, too. It was like she vanished. Since then, I've been the one holding things together for our parents. I'd check in on them, organize family gatherings, and make sure they were okay, especially as they got older. They were always worried about Laura, and honestly, it broke their hearts to lose her. But at the same time, they grew to accept it. As for me, I'd moved on, accepting that Laura and I weren't close and maybe never would be. Her leaving left a lot of wounds, but I tried my best to put it behind me and keep things peaceful. A few weeks ago, out of nowhere, Laura reached out to our parents. Apparently, she's had a really hard time. She lost her job, her relationship fell apart, and she has nowhere else to turn. She apologized, told them she wanted a fresh start, and our parents, of course, were thrilled. I think they'd been waiting for this for years. They jumped at the chance to have her back in their lives. They wanted to reconnect, start fresh, and have the family come together for a reunion. They were so excited, practically glowing about this second chance for all of us to be together again. I was hesitant, to say the least. I didn't know what Laura's intentions were, and frankly, I was a bit wary. The way she left was still fresh in my mind, and I didn't know if I could just put all that aside. But for the sake of my parents, I agreed to go. I thought, if nothing else, I'd keep things civil and see if she really had changed. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as I was expecting. The reunion was held at our parents' place, which felt surreal. Seeing Laura again after all these years was weird. She looked older, a bit more tired, like life had definitely worn her down. We made some small talk, nothing too deep, just the usual stuff you'd ask someone you barely know anymore. I wasn't cold, but I definitely wasn't throwing myself at her either. I was just trying to gauge if this was going to work at all. Then, when things were starting to settle down, Laura pulled me aside. She said she wanted to talk in private, away from our parents. I could already feel my guard going up. The way she looked at me, all serious and nervous, I just knew she was going to ask me for something. And she did. She asked if she could stay with me for a few weeks until she got back on her feet. She looked at me like this was the most natural request in the world. I was taken aback. I didn't know what to say at first. A few weeks. I barely even knew her anymore. 10 years ago, maybe, but now. I thought about everything that happened back then. How she left us all without a word. How she put us through so much emotional turmoil. And now she was asking for a place to stay, just like that. I wanted to be kind, but I couldn't ignore the unease that immediately crept up. It felt like history was repeating itself, like she was here for the same reasons that drove us apart in the first place. I told her, as gently as I could, that I wasn't comfortable with her staying with me. I explained that I'd be happy to help her find another place, or connect her with resources, even support her financially a bit if she needed it. But letting her into my home felt like a huge step I wasn't ready for. I just couldn't open my life up to her like that, not after everything. She looked hurt. The way her face fell, you'd think I just rejected her entirely, not just the idea of her staying at my place. She stared at me for a few seconds, not saying anything, and then walked away, back to where everyone else was sitting. And, of course, that's when the room fell silent, and everyone seemed to notice something was wrong. My parents immediately sensed the tension and pulled me aside to ask what had happened. When I told them, they were shocked. They looked at me like I'd just done the worst thing in the world. They couldn't understand why I wouldn't let her stay, especially when she needed us the most. They kept saying things like, "She's family," and "people deserve second chances." They told me I should be more compassionate, that I should forgive her and let her stay with me. It was like they were speaking a foreign language. Compassion. Forgiveness. I didn't even feel like I knew her anymore. And they were acting like I should just forget everything that happened. I tried to explain my side, that it wasn't about forgiveness or lack of compassion, but about boundaries. I told them that I was willing to help her in other ways, just not by having her live with me. But it didn't seem to matter. They saw it as me being too rigid, unwilling to let go of the past. It was so frustrating. They weren't the ones who had to live with her, who would have to deal with whatever fallout might come. I was the one being asked to take her in, to deal with all the potential drama. Yet they were the ones judging me for saying no. Laura overheard all of this, and she didn't hold back. She accused me of being judgmental and holding grudges. She said I was acting self-righteous, like I was too good to let her stay. It felt like we were kids again, her making everything about her struggles, her hardships, like I was supposed to just forget all the years she'd been gone. She kept saying she'd changed, that she wasn't the same person, and that I was treating her unfairly. It felt like she was blaming me for not trusting her, like it was my fault that I couldn't just open up and let her in after everything. My parents stood there, listening, not saying much, but their faces told me everything I needed to know. They were disappointed in me, not her. They were siding with her, or at least that's how it felt. Like I was the one making this difficult, like I was the one refusing to let the family heal. It hurt more than I wanted to admit, seeing how easily they could overlook everything she'd put us through, how quickly they could expect me to just move on and let her back in. The reunion pretty much ended on that note, with everyone feeling tense and uncomfortable. Laura stayed for a while longer, but there was this thick, uncomfortable silence between us. No one wanted to talk about it, but it was clear that everyone knew. After that awkward reunion, things went downhill fast. My parents barely looked at me, and when they did, there was this sadness in their eyes that made me feel like the bad guy. They tried to hide it, but it was obvious that they were hurt and disappointed in how I'd handled things with Laura. They felt like I'd let them down by not giving her another chance. They didn't say it outright, but the cold shoulders and the heavy silence made it clear enough. A couple of days later, I got a call from my mom. She wanted to talk, and I knew what it was about before she even started. She said Laura had left early that morning, visibly upset, and that she'd been hoping I'd reach out to her and make things right. She didn't understand why I couldn't just show a little compassion. My mom kept going on about how Laura was going through a rough patch and how family was supposed to be there for each other during hard times. I felt like I was being guilt-tripped. My mom kept saying that Laura deserved a place to stay and that I needed to put the past behind me, as if I was holding some grudge out of petness. The whole time, I tried to explain to my mom that it wasn't about holding a grudge or lacking compassion. I told her that I just needed to protect my boundaries and my peace. I reminded her of all the drama that came with Laura, all the chaos she'd left us with in the past, and how hard it was to keep going when she just cut us off. But my mom wouldn't listen. She kept saying, "People change, Emma. You need to be more forgiving." It was frustrating, and honestly, I started feeling like I was the one being unreasonable. Then, Laura herself decided to reach out. She texted me, saying she didn't understand why I was making things so difficult. She said she didn't want to argue, but that she felt like I was treating her as if she were some stranger, not a sister. It was like she was putting all the blame on me for not being willing to let her in. She said that she felt judged and abandoned, like I didn't even want her around. She went on about how hard things had been for her, as if I hadn't already heard the story from my parents 1,000 times. It was like she was just trying to make me feel guilty for choosing not to open my home to her. After that, I stopped responding. I needed some space, and I didn't want to keep going in circles. But that didn't stop my parents from bringing it up at every opportunity. Every time I saw them, they'd find a way to hint at how family is everything and how everyone deserves a chance to start over. I knew they were trying to get me to change my mind, but I was getting tired of hearing the same thing over and over. They didn't seem to understand that it wasn't just about forgiving Laura. It was about the fact that I didn't feel comfortable having her in my personal space. A week or so later, we all had dinner together at my parents' house. I was hoping we could avoid the topic altogether, but of course, that didn't happen. Halfway through dinner, my mom looked at me and said, "Emma, have you thought any more about letting Laura stay with you? She's still struggling to find a place, and it would mean so much to her." She said it like she was asking me to do something simple, like lending Laura a book or something. But the way she looked at me, it was like she was pleading with me, and I could see my dad nodding along, clearly on the same page. I felt cornered, but I stuck to my decision. I calmly told them again that I couldn't have Laura stay with me and that I'd be happy to help her in other ways. I told them I'd even help her find a place nearby if that would make them feel better. But the idea of her living with me just didn't feel right. I could see the disappointment in their faces, but I was starting to feel more annoyed than guilty. I was exhausted from having to defend my choice every single time we talked. Laura must have heard about the dinner conversation, because the next day, I got another message from her. She was even more direct this time, telling me that I was being selfish and that I was the only one making this difficult. She said that our parents were supportive, that they wanted her back, and that I was the only obstacle to her feeling truly welcome in the family again. She made it sound like I was this cold-hearted person who didn't care about family, and it honestly stung. I'd spent years supporting our parents, helping them, and keeping things together. But now, because I wouldn't let her live with me, I was the bad guy. I didn't respond to her message, but it left me feeling drained. It was like no matter what I did, I couldn't win. If I let her stay, I'd be sacrificing my peace, my privacy, and probably opening the door to a whole new set of problems. But if I didn't, then I'd continue to be the unforgiving one, the person standing in the way of our family's healing. It felt like an impossible situation, and I didn't know how to make anyone see my side. Over the next few days, the guilt started to get to me. I found myself questioning my decision, wondering if maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe my parents were right, and I was just too stubborn to give her a chance. But every time I thought about having her in my space, all the anxiety and unease came rushing back. I couldn't shake the feeling that letting her stay would just open old wounds and lead to more drama. Then, my dad called me. He rarely gets involved in emotional stuff, so I was surprised. He started by saying he understood my concerns and that he respected my decision. But he also asked if I'd be willing to reconsider, just for the sake of the family. He said that it had been hard on them to see Laura struggle, and that they thought she'd really changed. Hearing it from him made me pause. My dad wasn't one to beg or push people, so I knew he was really struggling with this. But even with him asking, I still couldn't shake my doubts. I tried to explain it to him, telling him that I had to look out for myself, too, that this wasn't just about forgiveness, but about protecting my mental health. He listened quietly and didn't argue, but I could tell he was disappointed. He said he just hoped I'd keep an open mind, and that maybe, someday, things would be different. It was probably the calmest conversation I'd had with anyone about this whole mess, but it left me feeling torn. By now, every family interaction felt like I was walking on eggshells. My parents were clearly on Laura's side, or at least on the side of bringing her back into the family at any cost. And Laura seemed determined to make me feel guilty until I gave in. It felt like I was being cast as the villain, the one preventing everyone from getting what they wanted. It was exhausting, and I was starting to wonder if it would ever stop. But I knew I couldn't give in just to make everyone else happy. I kept thinking about how much I'd worked to build my life, to have stability and peace, and I couldn't let all of that be compromised just because Laura was back and needed help. Still, the pressure from my family kept piling up, and it was getting harder to stand my ground. A few days later, my parents invited me over for another family dinner. They said they wanted to talk things out once and for all, to clear the air and hopefully find a way forward. I knew what they meant. They wanted me to reconsider letting Laura stay with me. I almost didn't go, but I figured maybe they'd finally understand where I was coming from if we could just sit down and talk without the guilt trips or emotional manipulation. When I arrived, I could tell they were ready to dig into it. My mom seemed tense, and my dad had this serious expression on his face. Laura was already there, sitting quietly with a cup of tea, looking like the picture of innocence. The whole atmosphere was heavy, and it felt like everyone was waiting for me to make the first move. I tried to stay calm, to prepare myself for what I knew would be a hard conversation. My mom started by saying how much it meant to her and my dad to have Laura back in their lives. She talked about family, about how hard it was for them to go all those years without her. She kept saying things like, "We just want everyone to be together again," and "We all need to let go of the past." It was clear that, in her eyes, I was the one holding things back, the one refusing to let go. She even said that she didn't understand why I couldn't make this small sacrifice for the sake of the family's happiness. I tried to respond carefully. I told them that I wasn't trying to hurt anyone or be difficult, but that I had boundaries, and I needed to respect those for my own well-being. I explained that letting Laura stay with me wasn't something I felt comfortable with, not because I didn't care about her, but because I needed to protect my own space. I told them I was still willing to help her financially, to help her find housing, even to spend more time together as a family. Just not in my home. Laura finally spoke up, saying she didn't understand why I was so closed off. She kept bringing up how she had changed, how she wasn't the same person who had left all those years ago. She said she felt like I was judging her based on things that happened a decade ago, things she couldn't change, but had supposedly moved on from. She made it sound like I was the one refusing to see her as a new person, that I was punishing her for her past. At that point, I was frustrated. I told her that this wasn't just about the past. It was about trust and boundaries. I explained that it wasn't easy for me to just ignore everything that had happened, that her leaving had left a mark on all of us, and that it was hard for me to fully believe she had changed after one reunion. But no matter how I tried to phrase it, it was like my words were just bouncing off them. They didn't get it. They saw it as me being stubborn, unwilling to forgive or let go. The whole conversation just kept going in circles. My parents and Laura kept pushing me to reconsider, to think about the family, to be the bigger person. It felt like they were ganging up on me, and I was the only one standing in the way of what they thought would be a perfect reunion. My dad, who had been pretty quiet up to this point, finally spoke. He said he understood my side, but that he hoped I'd think about how much this meant to them and to Laura. He didn't say it directly, but it was clear that he thought I should give in, at least for their sake. I was exhausted. It felt like no matter what I said, they had already made up their minds that I was wrong, that I was the one keeping our family from moving forward. I ended up telling them that I needed to take some time to think about everything, that I couldn't make a decision in that moment. It was the only way I could get out of there without completely losing my cool. They looked disappointed, but they accepted it. For now. When I got home, I was drained, emotionally and mentally. I felt like I was being backed into a corner, like my own family was willing to ignore my feelings just to get what they wanted. It made me question everything. Was I really being unreasonable? Was I the one making this harder than it needed to be? I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if maybe I was the one who couldn't let go, the one who was too focused on old wounds to see that maybe Laura had changed. But every time I thought about letting her stay with me, my gut reaction was the same: discomfort, anxiety, a sense that it would only lead to more problems. I wanted to believe she'd changed, but I couldn't ignore the fact that I barely knew her anymore. The person she was now wasn't someone I trusted enough to have in my home. I kept thinking about what it would mean to have her there, to open up my life to someone who had caused so much pain, even if it was years ago. Now, I feel like I'm stuck. I want to be there for my family, and I want them to be happy. But I also don't want to sacrifice my boundaries for something that feels so uncertain. Part of me wonders if I should just give in, let her stay with me, and hope for the best. But another part of me feels like I need to stand my ground, that I have every right to protect my space and my peace. I don't know if my family will ever understand, but I can't ignore how I feel just to make them happy. So here I am, still torn, wondering if I'm the one being stubborn and unreasonable. Am I wrong for putting my own boundaries first, even if it might mean pushing my sister away and disappointing my family? Story 18. Am I wrong for telling my brother-in-law he's ruining my sister's life by refusing to have kids? I'm 31, and I've always been close to my younger sister, Sarah, who's 28. Growing up, we were more than just sisters, we were best friends. I watched out for her, especially since she's always been a bit quieter and more of a people pleaser than I ever was. I work as a project manager, and maybe it's just my personality, but I've never been able to sit back and watch people get taken advantage of or led on, especially when it comes to Sarah. We've always talked about our dreams and future plans, and Sarah's made it clear for as long as I can remember that she wants to have kids someday. It's been part of her life plan since she was a teenager, and I've always wanted that for her too, because I know how much it would mean to her. Then she met Tom. Tom's 33, and he seemed great at first. He's charming, successful, and everyone in the family took to him right away. When they got engaged, I asked her if they'd talked about kids, and she reassured me they were on the same page. They were excited to start a family someday, and I didn't have any reason to doubt that. Fast forward to 3 years into their marriage, and things have taken a completely different turn. Tom's been making excuses about why they shouldn't have kids yet. At first, it was that they were both focused on their careers. Fine, that makes sense. Then it was about saving for a house, which I could also understand. But now it's become this endless string of reasons that honestly don't make any sense. Every time I talk to Sarah about it, she tries to brush it off and say Tom has valid concerns, but I can tell it's eating away at her. The last time we talked one-on-one, she mentioned she sometimes feels like she's stuck waiting for something that might never happen. She told me she's tried bringing it up with Tom, but he just tells her it's not the right time or that they need to be more stable. It's like he's always kicking the can down the road. And I think she's starting to realize that this isn't just a right now thing. I can tell she's heartbroken, but she's trying to keep the peace in her marriage. So, last Saturday, we had a family dinner, and everyone was their parents, siblings, their partners, a few cousins, and of course, Sarah and Tom. The vibe was a bit tense already because Tom and I have clashed a bit in the past. I've never been his biggest fan, mostly because I think he's a little too smooth talking for his own good. He's one of those people who can spin any situation to sound like he's always in the right. And honestly, I've started to feel like he's manipulating Sarah. Anyway, we're all at the dinner table, and at some point, the topic of kids comes up. Someone else in the family, I think it was one of my cousins, was talking about their own kids, and Tom just casually throws out a comment about how he loves that he and Sarah don't have kids. He says something like, "I can't even imagine the chaos of having kids right now. It's great being able to travel whenever we want and not having any responsibilities tying us down." And he laughs, like it's the funniest thing in the world. I look over at Sarah, and she's just sitting there, trying to smile. But I can see the look in her eyes. She's embarrassed and hurt. But of course, she just goes along with it. She even laughs a little, like she's trying to make it seem like she's fine with it. But I know her better than that. I can see the way she's swallowing her emotions, and it's making my blood boil. At that moment, something in me snapped. I couldn't sit there and let him keep pretending that this was some mutual decision. So I spoke up. I told him it was pretty selfish of him to keep Sarah hanging on like this when he knew she wanted kids. I said he was wasting her best years if he had no intention of starting a family with her. The table went dead silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and Tom looked at me like I had slapped him across the face. He said I had no idea what I was talking about, and that this was between him and Sarah. But I wasn't about to back down. I told him I knew exactly what was going on, that he was dragging her along with false promises. I said Sarah deserved someone who actually respected her dreams and wanted the same things as her, and that if he wasn't that person, he needed to be honest about it. He started to argue back, saying it was none of my business and that I was overstepping, but I just kept going. I told him Sarah was going to look back on this in a few years and resent him if he kept holding her future hostage. At this point, Tom was furious. He got up from the table, grabbed his coat, and stormed out without saying another word. Sarah looked like she wanted to cry, but was too shocked to say anything. She just sat there, staring down at her plate, and everyone else at the table was dead silent. I could feel the judgment from my parents, who've always been more traditional and don't believe in meddling in other people's marriages. But I don't regret saying what I said. After Tom stormed out of the dinner, things were tense. My parents pulled me aside that night and made it clear they thought I had crossed a line. They kept telling me that this was Sarah's marriage, not mine, and that I had no right to interfere. I can see their perspective, but it's hard for me to just sit back and watch my sister be miserable. I feel like I'm the only one who actually sees how unhappy she is, even though she tries so hard to keep up appearances. The worst part was that Sarah barely talked to me before leaving. She looked drained, like she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. She left with a mumbled goodbye, and I felt this mixture of frustration and guilt. I kept replaying everything I'd said at the table, wondering if maybe I'd gone too far or said too much. But at the same time, I still feel like I did what was right. Sarah deserves to know if she's holding on to a dream that's never going to happen, and she deserves someone who respects her wishes enough to be honest with her about it. The thought of her wasting more years with Tom, only to end up heartbroken, is something I can't stand. The next day, I reached out to Sarah. I sent her a text asking if we could talk, but she didn't respond for hours. I started to think she was too angry to even want to speak to me. When she finally did reply, she asked me to meet her at a nearby coffee shop. That made me nervous. I could tell she didn't want to talk at home, which meant she was probably still upset and didn't want Tom to hear what we were talking about. When we met, she looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept at all. She told me she'd been up all night, talking with Tom about what happened at dinner. Sarah told me that Tom was furious and felt attacked by what I said. He apparently couldn't believe I had the audacity to meddle in their marriage. I was frustrated listening to her because it seemed like he was trying to turn the whole thing around on me instead of addressing the actual issue. She kept saying that Tom was hurt and felt like I'd disrespected him. I wanted to ask her where her asterisk feelings came into all of this, but I could tell she was already defensive. So, I apologized for the timing, for bringing it up in front of everyone. But I told her I stood by what I said. I could see it made her uncomfortable, but I didn't want to back down. I asked her point blank if she thought Tom was ever going to come around on having kids, and she didn't answer right away. Instead, she started talking about how complicated things were, how he had valid points about finances and the world being a mess. She said he keeps saying he wants to be in a better place before they bring a child into the world. I told her it felt like he was just stalling, and that it seemed unfair to keep her in limbo if he didn't really want kids. That's when she got upset with me. She told me I didn't understand their relationship, that it's not as simple as yes or no to kids. We ended the conversation on a pretty sour note. She basically asked me to stay out of her marriage, saying that it's her life and she'll make her own decisions. I walked away feeling helpless. I hate feeling like I'm putting more pressure on her, but at the same time, I can't just ignore what's happening. I tried to convince myself that I did the right thing, but seeing how torn up she looked, I started to doubt myself. A few days went by, and I didn't hear from her. I was starting to think she wasn't going to reach out at all. But then I got a call from my mom. She said Sarah had been over to talk to her, and that she was more upset than she'd ever seen her. Apparently, Tom had been distant ever since the dinner, hardly speaking to her and avoiding being at home when she was around. Sarah had told our mom that she felt like she was being pulled in two directions, wanting to stay true to what she wanted in life, but also not wanting to lose her marriage. My mom thinks I need to apologize to Tom, that maybe if I showed a little humility, it would ease the tension and make things better for Sarah. I thought about it a lot, about whether apologizing would actually help, or just make me feel like I was betraying my own principles. The whole situation feels so twisted. On one hand, I want to support Sarah And if that means making peace with Tom, maybe I should do it. But on the other hand, I don't want to set a precedent where I'm expected to back down every time he feels uncomfortable with the truth. It feels like he's using his own feelings to sidestep the actual issue. Just as I was considering reaching out to apologize, I got a text from Sarah, asking if we could talk again. When we met, she seemed even more stressed out than before. She told me that Tom had told her he didn't want to come to family gatherings anymore, that he didn't feel welcome because of me. He's essentially given her an ultimatum: if I'm there, he won't be. She told me she doesn't know what to do, that she's torn between trying to make her marriage work and wanting to keep her family close. She asked me if I could just stay out of things, to not bring up kids or Tom's issues in front of him, or even around her. She sounded desperate, like she was hoping I'd just say yes and let it go. I told her I'd try, that I wouldn't bring it up anymore unless she wanted to talk about it. But part of me feels like I'm just enabling the situation. I don't want to push her away, but I also don't want her to feel like she has to choose between us. At this point, I don't know what to think. I feel like I've pushed her into a corner without meaning to, but I also don't regret saying what I did. Tom's the one making her miserable, not me. But now I'm the one she's asking to change, to back off, so she doesn't have to deal with more tension. It's like I'm caught in this impossible position, trying to protect my sister while being asked to step aside. A week went by after that conversation with Sarah, and I did my best to keep my distance. I figured the last thing she needed was more tension from me, so I held off on reaching out. I didn't even check in like I usually would. Part of me thought that maybe giving her space would help her get clarity, or maybe even see how much she's giving up for Tom's comfort. But honestly, it was hard for me not to check on her, to just sit back and hope things would work themselves out. Then, out of the blue, I got a message from her saying she was going to take a trip with Tom for the weekend. She said they needed some time to reconnect and work things out. Just the two of them. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. It felt like another stalling tactic, something he'd suggested to keep her from asking real questions or making any decisions. But I kept that to myself and just told her I hoped it would help. Deep down, I knew that no weekend trip was going to change the fact that they were fundamentally on different pages about their future. But what could I say? She seemed hopeful, and maybe it was just easier for her to believe that things could work out if she gave it a little more time. When she came back, I didn't hear from her right away. Usually, she'd text me after trips, sharing details or funny stories. But this time she was quiet. I waited a few days and eventually decided to reach out myself. She responded briefly, saying things had been complicated, but that she and Tom were trying to focus on their relationship and that she'd been really busy with work. I didn't press her for details, but I could tell something was off. She sounded distant, like she was trying to keep me at arm's length. I started to feel like maybe Tom had gotten in her head, convinced her that I was the one causing problems. Then I heard from my mom again. She told me that Sarah had mentioned she felt torn between her family and her marriage, and that she didn't know how to balance everything. It hurt to hear that because I never wanted her to feel like she had to choose. I just wanted her to see the reality of her situation, to understand that she deserved more than just waiting around for Tom to maybe change his mind. But now it felt like I was somehow the villain, the person making her life harder instead of helping her see what she needed. A few days later, Sarah reached out and asked if we could meet up. When we sat down, I could see that she was exhausted. She told me that she and Tom had been fighting more, that he kept bringing up the incident at dinner and saying he didn't want to deal with family drama. She looked worn down, like all the energy had been drained from her. She told me that Tom had said he didn't want kids anytime soon, and that she needed to accept that if she wanted to stay married to him. She said he made it clear that he's not ready, and that he doesn't know if he'll ever be ready. I asked her how she felt about it, and she just shrugged, saying she didn't know what to do. She said she didn't want to lose her marriage, But she also didn't want to keep hoping for something that might never happen. She looked at me and said, "Maybe I just need to accept that this is my life." I felt this overwhelming frustration and sadness, seeing her resign herself to a situation that I knew she didn't truly want. But what could I say? She was tired of fighting, tired of waiting, and it seemed like she was starting to believe that compromising was her only option. I asked her if she really thought she'd be happy without kids, and she didn't answer. She just looked down, and I could tell she was torn. She admitted that she felt pressured by everyone's opinions, Tom's, mine, our parents. She said she wished she could just make a decision without feeling like she was disappointing someone. It hit me then how trapped she felt, like there was no way out that wouldn't hurt someone she cared about. I tried to reassure her, saying that whatever decision she made, it should be one she could live with, not just something to make other people happy. But I could see she was struggling to even think that way. After that, we didn't talk about it again for a while. I backed off, trying to give her space to think things through without feeling pressured. I thought maybe she just needed time to figure it out on her own, that maybe she'd see that she deserved to live a life that matched her dreams. But a few weeks later, I got another message from her, saying she'd decided to stay with Tom and see how things go. She said she hoped that by focusing on their marriage, maybe he'd come around eventually. It's been a few months since then, and things feel distant between us. She hardly brings up Tom, and I don't ask because I can tell she's sensitive about it. Every time I see her, there's this sadness in her eyes, like she's carrying a weight she can't share with anyone. Part of me wonders if I really did overstep, if maybe I made things harder for her by speaking up. But another part of me still believes that she deserves someone who values the same things, someone who wouldn't make her choose between her dreams and her marriage. So now I'm left wondering if I did the right thing, or if I made her situation worse. I wanted to protect her, to help her see that she didn't have to settle. But maybe I only added more stress, more confusion, to a decision that was already weighing heavily on her. I don't know if I should have kept quiet and let her come to her own conclusions, or if speaking up was the only way to help her see what she might be giving up. Did I make things worse by getting involved in my sister's marriage? Or was I right to try and help her see the truth? Story 19. Am I wrong for exposing my sister's secret after she nearly ruined my marriage? I, 31, have always had a complicated relationship with my sister, Lena, 28. We grew up in the same house, but it often felt like we were living two different lives. While I was the responsible one, always cleaning up after myself and helping out with chores, Lena somehow managed to charm her way through life. My parents doted on her, brushing off her mistakes as growing pains or just her personality. Meanwhile, I was held to this ridiculous standard any time I messed up. Even a little, I got the lectures, the disappointed looks, the "we expected better from you" talks. And I resented it, honestly. I felt like I was being punished for doing the right thing, while Lena could do no wrong. Even as adults, it hasn't changed much. Lena is still the family's golden child, always doing her own thing, while I'm supposed to keep everything together. Over the years, I tried to let go of the bitterness because, at some point, it felt pointless to hold onto it. Plus, I figured Lena and I would both mature, and maybe things would change. But I was wrong. Since I got married, it feels like she's only become worse. Instead of just living her life, she's decided to make my life her business. She's constantly making comments that undermine my marriage, trying to chip away at my happiness with these little digs that, individually, don't seem like a big deal. But together, they're infuriating. For example, she'll say things like, "Oh, you must feel so neglected with Mike working all the time." It's a subtle jab, but it gets under my skin. She knows Mike's job requires him to work late sometimes, but she acts like it's some kind of personal attack on me. The worst part is, my parents don't see it. To them, it's just Lena being Lena, and they don't recognize that her comments are affecting me. I've tried brushing it off, but it's hard to ignore when every family gathering turns into Lena making me feel like I'm somehow failing in my marriage because Mike isn't there every second. This past weekend, things finally came to a head. We were all having dinner at my parents' house, just a casual family thing. Mike was with me, and I was looking forward to just relaxing and enjoying myself. But, of course, Lena had to start with her comments. She started off small, just hinting at how Mike was so busy, and asking if I ever felt like he was too focused on work. I tried to laugh it off, but she kept going, making little jabs about how I used to be clingy with my exes and how that must have driven them away. She even went as far as to suggest that my clinginess was probably why Mike worked so late now. I couldn't believe she was saying this stuff in front of my whole family. My parents just sat there, nodding along, like Lena was some kind of relationship expert. And Mike, bless him, just looked so uncomfortable. He didn't want to cause a scene, so he didn't say anything, but I could tell he felt put on the spot. Lena's comments were making him feel like he was failing me, and I hated it. I'd been patient with her for so long, letting her get away with these snide remarks. But seeing her sit there, tearing into my relationship, and acting like she was above it all, was just too much. I could feel the anger bubbling up, but I tried to keep it in check. I thought maybe if I ignored her, she'd get bored and move on to some other topic. But she didn't. She just kept going, acting like she was the perfect sister, like she had some moral high ground. And that's when it hit me Lena wasn't nearly as perfect as she pretended to be. In fact, she'd been keeping a pretty big secret for the past year, one that she'd sworn me to secrecy over. I'd found out a while back that she was seeing a married man, and she'd begged me not to tell anyone, especially our parents. She'd cried, promised me she was done with him, that it was all just a phase. Like an idiot, I'd believed her. I figured everyone makes mistakes, and it wasn't my place to expose her personal life. But as I sat there, watching her tear down my marriage in front of our family, I realized she didn't deserve my loyalty. She'd never shown me the same courtesy, never once held back from taking cheap shots at me when it suited her. And for what? So she could feel better about herself. So she could keep up this act of being the perfect daughter. Before I even realized what I was doing, I blurted it out. I told my family that Lena wasn't exactly one to talk about relationships, given that she'd been seeing a married man for the past year. The second the words left my mouth, the entire room went silent. My mom looked at me in shock, and Lena just sat there, frozen, as if she couldn't believe I'd actually said it. And honestly, neither could I. It wasn't like me to lash out like that, especially in front of everyone. But I was just so fed up, so tired of letting her walk all over me without any consequences. Lena's face went red, and she immediately went into defense mode, saying that I had misunderstood, and that it wasn't serious, that I was blowing things out of proportion. But by then, the damage was done. My parents looked at her with a mix of confusion and disappointment, and Lena knew she couldn't talk her way out of this one. She glared at me, and I could see the anger in her eyes, but she didn't say anything else. Instead, she just stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. My mom turned to me, visibly upset, and asked why I'd felt the need to bring that up. She said I'd crossed a line, and that there was a time and place for those kinds of discussions, but a family dinner wasn't one of them. My dad just shook his head, clearly disappointed. I tried to explain that I hadn't planned on saying anything, that Lena had pushed me too far with her constant jabs at my relationship. But they weren't interested in hearing my side. To them, I was the one who'd ruined the evening, who'd taken things too far. After that, I just felt empty. I didn't feel the satisfaction I'd thought I would. Instead, I was left wondering if I'd made a huge mistake, if I'd somehow sunk to her level by exposing her secret like that. After Lena stormed out, my parents were still in shock, and the silence that hung over the room was almost suffocating. I could tell that what I'd done hit them hard. They were still just sitting there, staring at me like I was someone they didn't recognize. My mom finally spoke up, asking why I had felt the need to bring up something so private in front of everyone. She couldn't understand why I'd just thrown that bombshell at the dinner table, especially knowing how hurtful it would be. I tried explaining that Lena had been poking at me and Mike for months, that this wasn't the first time she'd made my marriage feel like some public spectacle. But to my parents, it didn't matter. In their eyes, I'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. My dad said something about how two wrongs don't make a right, and that what I did was cruel, no matter how much Lena might have deserved it. They just couldn't see my side, couldn't understand that I'd reached a breaking point after being humiliated by my sister over and over. After a while, I just gave up trying to explain. I left the house feeling like the villain, even though I still believed I'd been pushed too far. But the guilt kept creeping in. I kept going over it in my head, wondering if maybe there'd been another way to handle it. Some other way to make Lena stop without outing her secret like that. I'd wanted to protect my marriage, defend myself in front of my family. But instead, I felt like I'd thrown gasoline on an already raging fire. The next morning, I woke up to texts from my parents saying that they thought I owed Lena an apology. They said they'd spoken to her after she'd left, and she was apparently devastated, claiming I'd ruined her life and destroyed her trust. I could feel my blood boiling all over again. Lena was already twisting things to make herself look like the victim, and of course, my parents were eating it up. They didn't seem to care about the months of comments and digs I'd put up with. All they saw was their golden child hurt and humiliated, and they expected me to fix it. I tried to push back, telling them that Lena's comments about my marriage were damaging and that I'd been at my breaking point. But they wouldn't budge. They kept saying that family is family, and that exposing Lena's private life in front of everyone had been a betrayal, regardless of how frustrated I was. They asked if I could meet up with Lena to talk things through and apologize, but I was still too angry to even consider it. Then, a few days later, I started hearing from other family members. Apparently, Lena had been talking to everyone, telling them her version of what happened. Suddenly, I was getting texts and messages from aunts and uncles asking why I'd betrayed Lena like that. My cousin even called me, saying that Lena had told her I'd always been jealous of her, and that this was just my way of finally taking her down. It was unbelievable. She was going around painting me as this jealous, spiteful sister who'd exposed her secret out of pure malice. The worst part was that people were buying it. Lena had always been good at playing the victim, twisting things to make herself look innocent. She was telling everyone that I'd attacked her at dinner, that I'd brought up her personal life out of nowhere just to humiliate her. She left out all the comments she'd made about Mike, all the little jabs that had led up to my breaking point. And of course, my parents weren't setting the record straight. They were too busy worrying about Lena's feelings to even consider my side. I tried to keep my head down, but it felt like every day I was hearing something new. One relative told me that Lena was saying she could never trust me again, and that she'd thought we were close enough to keep each other's secrets. Another family friend reached out, saying they were disappointed in me for dragging personal issues into a family setting. It was like Lena was putting on this full-blown campaign to turn everyone against me, and I had no idea how to even start defending myself. I thought about reaching out to Lena to try to settle things, but I couldn't shake the anger I still felt. I was furious that she'd twisted the story to make herself look like the victim, furious that she'd turned my family against me without even a second thought. But deep down, I was also starting to wonder if maybe I really had gone too far. The guilt kept creeping in, mixing with the anger until I didn't know what to feel anymore. Eventually, I decided to message Lena. I figured that if there was any chance of clearing the air, I had to at least try. I sent her a long message explaining why I'd reacted the way I did, how her comments about Mike and my marriage had been hurting me for months. I told her that I didn't mean to hurt her, but that I'd felt backed into a corner with no other way out. I tried to be as honest as I could, hoping she'd understand where I was coming from. But Lena never replied. Instead, I got a text from my mom a few hours later, saying that Lena was too hurt to talk to me and that she needed time to process everything. My mom hinted that the best way forward would still be for me to apologize, to just let it go and move on. But I couldn't just let it go. Not when I knew that Lena was still going around, telling people her twisted version of the story, making me out to be some heartless villain. I tried to go about my life, but it felt like this whole mess was following me everywhere. My parents barely spoke to me unless it was to ask if I'd apologized yet, and every family gathering felt like I was walking into a room full of people who already hated me. I was constantly on edge, wondering who had heard Lena's version of events, who was silently judging me for something they didn't even understand. At this point, I was exhausted. I'd tried everything I could think of to fix things, to explain, to make them see my side, but nothing worked. Lena had turned everyone against me, and it felt like there was nothing I could do to change their minds. As the weeks went by, I felt more and more isolated. My parents kept their distance. My family was clearly taking sides, and every attempt I'd made to explain myself only seemed to make things worse. Lena was ignoring me completely, and since she was the one controlling the narrative, everyone seemed to believe her version of events without question. The whole situation was exhausting, and I was starting to feel like I'd never be able to clear my name. Mike tried to be supportive, but I could tell this whole mess was weighing on him, too. He didn't sign up for this family drama, and now he was stuck in the middle of it. I felt guilty that he'd been dragged into this, especially since the whole argument had started because Lena was targeting him. But he assured me that he understood why I'd reacted the way I did. Still, I could see that he was hurt by the way my family had treated him, especially since he'd always made an effort to be polite and respectful around them. It felt like our relationship had been tainted by Lena's actions, and I hated her for that. The breaking point came a few weeks later when my parents invited me to a family gathering to talk things over. I showed up, hoping that maybe they'd finally be willing to listen to my side. But instead, it felt more like an intervention. My mom and dad were there, along with a couple of my aunts, who were close to Lena and had clearly been filled in on her version of events. They all took turns telling me how disappointed they were, how I'd hurt the family by exposing Lena's secret. It was clear that they'd already made up their minds, and they weren't interested in hearing my perspective. At one point, I tried to explain that I'd only brought up Lena's affair because she'd been making cruel comments about my marriage, but they brushed it off, saying I should have been the bigger person and let it go. They told me that family loyalty meant keeping each other's secrets, even if it hurt. I felt completely alone, like no one in that room saw me as anything but the villain Lena had painted me as. It was like they'd all decided that Lena's feelings mattered more than mine, and there was nothing I could say to change their minds. When I finally left, I was done. I told my parents that if they couldn't support me, I didn't see any point in coming to family events anymore. They looked shocked, but I couldn't keep subjecting myself to their judgment. I felt like I'd been abandoned by the people who were supposed to care about me the most. It was clear that, in their eyes, Lena could do no wrong, and I'd never be able to redeem myself after what had happened. Since that day, I've kept my distance. I stopped trying to reach out to Lena, and I only speak to my parents when absolutely necessary. I know it sounds harsh, but I couldn't keep putting myself through the emotional ringer just to please people who didn't care about my feelings. Mike has been incredibly supportive through all of this, but I can tell he's frustrated that things have gotten this bad. He misses the family gatherings and the relationship he used to have with my parents, but he understands that this is what I need to do to protect myself. Even though I know I made the right choice by stepping back, I still have moments where I wonder if I did the wrong thing by exposing Lena's secret. Maybe I should have found another way to handle it, a way that wouldn't have caused so much fallout. But then I think about all the months I spent putting up with her comments, all the times I bit my tongue and tried to be the bigger person, and I realized that I couldn't keep letting her walk all over me. I'd reached my breaking point, and maybe it was inevitable that things would come to a head sooner or later. So, now I'm left with this question that I can't seem to answer. Was I wrong for exposing my sister's secret to protect my marriage, even if it meant losing my family in the process? Story 20 inches. Am I wrong for not supporting my sister's surprise proposal at our late father's memorial service? I don't even know where to begin with this. It feels surreal to even write about it, but I can't get it out of my head. So maybe sharing it here will help me process what happened. I guess I'll start with the basics. I'm Lily, 32, the oldest sibling in my family. I've always been the responsible one, the planner, the one who organizes everything. My sister, Jenny, who's 28, is the opposite. She's spontaneous, emotional, and has this way of diving into things without really thinking them through. We're close, but we're just different people. I've always looked out for her, but sometimes I feel like I'm the only one keeping her grounded. Our dad passed away about a month ago after a long illness. It was hard on everyone, especially on Mom, who's still trying to process everything. Dad was the kind of guy who held the family together, the kind of person who would give you the shirt off his back, who always knew what to say, and had this steady presence that kept everyone calm. Losing him has been rough. I don't think any of us really know how to deal with it yet, especially Jenny. She's been struggling in her own way, and I've been trying to be there for her as much as I can. Since Dad passed, I took it upon myself to organize the memorial service. I felt like it was my responsibility to make sure everything went smoothly, to honor him the way he deserved. I planned out every detail, from the venue to the speeches, so that it would be a respectful and meaningful day for everyone who loved him. Mom has been leaning on me a lot, and I wanted to do this for her, too, to make it as easy as possible. I felt like if I could make this one thing right, maybe it would help us all heal a little bit. So the day of the memorial finally arrived. We held it at a community center that Dad loved. It was close to where he grew up, and it seemed like the perfect place to say goodbye. Family and friends gathered there, everyone in that quiet, respectful mood that you get at these kinds of events. I was nervous, feeling the weight of it all, but I was ready to give my speech, to share my memories of Dad and honor his life. Jenny was there with her boyfriend, Ethan, who she's been dating for a few years now. I like Ethan. He's a nice guy, steady, which is good for Jenny. She's been talking about marriage lately, and I knew it was on her mind, but I had no idea she was planning anything special for that day. As I'm getting ready to give my speech, something strange happens. Just as I'm about to start, Jenny suddenly stands up. I'm a little thrown off. This wasn't planned, and I wasn't sure what she was doing. At first, I thought maybe she was just going to share a few words about Dad, and I was okay with that. But then she starts talking about how life is short, how we need to grab onto happiness whenever we can, and things start to feel off. Her tone is a little too emotional, a little too intense for what I thought was supposed to be a quiet reflection on Dad's life. And then, out of nowhere, she pulls out a ring and proposes to Ethan. Right there, in the middle of the memorial, in front of everyone. I was standing there, stunned, trying to process what was happening. It felt like everything slowed down for a minute, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. People in the room looked confused, a few even clapped politely, but most just sat there in shock, not sure how to react. It was surreal. Here I am, holding this speech about Dad, ready to honor his memory, and my sister is turning it into her engagement moment. I didn't know what to think. I was angry, honestly. I felt like she was hijacking the entire day, making it about her instead of Dad. It wasn't like she had planned this with me or talked to anyone about it. She just went for it, right in the middle of this deeply personal, somber moment for our family. I tried to keep my composure, but I could feel myself starting to shake a little. I looked over at Mom, and she was just sitting there, looking completely bewildered. I could tell she was upset, but she didn't say anything. That's the thing about my family. We don't always say what we're feeling, especially at times like this. But I could feel the tension in the room. This uncomfortable energy that just wouldn't go away. Jenny, on the other hand, seemed oblivious. She was showing off the ring to a few family members, laughing and smiling like this was just the best day ever. Ethan looked a little uncomfortable, but he was going along with it, probably because he didn't want to cause a scene. I kept looking around the room, hoping that maybe someone else would say something, but everyone just seemed stuck. No one wanted to confront her, not at that moment. The service felt completely derailed. My speech, the moment to honor Dad, it all felt lost. I don't even remember half of what I ended up saying, because my mind was spinning with what had just happened. It was like she'd taken all the air out of the room, and everything that was supposed to be meaningful and important was overshadowed by her proposal. I couldn't shake this feeling that she'd completely disrespected the day, that she'd somehow turned Dad's memory into a backdrop for her engagement. After the service, I stayed back a bit, trying to gather myself and talk to a few family members who had noticed my reaction. Some of them were sympathetic, saying they understood why I was upset, that it wasn't the time or place for a proposal. But there were others who seemed hesitant, who were just trying to brush it off and keep the peace. And then there were a few guests who came up to me, confused, asking if the family had planned for the engagement to happen during the memorial, like it was some kind of tribute or symbolic gesture. That's when I started to feel this deep sense of betrayal. Not only had Jenny taken over the day, but now people thought we had endorsed it, like we were all okay with it. I felt humiliated, embarrassed that my sister could be so blind to how her actions affected everyone else. And I didn't know how to handle it because this was Jenny. She's always been impulsive, but this felt different. It felt like she didn't care about anyone else's feelings, not even Mom's, not even mine. I knew I had to say something to her. I couldn't just let this go, let her walk away thinking this was okay. But at the same time, I didn't want to ruin her happiness. I didn't want to be the bad guy who ruined her engagement, even though, in my eyes, she'd already ruined the memorial. So I waited, trying to figure out the right moment to talk to her, to tell her how I felt. After the service, I couldn't stop thinking about what Jenny did. The whole thing felt so surreal, like some kind of bad dream I couldn't wake up from. It wasn't just the proposal itself that bothered me, though that was bad enough. It was the way she did it, with no warning, no thought about how it would affect the rest of us. I mean, this was our dad's memorial, a day that was supposed to be about honoring him. And she made it about herself and her engagement. I kept replaying it in my mind. The shock on people's faces, the awkward clapping, and the way my mom just sat there, looking completely lost. I knew I couldn't just let it slide. After everyone had gone home and things had calmed down a bit, I pulled Jenny aside. I tried to keep my tone as calm and gentle as I could, but inside, I was still fuming. I told her that while I was happy for her and Ethan, I didn't think a memorial service was the right place for a proposal. I said that I felt it took away from the day, that it made things about her instead of about Dad. Jenny didn't take it well, to put it mildly. She looked at me like I was the one out of line, like I was being completely unreasonable. She accused me of trying to control everything, and making everything all about me. She said that Dad would have wanted us to celebrate love and happiness, not just focus on grief and loss. She told me I was being selfish, that I was only upset because I couldn't stand for someone else to have the spotlight. I tried to explain that it wasn't about that it was about respecting Dad and the memory of his life. But she wasn't having it. She stormed off, saying that she didn't need my approval, and that she didn't understand why I was so determined to ruin her happiness. After that, things only got worse. Jenny went straight to social media, posting this long, emotional message about how her family had ruined her special day, and how disappointed she was in the people who were supposed to support her. She didn't mention me by name, but it was obvious to anyone who knew us that she was talking about me. I started getting messages from friends and family, some of them asking what happened, others telling me to just let it go and be happy for her. It felt like she'd somehow managed to turn the whole situation around, making me out to be the bad guy. What hurt the most was that it didn't seem like Jenny had any idea, or even cared, about how her actions had affected the rest of us. I tried to talk to her a few more times, tried to explain where I was coming from, but every time I brought it up, she just doubled down. She kept saying that I was overreacting, that I was too uptight, that I was stuck in the past, and couldn't see the bigger picture. She acted like I was the one who had done something wrong, like I was the one who should be apologizing to her. Meanwhile, I could see the impact her actions had on the rest of the family, especially on Mom. She didn't say much, but I could tell she was upset. She kept asking me if she'd done something wrong, if maybe she should have said something to Jenny before the memorial. She kept replaying things in her mind, wondering if there was something she could have done differently. It broke my heart to see her like that, to see her questioning herself because of Jenny's actions. Ethan, Jenny's fiancé, reached out to me at one point, trying to play peacemaker. He apologized for the way things had gone down, said that he hadn't known Jenny was planning to propose at the memorial, and that he probably would have suggested a different time if he'd known. He said he understood why I was upset, and that he hoped we could all move past it. I appreciated his honesty, but it didn't change the fact that Jenny was refusing to take any responsibility for what she'd done. It felt like she was so wrapped up in her own version of events that she couldn't see how anyone else felt. The rest of the family seemed to be split. Some of them agreed with me, saying they thought Jenny had crossed a line and that it was disrespectful to Dad's memory. Others seemed more inclined to just let it go, to brush it off as a spur-of-the-moment thing and move on. But for me, it wasn't something I could just ignore. Every time I thought about it, I felt this knot of anger and frustration that just wouldn't go away. It felt like Jenny had taken something sacred, something meant to honor Dad, and twisted it into something about herself. To make matters worse, Jenny started telling people that I'd planned to give a toast for her and Ethan later that day, which was true. I had thought about congratulating them privately at the family gathering after the memorial, just a simple, quiet moment to celebrate their relationship. But because she'd decided to make this huge public display at the memorial itself, that moment never happened. Instead of a thoughtful, meaningful gesture, it turned into this spectacle that overshadowed everything else. And now she was acting like I had somehow set her up to fail, like I was the one who'd ruined her engagement. I felt stuck. No matter what I said or did, it seemed like I was the one who ended up looking like the bad guy. If I tried to explain my side, I was being selfish or making it all about me. If I stayed silent, it felt like I was letting her get away with turning our dad's memorial into a personal celebration. I couldn't win. And the more I tried to reason with her, the more she dug her heels in, convinced that she was in the right and that I was just being unreasonable. At this point, I didn't know what else to do. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I really was overreacting, if maybe I was just too set in my ways and couldn't see things from her perspective. But every time I thought about it, I came back to the same place. This was our dad's memorial, a day meant to honor his life and legacy. Was it really too much to ask for one day that wasn't about anyone else? It was like Jenny was living in a completely different reality, one where her happiness and her engagement were the most important things, even on a day like this. And I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand how she could be so blind to what her actions had done to the rest of us, to how it had impacted our family. A few days after the memorial, I was still feeling frustrated and upset about everything. I kept thinking about all the things I wanted to say to Jenny, how I wanted to make her understand why I was so hurt. But every time I imagined actually having that conversation, I stopped myself because I knew it would probably lead to another argument. She was so convinced that she hadn't done anything wrong, and I didn't think anything I said would change her mind. At that point, I was starting to think maybe I just needed to let it go, to try and move on for the sake of keeping the peace in the family. But the issue was, things weren't just going back to normal. After Jenny's social media post, people kept bringing it up, messaging me, and asking about what really happened. It felt like everyone had their own opinion about it, and every conversation seemed to be a reminder of what went down at the memorial. I wanted to move on, but it felt like I couldn't escape it. People were talking, picking sides, and it was like this whole drama had taken on a life of its own. One night, I got a call from my mom. She didn't bring up the proposal directly, but I could tell she was still bothered by it. She said she felt caught in the middle and was struggling with how to handle things between me and Jenny. I told her I didn't want her to feel that way, that it wasn't fair for her to be stuck dealing with this on top of everything else. She just lost her husband, and now she was dealing with this family rift. I promised her I'd try to make things right, even if I wasn't sure how. So I decided to reach out to Jenny again, hoping maybe we could clear the air. I texted her, asking if we could meet up for coffee or something, just to talk things over. I didn't want to get into another argument. I just wanted to explain where I was coming from and see if we could find some kind of understanding. She agreed, but from the tone of her messages, I could tell she was still defensive. I went into that meeting not really knowing what to expect, but hoping for the best. When we met up, things were tense from the start. Jenny didn't seem interested in hearing my side of things. She mostly just wanted to explain why she thought her proposal was appropriate. She kept saying things like, "Dad would have wanted us to focus on love and happiness, not just grief," and that I was overly sentimental and holding on to the past. It was like she was completely ignoring how her actions had affected the rest of us. I tried to tell her that while I understood her perspective, I still felt that a memorial service wasn't the right place for a proposal. I told her that it wasn't just about her happiness, that there were other people to consider too. But every time I said something, she just had a comeback. Another reason why she thought she was in the right. She even brought up some of the messages she'd gotten from friends and other family members who agreed with her, like she was trying to prove that I was the only one who had a problem with it. It felt like she was treating it like some kind of competition, like she was more interested in winning than actually working things out. By the end of the conversation, I realized we weren't going to get anywhere. She wasn't willing to acknowledge that she'd hurt anyone, and I didn't want to keep pushing if it was just going to lead to more conflict. I ended up just telling her that I hoped one day she'd understand my perspective, that maybe in time, she'd see why I felt the way I did. She shrugged it off and said she didn't see the point in dwelling on it, that it was in the past, and we should just move on. I left feeling more frustrated than ever, like I'd been talking to a wall. After that, things between us were strained, to say the least. Family gatherings became awkward, with everyone tiptoeing around the subject. My mom still looked uncomfortable whenever it was brought up, and I could tell she was just trying to hold the family together, hoping this whole thing would eventually blow over. But for me, it wasn't something I could just forget. Every time I saw Jenny, it was a reminder of how she'd turned Dad's memorial into her engagement party and then refused to take any responsibility for it. In the end, I started distancing myself a bit. I still loved my sister, but I felt like I needed some space to process everything. I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine when it wasn't. I stopped engaging with her social media posts about the engagement, and I didn't bring it up with other family members anymore. I just tried to keep my distance and focus on my own life. But even then, it was hard to shake the feeling that something had fundamentally shifted in our relationship, that things would never really go back to the way they were. Now, months later, I still find myself thinking about it. Part of me wonders if I should have handled things differently, if maybe I was too rigid in my expectations for the memorial service. But then another part of me feels like I had every right to be upset, that it wasn't unreasonable to want one day to be just about Dad. I keep going back and forth, questioning whether I did the right thing by confronting her, or if maybe I should have just let it go from the beginning. So here I am, asking all of you. Am I wrong for telling my sister her proposal was inappropriate at our father's memorial service, even though she believes it was a tribute to him?